han börjar beoft böjspar kalorna ris och fyr samman vir stad. Sjörnor helt vindringspat hit. Jord hunger hon där skall regn går. Regn om ström några erva sist. Börjar kallir vilt er på se tonor med klåna
That's right. That's right. Dude, I did not know Yuna was at my feet. I did not know. I felt a little bump on my heels. I felt the littlest bump. I didn't realize. I didn't know. Oh, baby. Hi. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. No lickies, please. Oh, okay. All right. All right. She's still tired. It's fine. It's fine. She's good. She's just a little sleepy. All right. It's early, man. It's still early. Give her a break. Goddamn, bro. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for a fantastic day. It is indeed. Actually, what day is it? What day is it? Is it Thursday or is it Friday?
30.
Like, legitimately, I have no idea if I have to go tonight or not. Is it Thursday or Friday? Kitty, thank you for the 30 months. Holy fuck. Jesus. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for 30 months. Thank you for adding time to the timer so that I'm live for the rest of my life. So thank you. It is indeed Subathon Day 3. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, are you tired? Are you tired? She got my chin. She got my chin. Why did you get me? No lickies. All right. Ella, can you bring me a face cloth? Okay, I'll put you down. All right, go find Ella. Yuna, where's Ella? Where is Ella? Go get her. That's right. Go get Ella. You don't know who Ella is. You never heard me say that name before. All right. It's Thursday. Okay, good. That means it's not Friday, so I am going to be live all fucking day again. We got stuff to do, man. Today is the official Subathon, Day 3, Cartography Edition. That's right. For all the days that I've decided it is time to do something classic, something ancient for the true Evan Blair art. Oh geez, you guys will remember this as a vintage, nostalgic stream theme. The theme of today's stream is doing free art for Faye. That's right. That's exactly what, man, oh boy, we got a whole ass map to make for her. We got a whole ass map, a bunch of stuff. It's gonna be a good day. I'm actually kind of, you know, I'm kind of excited, honestly. Yesterday and the day before, I kind of can't believe that there's like 20 hours of streams in the last 2 days. You know, like realistically, I didn't think that I could do that kind of a stream, but it was fun. It was chill. It was cool. We just relaxed. We played D&D, which if you guys missed the one shot that we did with Ella and Fishy yesterday, I thought it was gonna be Ella, but Ella's just like, I'm recruiting someone, bitch. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. So apparently she recruited Fishy, and I guess Fishy offered, I guess there was DMs and Fishy offered and said, hey, idiot, if you need a carry, nerd, or something like that. I don't know. I can talk all the shit I want about Fishy right now because it is probably like around noon her time, so she's not gonna be awake. There's not a chance. So it's about my dog learning not to lick my face. I appreciate it. How do you do that, kitty? Because Yuna's always trying to lick my face. Okay, I'll hold your chew for you. Ella's like in the shower right now or drying her hair or something, so Yuna's just like she's just sitting waiting for Ella. Let me show you. I took a picture of it because it's so adorable. She was sitting waiting for Ella at the edge of the dresser, or the bookcase over there, and she's just waiting, you know? She's waiting for her human. And so I guess she came over to me because I'm second best. So now she's just sitting there staring at me. The problem is it's too early and she's still so tired, but she kind of wants to be a monkey. So They almost recruited you. Jesus, that would do. Okay, if we had a party more than 2, that would have been too much for a quick shitty ass one shot yesterday. A button-up shirt. Yeah, I fit in this shirt now, Crimson. I had this shirt years ago, and you know what this shirt was, Crimson? This was my like every. Oh fuck, Viddy. God damn it! I just saw that redeem. Okay, give me a minute. I saw my you know, this shirt. Never every fat guy knows this fat guy shirt secret. I use the fat guy shirt secret all the time. You get a shirt slightly too small for you, that's a button-up shirt, short sleeves, okay, and you leave it undone, and so you look a little more put together, a little more casual. It slims you down a little bit, and you know this was one of my fat guy shirts, but now it's just a shirt. Now it does it up. So I guess I can wear it now. So I don't know. I have a couple of these. And also, you know, I gotta look good for this subathon. So I'm gonna have clips farmed to me, talking shit about other streamers. I want I want to look good for it. So my dog used to lick my face, then I grew a beard. I don't think I could grow a beard though. I can't grow any hair right here. It's like the stash and the beard don't join, you know? If I could one day grow a beard, I'll grow a beard. I'd be the kind of guy that has like that perpetual sort of like stubble, but I can't do it because I'm a little sissy boy, and apparently I can't, you know, even in my 30s, grow a beard. It's just not gonna happen. I wonder if I go to the gym more, if I'll grow a beard. Which I've been going to the gym a lot recently in the last like 6 months. Thus the shirt, but it hasn't helped my beard. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. It's kind of tragic. Semi-lurking while you have dinner. These Tragedy Blade just didn't join yesterday. Yeah, it's a real tragedy. It's a tragedy more than mods didn't join in to play Dungeons and or Dragons with Elible 1 heart. So you know.
Why are you calling out the shirt secrets?
They have to know.
Now what do I got to do?
They have to know, man.
Weight? Yeah.
Nah, you're fine. Okay. You're beautiful.
Sure.
Okay, all right, fine. I won't share the secrets anymore. Okay, yeah, listen. Okay, I mean, this is my shirt. Yeah, that's all it is. Don't worry about it. Thank you for 100 bits, Crimson. Thank you for that, my friend. I appreciate it. So, at the very beginning of the stream, Viddy has chosen violence.
This free art for Mendari is sponsored by Blackwood Dice, your one-stop shop for high-quality artisanal dice, and now Dice Towers and Baby Drag.
Apparently, I don't even have to do my sponsored segment, because you did it for me. Why did you cheat with the 500 bits? You could have done it with 100 bits. That's 400 bits too many bits to TTS in the stream. That's okay. All right. No, I'm good. Yes, Thorkid. Did you know that Ella has dice towers now that she can 3D print with her new massive fucking amazing 3D printer? That she gets the official license from. What is there? What's it called? Hold on. I'm scrolling. Wait. Where is it? I can find it. Who is this from? It's Cinderwing. Yes, there it is. Designed by Cinderwing. She has a couple dice towers, but she's only selling one right now. It's the giant mushroom. Oh shit! Look at it. You can get it in all sorts of different colors: red, blue, and green, blue, purple, and black. Blue with a little something. Ella, you need to take the blue with a little something off, because I thought that you're gonna use that one for your product shots. So you also need to print some of these, the red, blue, and green, the blue, purple, and black, to get some photos on your page, because she has photos of the colors, but for her dragons. But what you need them for your dice tower too. So start a print today, Ella. Okay. I think, where's the red, blue, and green, or blue, purple, and gold? Is this it? I don't remember. I don't know, man. Blackwood Dice, the official sponsor of Evan Blur Art. The official dice sponsor of Evan Blur Art, to which yesterday, whilst playing in the Blackwood Dice 1v1 D&D match, which in the end I won. They lost. Good. The reason I won is because Fishy took Cursed Gold and doesn't know it. So I rolled Blackwood Dice. And when I was rolling the Blackwood Dice, I rolled 2d20s for an attack with advantage from boars. And they both came up as natural ones. So, oh man. Apparently, you two can get Blackwood dice that will rig your rolls for you so hard it'll rig your DM's rolls against you. So, I don't know, man. 10 hours still today on the timer. 10 plus hours. Oh boy. Maybe there's a chance I could get it all done in one stream. Maybe we could finish the subathon today. If we only have 10 hours. I could do a 10-hour marathon stream today. 10 hours of map making for Mandari. No, we're also going to do a couple other things. Zoot! Yo, what's going on, Zoot? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Benji, thank you for... Holy shit, thank you for raiding in. I appreciate it, guys. What's up? What's up, Zoot? How's it going? What were you doing today? Tell me your tales. Tell me your stories, your secrets, your amazing legends from D&D games played. What were you doing today? Building? Playing? Tell me your tales, man. Thank you. Holy shit. Ilwan Vitar? Valter? Ooh, that's a lot of L's. I have no idea how to actually read your name, my friend, but it's fucking sick. So I apologize. It's an actual fireplace or just a screen? It is unfortunately just a screen. It is my wife's second monitor. So just Valtar is fine. All right. All right. Thank you for the follow, Valtar. It's an L. Oh. Yeah. No. Of course. Why am I? Okay. All right. Listen, man. It's too late for this. Thank you, Valtar, for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, Meowderin. That's like some. That's like some ancient dwarven shit. I like that. That's a good ass name, man. Thanks for chilling, guys. I appreciate it. What's up? Today, Benji, we are doing map making. We're doing a warm-up sketch. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff today. I have to build a map for one of my friends. One of my friends has a D&D world called Otheria. And I have to build a map for her. So this is the base of the map. This is it so far. We're gonna have to paint it out today. We have things to do. We have mountain ranges to paint. We have forests to add. We have details. Oh god, not that. Details to detail. So after the intro, we're gonna be doing some map making, some little warm-up sketches, some world building, and just chilling, man. I got a long ass stream today. I got 10 hours of stream on the timer today. Right there. There it is. There it is. There it is. Sam, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it, Sam. Damn, bro. Thanks, man. That was very kind of you. Thanks for bringing someone into the guild. Damn, bro. Thanks, man. Making homebrew world and struggling. What are you struggling with? Tell me what ails you. All right. Homebrew is my specialty. All right. If I was a Jedi, hunting Sith would be my specialty. But unfortunately, since I'm not Obi-Wan, I can only say specialty. So have a good one, dude. I gotta go to bed. All right, dude. Go be a dad. Do your thing, Zoot. I will catch you later. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm not thanking you for the bits, Ella. I don't care. I'm not thanking you for the bits. All right? You can't make me. You can try, but you can't make me. This reminds me that Talisman commissioned me me fantasy map, and I had to do it on 2 meter long, 1 meter wide canvas to ship that fuck. That's huge. That's actually huge. OG class won't be in my world. Wait, what? Why not? Why not, man? Just I don't know, make an excuse for it. That's the world building secret, is you just make excuses for why things work, and then call your players nerds when they try and tell you that it doesn't work. So medieval cartography be like, I don't know what's over here, so I'll add a dragon or sea monster here. I mean, who's gonna go over there and check if I'm wrong? Exactly. We got to figure out. So this is the first world map. Let me show you an example of like what a regular map looks like finished, just so we have a base here, just so we know what the kind of the end point is going to be. Let's look at Northmark Alliance. So this is the end point for the map. Okay, so we need to do a whole bunch of design. We need to do a special little graphics for her map, try and figure out some cool fancy shit. We need to do... Oh, Yuna. You okay? Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. She put her paw under the footrest. You okay? I don't know if you heard the little yelp, but she got her paw cut under the footrest. Okay, I'll hold you for a minute. It's okay. That was such an adorable little yelp. I'm so sorry, honey. You okay? You good? I think she's good. I think she's good. Your Jogger whimpered and I looked directly at mine. That's the way it goes. Yeah, my side. It's like when you hear like sirens or something on a stream. It's like, don't worry about it. It's on my side. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuna. You okay, baby? All right, you want to get back to your chew. All right, fine. She's fine. Back to business. Back to fucking business for her. She has her little like beef chew under the desk with me. So tiny. She is very tiny. She's only 7 pounds and she is unfortunately fully grown. So she'll never be a real dog, unfortunately. Struggling to make classes for my world because I don't know how I should go about it. I plan to have everything homebrew, so no OG classes in the world. Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you're working with the D&D system, it's like it's really hard to brew something that like you are like there's already a expected, like, you know, people expect to see like a fighter or a paladin or whatever. And so if you're doing all original classes, it's like, what do you take from those and what do you make like kind of original? I have one original class for my homebrew world, and I'm trying to do subclasses. I feel like that's a little more manageable for D&D, but I don't know. That is kind of tough. Thank you for the Lord Thorkin. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. No way my pit bull made that whimper sound. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe my 7-pound dog can make that sound, but maybe not a pit bull. So, what's up, homie? Can you comment at all about the scalability maps? More specifically, what would be assets, mountain trees, etc., on a world map versus a regional map? That's the trick, Dave. That's what we're trying to do today. I mean, realistically, trying to figure out like how to do world maps. Like Faye thinks that I'm doing her world map completely out of the kindness of my heart. What I'm doing is I'm doing her world map first, so that when I fuck it up, I'm not worried about it for doing mine, right? Because I don't want to mess up my map. I'm fine messing up her map. It's fine. It's like, oh, Etheria. Oh, I'm going to Mindaria, right? No one cares. But Eldara. So I gotta make all those mistakes for her map. I think one of the things that I want to focus on more is like regions and borders, because I think that's more important for world maps versus like for my maps. I don't do anything like regions or borders or whatever. I mean, within Northmark, there's like a couple of different regions and a couple of different like political divisions. Thank you, Benji, for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. So like, you know, the Chantor Valley, this entire region is like kind of like you call it maybe a country. This entire area is like a country. You could say this entire area and northward onto the tundra is an area, and then this is kind of like the edge or border of another one. But I don't find those kind of regional divisions very useful for small maps, because the ultimate goal for a map for me is not to communicate like actual information about how long it's going to take to travel or where to go. For me, I want to inspire adventure. I think that the map is a prop that you use to inspire storytelling. So like if I say, oh yeah, going from Isendar to Graldar is like, oh, it's like a you know, I don't know, a 10-day ride. And then, you know, someone else asks me later, like, how much is Grumdar runes to Isendar? It's like, well, I don't know, man, like maybe like 10 or 12 days. Someone's gonna get in there and be like, but if you measure the distance, the 1 square per whatever versus this, like it's actually supposed to take like 20% longer, and you only said 12 days, so it should actually be 14. Like, chill. I don't care about the actual sort of like correct measurements of a map. For my regional maps, I want you. What I want for a map is if you are just entering the region, you got to Ford's Gold Village. You are sitting here. There's dwarves everywhere. You're drunk. It's fine. You might burn down the inn. You're all good. You've come from the south. Who asked, right? And your job for this part of the adventure, because Dave, I like to put in, I like to put travel as a key part of the adventure. I find that, like, you know, like one of the problems that I had with Witcher Season 3 is that all of a sudden they were there. And it's like, what about the travel? What about the journey? But you get something like Lord of the Rings, and it's like everything's a journey. So it's like, okay, what's the in between? So I do like to focus on journey and travel being an important part of my games. But let's say you're trying to go to the Scar of Artheus. You're trying to go to the Dormroth Temple. The point of my map is to get players to look at it and say, oh shit, do we want to go through the plains to Graldar and then go to Orindar and then go to the Scar? Or like, what's this down here? Castello Palace. Oh shit, what if we take a detour? I wonder how much longer it'd be to go down here and see the palace and then go up through the valley or whatever. Or like maybe we could go to Graldar and see the ruins. The maps for me are to inspire adventure a little bit. They're not supposed to be these like correct you know, tools of measurement. So for a world map, That's why I don't have anything like roads or rivers, because well, aesthetically roads and rivers break up the map in a way that I don't like. But I've done rivers before, and if I have a really big river, I can do it. For the world map, though, I think that the regions are far more important. So we're going to include some monuments. The forests will be mostly decorative, unless there is a large forest that needs to be named, in which case we'll have like a large patch and call it like Who Asked? Who Asked Woods? You know? But besides that, we have to be economical about what information we show on the map, because you don't want to overwhelm people. The most important thing is to see the name of the area and the border, which is going to be a little bit difficult to try and like manage through the entire map. But we'll see how busy it gets. I mean, that's the thing. I have no idea if we'll get to the end of it and be like, oh, we need more stuff, or if we'll get through it and be like, you know, we got enough. It's fine. We need to put in more information if we want. Want to make a map, but I wouldn't know where to start. It is, I don't know. I would say start with trying to figure out what story you want to tell. What story do you want to tell, and how does the landscape sort of enhance that? That's like a really big thing for me, is figuring out what kind of landscape would enhance the cinematic appeal of, you know, if you could think of like a trailer for your game, you know, what kind of landscapes, and then figure out what those landscapes look like on Google Maps. Like if you have a lot of like fjords and mountains and stuff, that's going to make a certain type of coastline or whatever on a map, versus like something else like cliffs and a lot of bluff edges into the sea, things like that. This is where I struggle with maps. How spaced out versus how busy is an area? How far should cities be to each other versus other points of interest? Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is visual clutter. Like that's one of the things that I do that's a little bit difficult sometimes for map making, Dave, is like for commissions, is I will stretch out or move things because they don't aesthetically look good together. Like for I think Le Machir, the map that I'm working on right now that I'm kind of entering into the finished stages of, I move shit around all the time because it's like too close. Like these cities were supposed to be really close together, like from a story standpoint. But when I had them like crunched right next to each other, it looked like kind of awkward because the word marks weren't readable. So I spaced them out. But the problem is sometimes if I get like, when I've done commissions, I'll say like, hey man, like just so you know, these things don't really look good this close together. Are you cool like spacing them out? You know, or if like Aramanos was supposed to be right here, but I wanted to be a big city and you can't do a big word mark with that. So I was like, fuck it, we'll move it over here. So I think with making maps like this, some flexibility is definitely required to like be able to make the map look aesthetically interesting and like easy to look at. Or like here, Osm's Tomb, this entire thing was supposed to be like clumped way closer together. I envisioned all of like the Temple of Ankat, Kufomu, and Osm's Tomb to all be a couple days like walk from each other, so you could like go through the entire thing in a week. But on the map it looked like shit, so I had to spread it out to be more like probably a couple weeks. So I don't know. We'll figure out what mistakes to make on phase map, because again, it's just phase map, right? Can't use beans on a computer. Yeah, I've never liked the bean method, honestly. The bean method is too chaotic, and it doesn't for me make sense in my head. So for some people, they can take the beans and then extrapolate the map from the beans. For me, the beans feel too rigid as a guide, where I'm like, oh geez, but what if like I would rather sort of invent the shape and then be maneuvering it. So you could actually try beans, or I could maybe try beans if it was like a large continent shapes, but beans for like islands and stuff are too random, I think. Because like I find geography is a lot less random than people think. But the bean method, if you have like for continents, is great, I think. I haven't tried it, but like Game of Thrones, where everything is a journey until the final season. Yeah, they just kind of like teleported around, right? I don't know. Do you guys in your D&D games, do you guys put like a journey into like do you put travel into your games? Because I'll spend like 3 to 5 weeks sometimes moving my party from one place to another. Because like it's so, some people really hate it because it's like, oh, I don't want to spend 3 weeks on the road. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stop at a town, I'm gonna stop at a temple, I'm gonna stop at, you know, so there's some bandits, and some people hate that. But I love it. I think that is like, it builds. If you're patient, it builds so much more. It builds so much more meaning to getting to the destination. You know. 100% agree, by the way. Map should be a point of inspiration. GG Gamer. Yeah, because like Dave, I've had people come to my stream and be like, oh, just so you know, you're like you know, your cartographic, you know, measurements are incorrect here. And I'm like, bro, I don't know how cartography works. You don't know how cartography works. Nobody in this chat or on this website actually know how cartography works. All right. Everyone who thinks that they know how cartography works because they read, you know, two books and got a YouTube video doesn't know how cartography works. None of us are smart enough to do it. So let's just try and make it an approximation of adventure and not as an actual tool that we're gonna like sit here and like pretend is like this correct, that the exactitude of our cartographic, you know, inspiration is. I'm not worried about it. I definitely think that's just a point of inspiration for journey. Being on the road is fun. What does your map look like? I don't have a world map, honestly. My world map. Do you want to see my world map? My world map is a work in progress. My world map is not something that I'm trying to finish anytime soon because these are all maps across my world map right now. This one, oh, Lemashir is almost done, which is cool. So I can actually put the map in here. Once I have a couple more of the important areas mapped out, then I will put in into the world map. But I think one of the things that I think is a big mistake, but like, see, I disagree with Faye on this, but she has a different world building like style in me. Faye wanted to build a world map and then build the areas out after. So she has, this is her world map. It's good. And that's a perfect way of doing it. For me, I find it a little too like rigid, right? I would rather be able to like get down to the zoomed in area on a map and be like, oh, I want to put a giant lake in here in the middle of this map. But on your world map, you go back to there and it's like, oh, there's no giant lake in here. Ah, shit. So then if you want to do that, you have to change the world map. Then you have to pay the artist that did the world map like an insane amount of money for changing the map that he already put time into. And I don't want to do that. So I'd rather do all the little maps for the important regions. So I'll probably do a couple more. I'll probably do this human kingdom. I'll probably do the islands down here and maybe a large map for here. And if I want to, maybe for the wildlands up here, if I want to put something important there. So once I do like the next 4 maps, then I will take those maps. I'll take them all, put them on here so I understand the geography, and then I'll do a world map sort of like this. But it's going to be months or if not at least a year before I do that. So random bandits in the middle of nowhere is shitty, I must agree. Sometimes, and I think sometimes it can be an interesting event, you know. Use dice method and had different numbers, be different types of terrain. Is chaotic and definitely had to make up excuse rules to make it seem readable and make sense. Yeah, I mean, geography, the more I've learned about it and the more I've studied it, like from a visual standpoint, is a lot less random than a lot of people think. It's like kind of, once you understand what's going on there, it's like actually kind of predictable, which is like really interesting. So running a campaign that is so far is all within one city technically. That is so nice when you have like, I want to do that. I want to run a campaign all within a giant city at some point in time in Eldara. Like to break up my game with travel. If I'm tired of running city related stuff, I'll send them out into the wild, mix up the encounters, all depending on what's inspiring me at the time. That's how I handle travel. That's probably a really good way of doing it actually, because then you're using it as a tool to like make sure that the game pace is like in a place you're comfortable with. The longest travel I've had in my game is when the players willingly signed up for an adventure to go across the Relic Coast. They were right here. So the entire game they were like messing around in here. They were like walking around the forest until they got to Stormhold. And they have to get to the Shattered Sea. Somewhere in the Shattered Sea. Now they could have taken a boat. They could have taken a giant boat all the way. But they decided to travel through the Relic Coast to get to a portal right here that will take them supposedly across the desert, and travel across the desert's like a no here. It's like a really bad, dangerous time. So like nobody travels across the desert. But the players want to do it on foot, and so they decided to sail across the ocean to Coralastria, and they were going to travel across the region to Bansur Monastery to then sort of teleport through the portal somewhere in the Shattered Sea. Unfortunately, the game ended just as they were sort of like around here because things happened with the players. There was issues. No big deal. We handled it, but we had to end the game early. So the players spent probably a good like 8 months traveling through the Relic Coast. They went through, and this was cool because they looked at the map and they planned out their journey, and they were talking about all the cool things they wanted to go see on the way. And so they were like, let's go through the Spirit Shard Valley, check out these runes. Let's go through the Janor up to the Yurok, and we're going to go through the Expanse a little bit. Like, they have this cool path charted down, and it was like really cool and fun and satisfying to watch them like take the map and say, shit dude, where do we want to go? You know, I love how shitty the world map is. Stuff. Yeah, I'll let you know there's a cartographer in chat. I mean, look, if there's an actual cartographer in chat, that would be fucking sick. I'd ask him so many questions. I don't know world map because my world is a third the size of Jupiter. I mean, that would be, yeah, that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot. That's exactly how to use world maps. Totally. And like they wanted to do that. I was like, you guys, you know that this is gonna be the next, like, if you go through the court, like through the Relic Coast on foot, this is gonna be weeks of caravan travel in game. This is gonna represent months and months and months of us playing the game. You're okay with that, right? And they're like, fuck yeah, hell yeah. I'm like, okay, so the main plot line could be 2 weeks away, or it could be 8 months away. Are you okay with like putting off the main plot line for 8 months? And they're like, I got nowhere to be. I'm like, okay, cool. Cool. All right. Nice. Neat. I don't mind that, you know?
Yay, no. Seeing your world map made me go all in on cartography.
Really?
You inspired a fuck out of me.
Oh shit. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate that. You inspire me, Steph. If only one day I could be as interesting and charismatic as you, then I'd probably be a better streamer. So thank you for 100 bits. I appreciate that. If you want inspiration for map making, check out Mappa Imperium. Thorkin introduced me to it. It's nice because it has rules and random roll tables, and you can build with other people, which is also fun. That's interesting. I for some reason I never relate to or enjoy the truly random methods. It's like when I'm designing the world map, when I'm like making the shapes of the continents and figuring stuff out, there's a lot of like intentional, I don't know how to describe it. I should try a random method at some point in time. City maps, I haven't figured out how to do city maps yet, entities. I haven't done a city map yet because I don't know how to. Because the problem is once you put, it's like forests. So this is an example of the first map I ever did, and it's kind of shitty. The forests here create a texture that I don't like. When you have too many dark icons or glyphs on the map, it creates this like texture that's like not interesting to look at. I think I really pulled it back in the Relic Coast. I figured out how to kind of do forests, dense forests better. I spread the forests around a little bit more. Shattered Sea didn't have forests, so fuck that. But then when I went to like Ashasari, which was the next map I did, I made forests very intentional and then like added trees as sort of design elements around the map to sort of fill it out a little bit and make it feel a little more lived on. But the problem is if you have an entire map that's like dense housing, it's like, well, what do you do? Do you map out every single street, and then you have to draw every single house, every single building in? You know, what's that like? Then you really like nail down exactly everything that's in your city, and you can't ever say like, oh yeah, there's this like neighborhood over on the other side of that river. It's pretty big. Or do you do something like Dragon Age where you build like a map of the city and it's just kind of like, you know, sort of an icon of a silhouette of the city, and then you have like certain things, like certain important things or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, down in this southern neighborhood you can get to the brothel, and over here in this neighborhood you can get to the better brothel, and up here if you want to go through the nice neighborhood you can get to the nice brothel. You know, like I don't know how to do a city map yet, and I've been streaming for 2 years or 3 years. Whoops. I've been streaming for 3 years, and I've been making maps almost the entire time, and I still haven't figured out how to do a good convincing city map. And boy, oh boy, the second that I do figure out how to do a good city map, there's going to be a couple big cities. The main city I need to have is Grand Crest. Grand Crest is like one of the biggest cities in all of Teleria, and it's one of the most important ones. There's going to be a lot of D&D games once the adventure is actually published that I can like send out to people who want to play in Eldara that will take place in or start in Grand Crest. And the problem is I don't know how to make a good Grand Crest map. And I want to. And the second I know how to, there's going to be a dope-ass map of Grand Crest that people can actually play in it. So, which detail do you go into points of interest? Do you stay at general graphic level or dive as deep as like monsters and creatures and layers? I think that too much is too much, you know? So it's like I'm always erring on the side of less. But I kind of want to try, Dave, a map that has like everything and deep, like almost has a texture of just interesting shit. It'd be a much more difficult map because everything would have to be a little bit smaller and a little bit scaled. but like I kind of like the generality of it too. There is usefulness, I think, in not having every layer, every landmark, everything nailed down. Like the Shattered Sea, one of the first things I say about the Shattered Sea is it is a floating cloud ocean with tens of thousands of islands, right? But I don't draw tens of, like I've drawn like 24 islands, and I like the freedom of saying to my players, oh yeah, there's an island just like somewhere in between Dark Fathom and Senisthar. There's an island somewhere around here that like has some cool shit on it, and some old guy, you know, wearing a shirt and no pants, and every time he lifts up his arms you're like, ah, god, he wants you to go here and get his pants for him, you know. There's so much usefulness in not having everything, so I think the amount that I try and go for is enough to be visually interesting. When you look at the map, you're like, oh shit, it's a giant turtle. Oh cool, this is like a weirdly phallic shaped island cluster. Like, it's fine without having too much stuff that you're nailing down exactly what is there. But I would be willing to try, and I would like to try, honestly, a map that's a little bit more detailed, and try a map that's over, like that I'm willing to kind of ruin by clutter, just to see what it would look like, you know? Thank you. Like the map I talked to you about, lots of interesting points of interest. That's awesome. Like I, for like Northmark and like more recent maps, I'm trying to include more of that stuff in. So like more things that have individual or unique glyphs. So like Agathron's Rest, a big city on the mountains looks a little different. A big city on this mountain looks a little different. Ruins, ruin sites. So I kind of want to like, I don't want to overload it. I haven't wanted to overload it at any point in time. I tried to do a little more with Lemashir, and I'm not quite done this map. And I think that it could probably fit a couple more like interesting sort of like ruin sites or monuments or whatever. There's definitely room on this map, and I don't really know how to fill it out yet. But this map feels a little bit empty to me right now, and I need to kind of go in and figure that out before I like make a print of it and whatever. So, or maybe it's good, maybe it's perfect the way it is. I don't know. I'll decide. Makes a great blanket too. That's true. Steph does make a good point. There are the map blankets that I did make, which are fucking dope, and apparently pets love them. Live in the realm of unparalleled comfort and immerse yourself in the soothing embrace of the Shattered Sea blanket, inspired by the serene beauty of fragmented seascapes. But wait, this revolutionary blanket not only keeps you cozy, but also transports you to a world of tranquility and relaxation. Why didn't you, hold on, Steph, why didn't you write the merch copy for this? Why did we let Ella? That's what Steph wrote about the Shattered Sea blanket. You want to know what Ella wrote about the Shattered Sea blanket? Where is it? So we have this description: step into a realm of unparalleled comfort and immerse yourself in the soothing embrace of the Shattered Sea blanket, inspired by the serene beauty of fragmented seascapes. This revolutionary blanket not only keeps you cozy, but also transports you to a world of tranquility and relaxation. Meanwhile, Ella writes, so Croissant Island and Rasishi can always watch over you. Why does anyone let Ella do anything? The blanket is very cozy, though. Ella, you're officially fired from the merch store, okay? That's a tapestry? Shit. You too can be cozy with Croissant Island. Okay. Okay, hold on. What do I check mod chat for? Steph, did you just chat GPT an entire paragraph copy of the Shattered Sea? Okay, you did. All right, got it. Just making sure she did. That's exactly what happened. So, okay. Making class, do I need to do the 1 to 20 stuff? I think you do, yeah. That's one of the problems with my Astral Sage class. The Astral Sage is like, works in the first 3 levels, but doesn't feel good to be leveled up past that. So, I'm still working on it. Okay. Otheria. A land of untapped potential. A land that requires an environment map that I need to get from Mendari right now. I'm gonna send her a DM. Bro, can you send me the latest climate map, please? I forgore. Okay. We'll get the climate map from her, and then we can fill out the rest of the map. Because I know briefly, like loosely, what's all around here, but I want to try finishing an area off entirely. Like maybe this island in the center here and this mountain range. I want to go super deep on it and try and finish them so we know what like a finished section of a map looks like. We already have the climate for it. We already have the forest, trees, all that stuff. And I feel like letting the trees form more of a texture is like kind of the necessary. It's kind of the necessary play here. Because everything needs to be a bit smaller on the map. I also missed a bunch of chat. I'm sorry. Important to the world doesn't mean important to the campaign story. True. We do a ton of experimentation in case you want to try it out. I'm down, man. Yeah, fuck it. I'm down. Probably a weekly retail meeting. That's why you're using chat GPTs, because you're planning your weekly meeting. You impress and disgust me. What's up, Venus? All right. What's up, Ella? Goblin? Are you taking her with you today? Right, what time are you leaving? And the vet. Just get her shots? Oh, okay. And you're asking why she sits weird? Do you have any other questions for the vet about Yuna? Things we care about Yuna. Jack, do we have any questions for the vet about Yuna? Let's see. I think she's healthy. I think she's doing well. Well, the borking is because she's a Yorkie. It got worse? I don't know. Maybe you should train your dog. Okay, for gore. No, I think I don't. There's nothing I want to ask the vet about Yuna. Maybe like why she's a goblin. Oh, okay, she ran away. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. This is this normal? Is this normal? Goblining under a chair with her chew. Yeah, that's longer than her. I hope it's normal. No, I don't think there's anything I want to ask. I think I'm good. Are you gonna leave soon or? Oh, okay. If you can make me food before. Sure. Yeah, because I didn't have breakfast or anything, so I don't know. It's like harder to not eat until the end of stream when I stream. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. Sick. Goblin under the bridge. Something like that. Perfectly normal. She needs a little fort. She's not getting a little fort. Okay. Drape a shadow sea blanket over the stool. Give her a house. She doesn't get a house inside the house. Okay. She doesn't need it. She doesn't. There's nothing she can. Okay. All right. All right. 1 sec. I'm about to get mad. I'm about to get mad. Okay. So, forests. Forests. Is this enough forest for this area? Because I don't think so. We have this climate map. We have an old one. What about our new one? What about our new one? Oh no, I think we're good. All right, we'll start with forests. So trees, part of the charm of trees is drawing about 10 of them or 15 of them, and using the same like 10 or 15 trees across the entire map, because it creates a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? It makes it more cohesive. That's not the right word. It unifies it a little bit, I guess. If you have too many trees that are too different from each other, it's like, don't trust yourself to draw a tree that looks the same or looks right on the 100th tree. So although it does also save some time, the reason why we do it is so that it doesn't look too random. We need a couple more forests around here. So move these around a little bit, and then we might actually name some of these forests. I don't know. I'd be curious to ask Faye if there are like names for forests that we need to worry about. And like I said, for world maps, it's gonna be super zoomed out, so we need to like work pretty small, which is not the greatest ideal because it doesn't like. I find that forests and mountains form too much of a texture, but we might have to work them a little bit larger with some of our like more intricate trees that we might find, like our pine trees and stuff, our spruces that go up through here. They might need to be a little bit larger so they read better on the map. Get a chroma core assignment to get experiment. Wait, got to experiment with really bright colors for once. What'd you think of it, Venus? Full saturation. What do you think? She starts collecting toll, maybe take her to the vet. That's true. That's a good point. If she starts running a racket in my own house, that's not, it's not a good sign, man. Tree brush. There's no efficient way that I found to make a tree brush that's convincing. It's like you can make a tree brush, but then your trees aren't gonna be varied. So painting in trees would be amazing. You know, but it's too random. It's too sporadic. There's not a good way to, with Photoshop, to, you can't like reference. Actually, well, maybe you can reference different images for a brush, but I think you can only do two because I think you can only do dual brush. So, yeah, I can't think of it. Can you have a cycling brush? Not like not in a great. I mean, there's no easy way to do it where it looks good, right? It's because it's gonna be. For the trees, you want them to have certain like spacing and certain texture and certain like you don't just want a cycling brush that does like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 whatever. You want it to be like somewhat random and sporadic. There's like a organization to the chaos. So it's like no matter what tool you find to like make it easier or faster, there's just nothing that I found that's better than individually placing little tiny trees to create shapes that look good. Where's the TTS? Where's TTS? I mean, thanks to the 100 bits. Oh, sure, we're below 10 hours now. Ah, there it is, man. There it is. We're gonna be done by the end of the day. Fuck yeah. Maybe make a brush that gives you the trunk of a tree, then build in the brush. That's an interesting idea. That is actually an interesting idea.
Because it's small troll to not TTS.
I wish you weren't right, but thank you for 200 bits anyway. Interested in how you fill bigger empty spaces. I always struggle to avoid being repetitive with elements like hills and forests. I'm taking notes. I use a lot of like sort of just textural markers to imply sort of like flat land or the movement of land or whatever. But we'll try and finish this entire area out, I think, today. Maybe get some important landmarks from Faye. I haven't caught her on stream like building her map out in a long time, so I don't know if she's added any landmarks. I'm gonna have to basically finish the map and then go talk to her and be like, hey, what else do you want to add to this? So we're probably gonna have to do a stream together at some point in time. I don't know if it'll be on my channel or her channel, or if we'll just be doing it while we're both live one day. But we'll have to like talk out sort of in real time, because unless you give me every single detail you want, like map commissions are kind of difficult. You either have to think through every detail really well before you get me to do it, or we have to sort of have like a really, really back and forth dialogue, which is a lot of time and effort and energy, but you know, that's sometimes the way you just got to do it, right? Like I'd love to put, if I was drawing this map, I would love to put some sort of a landmark here. I'd love to put some sort of landmark here, and I would like invent things to go here, kind of thing. I would invent things to go there where I could put word marks and you know, put little names and clusters. And I don't know, what I suggested for Faye is that she finds one capital city and then one secondary city or interesting landmark, 1 to 2 based on the size of the map or based on the size of the region per region. So for Atonus, I suggested she get put down a capital city somewhere, so you could put like a big icon with like big, cool, like sort of like cultural references to the architecture you might find there, or the type of city, or like the palace or whatever. So you put a big satisfying icon on the world map, because the world map's pretty big and you're going to want to have big satisfying icons on it, I think. And then have like one or two, like another little city maybe that's over here that's important enough to go on the world map. We have the names, and like maybe like a rune site or whatever. Got some spiky boys, because, you know, in D&D every rune site is spiky. And like that would be enough information for this one place. Because imagine then we have a city, a thing, and a thing. A city and a thing. Right? It's like that's a good amount of information to not be overloading, but like, you know, it's nice to look at, I think, and you can sort of decipher it without it being like 18 things. Like I mean, there'd be a couple problems with this. One, if you wanted to put like 18 things in here and you're like a city, 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 a city. For one, that's a lot, right? And two, if I was doing that for somebody, I would charge a lot more. But, you know, we're trying to find a good style that not only is like easy to sort of like manipulate later down the road. If we want to add something or subtract something, it's not going to be like, oh, we have to like rebalance the map. I also want there to be like a good visual division of information. You see Irate's map in finished work, the trees and the style I absolutely love. Let's see it. Finished work. Finished work. Let's see. Finished work. Finished work. Finished work. Finished work. Let's see. I go to finished work and I see a picture of a cat. Let's see. Got Star Gecko shit. Good shit. There's some Bob Ross. Ooh, I like this, like sort of more like, I don't know, 3/4 perspective. For me, like I like this sort of style of trees. And I think those trees are all hand drawn, which is actually nutty. It's really hard to do smaller trees with the sort of the texture brush that I use. But I love this reminds me more of how I'd want to do a city map, I think. It's like you kind of create a bit of a texture out of like your buildings and then have these sort of 3/4 view, like large area or large buildings across it. This is awesome. That's fucking sick, dude. Oh, thank you, Ella. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, it's good. It's breakfast. I'm gonna take a sandwich interlude. A brief sandwich interlude. For Ella has made me breakfast. Jesus Christ, Ella. Holy shit. That is a lot of sandwich. That is a substantial sandwich. I'll eat a little bit and then we'll keep going. But yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have any good city maps? Like, I think the best place to look for a city map is probably could be in video games, right? Because I think the video game, like there is a video game out there that I'm not thinking of that has an insane city map that is the basis of how we should do good city maps, but I can't think of it, you know? Has anyone seen a city map where you're like, oh shit, this is like what we should do for city maps? Because I'm lost, man. I'm stuck. Wife that woman? I did wife the woman. I wifed the woman like 10 years ago. Steph, I knew I was gonna marry Ella when I was 17 years old. I knew Ella, actually that's not true. I knew I was gonna marry Ella when I was 16 years old before we started dating. I basically started dating Ella and we were like basically instantly married. Like I don't relate to people who are like, oh, I like dated my partner for so long. Figured out how to, you know, live together. Then we got more serious and we moved in. Ella and I, all of the people around us in our life, besides our closest friends, told us we were rushing too fast. Like Ella and I were best friends for years before we started dating. So as soon as we started dating, we were basically married. Like we just like settled in together. you know, she was still living with her parents and I was living with my parents, but she was like staying over and shit and had like converted half of my drawers or whatever to her drawers. You know, we like financially merged our bank accounts when we were like 19 or whatever. Like we just, I don't know, we just been married for fucking 2 decades, it feels like. Shit. Ella, napkin. I'll get some in a minute. That is a substantial sandwich. Okay, give me like 2 more bites and then I'll keep going. Incarnate has capabilities to make a dope city maps. Do you have an example? Maybe I'll Google it. Alright. Alright, Incarnate. Incarnate city map. So, Dave, let me tell you my problem with it. I need your help. Let me tell you my problem with it, and you tell me how valid you think this concern is, okay? My problem with this style of city map, my concern is that you don't leave yourself any room to grow the city, or to like say like, oh, this neighborhood, there's like a giant brothel in it, and the players would be like, where? I don't see the, you know, like these are all just small houses. So do you think that people would take, like, if you do this like city streets and city roads, do you think they take it as gospel, and you say that there's like 3,000 people in the city? It's like, well, actually there's only 200 houses, and so in the average of 4 people per household, then you'd have like 1,200. Like, do you think that you like nail yourself down too much when you do a city map like this? That's my concern. I think, like, just I'll preface this by saying I think this is the best way of doing it. I think this is the best way of doing it. And if I'm going to do a city map, it'll probably be like this. 90% sure it'll be like this. But I'm not 100% sure this is the best way to do it. But I like the way it looks, you know? I do worry though that without doing it in color, it'll be too difficult. Like in my map style, it's supposed to look like in world and made by like a bard or some shit. I worry that it's not that it won't kind of like fit. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, Umbarion, known as the Golden City of Opportunity. That's pretty cool. Post a city map and stream topics you want to see one I use for inspiration. 100%. Let's see it. I had to put off eating today because I'm lazy. This sound just convinced me to make lunch. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty convincing. Oh, this is sick. I love this look. This like sort of 3/4. Man. Oh, that's sick. See, this like forms more of a texture. And it's like the texture is easier to sort of put things into. And say like, oh, there's a big neighborhood here with like large buildings and small buildings. I think though with things like this, that if it is kind of a like with an overly basic view like this, where you just have textures of houses together, you can imply there's like dozens of streets and like hundreds of homes in here. But you're sort of going like, it's kind of like how mountains work. You don't imply that these are the only mountains that are here. You imply that there are hundreds or thousands of mountains through the range, but that's just like texture you use to represent it. I think this is good. Because you have your large landmarks, and then you have your big, massive streets. It's sort of like, okay, so there's a major street that goes around the city and kind of an interior one. Got it. But like, you can say that like you could spend, your players could spend like 3 days in this little neighborhood. You know? Escape the friend zone, mega giga chad. Yeah, actually. Actually, though. Someone threw all the references to the city and connected the details in visual form. Not top downs, the 3/4 view or whatever. Fun example. Oh, okay. All right. You could BS and say the 3K number comes from the surrounding farms and homesteads like they did in medieval times. Yeah. I don't know. Like for me, you can sort of BS more things here on the 3/4 view than the top down. The top down feels like a very sort of like real map of like God, unless you do like a texture, I don't know. But like for Incarnate, it's one of the things I don't like about Incarnate. The wall and the rocks form this like weird texture that doesn't look good, I don't think. It's like too real and not enough. Obviously, it's not realistic, but they're trying to be too detailed. And it's more about, with painting, it's always about what the eye thinks it's seeing than what's actually there. You don't paint every little hair on someone's head. You know, you paint like, you paint wisps that look, textures that look correct. Sargent does not paint every single hair on her head. He paints little brush strokes that sort of take the major shapes and highlights when he's painting figures. When he paints himself, same thing. Like, look at his beard. His beard looks realistic. When you sort of squint your eyes, it all makes sense. But when you look at it, like, this is a big brush stroke. There's like 3 brush strokes right here. And I think the same thing is important with cities. And so when I see Incarnate maps and things like that, I see these textures that are formed, like these rock walls and stuff, that look like they're too detailed. There's like not an understanding of what the eye actually sees versus like, I don't know. I don't know how to do it, man. This is tough. Hit your score. This first bit is busy, but you get the idea. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, some 3/4 definitely is easier. Like, you don't in a lot of ways, because you don't have to show every little thing. You don't have to commit to every little neighborhood. But for that, I would even clump a lot of the houses together more, I think, to imply that you can't really see. Like, it's not like, oh, this has 3 main streets that run through it, and then 1 street that goes this way. But then again, I don't know how much people would see something like this and feel like, oh, now I'm gonna commit to there being, you know, these exact houses here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses here. You know, it's like, how much do players do that when they see it? How much do we do that when we see it? And I think with 3/4, you can have an easier time doing it, you know? Enough to inspire, but not 100% restrictive? Yeah. And then how do I sort of like translate that to my style? Which is difficult. Like what someone else said about sorta is relevant for your map style. It's like your maps are reflective of a person's perspective within that world, and that is how I think you want your city maps to look. Right. I mean, exactly. And so how do you do that without committing too much to it? Precinct 4 from Ravnica 5 ebook is pretty nice too. Ravnica map. Let's see. Ooh. 10th district? Is this the style? For Ravnica maps? Where are we at? Precinct 4 right here. Yeah, and so you kind of like form a texture here of like houses with some of the larger features, but you don't like, there's like not much commitment to like, oh, there has to be this or that here, you know? Like, that seems tedious, right? But like, what do you do about layers in a city? Like, if you have like multiple levels to the city, that makes it harder too, right? World maps and battle maps are top down, but maps of cities should emphasize the idea or concept. Yeah, and like, I want to find like more examples from games and stuff. I think what was the city called from the second Dragon Age? Because they had a good map. This shit from Ravnica is good. There's got to be other games that have like the stylized maps in them, right? I can't think of any. You could also gloss over objections like, I don't see a brothel with the maps were drawn before the brothel was built, etc. Yeah, sure. It's easier, I think, than like the way I like to sort of handle objections, which I don't actually have any objections because none of my players are actually weirdos. But if players are ever like, oh, why isn't this on the map? It's always like either it was made before, but I like falling back on
a late game Age of Empires map.
That's just a texture, okay? That doesn't work dirty. That's just a texture. I'm pretty telling about it, so thank you, buddy. If you have examples of good city maps made with late game Age of Empires 2, I'll take a look. But yeah, I just say like the map isn't complete. Like it doesn't show every single detail on their map, you know? And that makes it easier to not have to be like completely correct or exact. You're like, the map you have was made by some bard at some point in time for like some noble lord, and this is the things that he thought were interesting. It's like why I use different words or different languages on the map. Like so the perspective of the map maker here, these are the predominant elvish lands of Teleria. Okay. The map maker is somebody from Stonemark. So he has lots of elvish words in here. The Lor Kirith Mountains, right? Ashalore. But there's also lots of words that sort of are like the westernized or the Englishified words of Elvish. So for instance, Ashadore means something in Elvish. Lorm Ithra, Lorm means port in Elvish. So you have like Port Ithra, but then up here you have Port Wisp. And the whole justification for that is that Port Wisp is something that's well known to the outside travelers. So if you're making your map, you're like, oh, that's Port Wisp, you know? But like Lorm Asasha, Port Asasha is not well known to like traders from across the seas because it's further in. So he would use the like traditional Elvish word when he goes there and asks them, what's the name of this town? Well, it's Lorm Asasha. Okay. You know, as opposed to getting there and being like, oh, I'm in Port Wisp. Or depending on who he asks, like he might go down here and say like Lor Kirith Mountains might mean like, I don't know, everything means something I forget, but let's just say Lor Kirith Mountains means like Great Spire Mountains in Elvish. He doesn't write Great Spire Mountains in Elvish because he's sitting there one day at, you know, Crystal Falls with some dude and he's like, hey, what are these mountains called? What are these mountains called? And the guy says, oh, those are the Lor Kirith Mountains. And he's like, okay, cool. You know? Or he goes down to Windwood Palace and like someone says to him, you know, welcome to Windwood Palace. And he's like, oh, cool, that's where I'm at. But Windwood might have a different word in Elvish that he just isn't told because they see an outsider, they see a foreigner or whatever. And they're like, oh, you know, he speaks common. So we'll tell him what the common translation is. You're in Windwood Palace. These are the Windwoods. And I think that's also serves another function. The other function is not putting too much bullshit names in your world. You definitely have to. I don't remember if it was somebody talking about Tolkien or Tolkien himself talking about Tolkien, but there's an economy of bullshit made up words that you can use. And so if you look at a map of the Middle Earth, it's called Middle Earth. You know those words when you see them. There's the Shire. There's you know, the fuck you woods. There's the big cliffs. There's the Red Mountain, whatever. And then there's also things like Kirith Ungol, Minas Tirith, Minas Morgul, or whatever, right? And so you build this economy of saying like, okay, Twilight Starwoods, I can remember that, that's easy. Duskwood Retreat, the Dusk Peaks, I can remember all those. Moonwatch, and then Lake Aloshan. Oh shit, Lake Aloshan, got it. That's a cool Elvish word. Or this city is called Asha Ithari. Ooh, Elvish word, right? But if everything here was an Elvish word, if it was like the Itharian Starwoods, Asalorum, Asha Ithari, Lake Asholan, Mathashrathet, the Shallowfell peaks, the the Shalafel retreat, right? Like there's too much bullshit made up words in here. Then you're just not going to remember any of it. So it serves two functions to have your map by the perspective of somebody who doesn't speak the language of the locals necessarily fluently, and also to make sure that you don't have too many bullshit made up words in your world that, you know, if somebody really wants to read the World Anvil article on the Windwoods, it might have the Windwoods and then what the Elvish name is after it. I think that's very important. So for world maps, I think would probably err on the side of the same kind of balance of having like all of these are bullshit made up names, right? All of these are dumb words that you have no idea how to pronounce. So with that, we want to balance a lot of these dumb words that no one knows how to pronounce with, like, ideally the names of things that, like, the names of cities that are more easily grasped, right? It's why I name my zones like the Shattered Sea, the Relic Coast, Stonemark, Northmark Alliance, and then we have Ashasari or Lemashir. So I'm trying to balance that on a world name level, but if you do more of the bullshit made up words on a world name level, then I think it's going to be important to have some things like, you know, the Scarstone Mountains she has in here, and she has other monuments and other places that are relatable names of forests or whatever. Because yeah, once you, it's overwhelming, I think, to look at all these made up words. Thorkin, where is the art you want me to give feedback for? Where is it? Where is it? We'll take a look. Lord Ipsum. That was the original joke, actually. That was the basis of the original joke. I'm glad someone remembers. I've been pushing the envelope here. A lot of video game maps are more simple in my memory and serve as a tool, not as a storytelling device. Yeah, I think you're right. Dragon Age 2 map. Because something even like this is the Dragon Age 2 map. It's like, is this the best way to do city maps? Because you just have a sort of texture. You're not committing to anything being here in any one spot. And then what do you do? All right. All right. And like they use icons instead of like glyphs, right? Wait, was this an expanded world map? If I recall, Dragon Age 2 was very small as far as the like game goes, right? But it's a good city map. It sort of implies what you need. It's like, okay, there's like a big level of the city, a big fucking statue. You got an entire texture of a city down here. You know? A small island that you can get to. There's no like maps of bridges or roads or anything. Just whatever's going on, you know? I'm all for making maps more aesthetic, yeah. I redeemed for Venus's last two pieces in work in progress. Man, you can't redeem for someone else. What are you talking about, bro? When have I ever let someone redeem for someone else? What the fuck? All right, fine. All right. All right, you want feedback for Venus's last piece? All right. All right, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. That's not how channel points work. All right, what do we got? Chromacore first assignment was to draw fan art of the sapling cadets. What is a sapling cadet? First of all. Second, this is amazing. Hold on, let me grab this real quick. I need to grab it. We're gonna see Venus. We're gonna take you to the test. We're gonna take you to the test. Open. Wait, file, new. All right. All right, good use of silhouettes, shadow shapes. What yellow? What are you doing with your yellows here? So you have your yellow here. Well, let's bring this out. Oh, I can't do that. Let's see what's going on with our colors, Venus. What yellow are you using here? You're about like 70% saturated, okay. And what are you doing here? Why are we going to a darker green? So how do we get to that green? How do we get to that? How did you get to that green? Curious as to what you're doing here. Let's put our yellow down here. Let's try. How are you arriving at green? Are you putting blue into it? No, it's still too much blue. How are we? I'm trying to figure out what you're doing that you're getting that green from your yellow. Because for your yellow, whatever level of saturation you're using, your shade for your yellow should be slightly more saturated on the same pillar. Or if you're going to go blue, it should be full blue. Interesting. Venus, we're going to give you the actual test here. She's so different on my laptop? Yeah, that's fair. It always says. Let's give it the test. Image mode. Grayscale. Flatten. Discard. Ooh. Good work, Venus. Is the image readable when it goes to grayscale? And it is. I think you're doing really good work with your texture brush. I would love to see you do more of this with your texture brush. Since you're doing such like a you're doing such like an abstract sort of loose image. Your round brush isn't serving you all that well here. And also, stop using opacity. You were so close. You were so close here to having a perfect score on your clouds. And then you had to throw in the cowardly approach of opacity. Even if we are going to use the round brush. Look at it. Look at how nice your shapes are. They don't have to blend into your sky. Don't worry about it. Find the blue that you like and commit. Commitment. No, that's awesome, Venus. This looks sick. I really love it. Definitely keep going with these texture brushes. I don't know what prompted you to find like these different like lined texture brushes, but I want to see you go crazy on them. These are amazing. This is actually a really great piece. Your coloring here, Venus, is really bold, and I'm really impressed. So don't be afraid to keep trying to be bold like that and ruin your pieces. That's amazing. See more orange tad, and there was a mid-tone there before. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, the Harry did a fantastic job applying it. Good job, Venus. These regular paints mixing black with yellow makes a muddy green. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there was a black in there. What I was investigating, Bizzo, is if Venus was trying to use black to darken her colors. Also, the other piece, I can redeem it again. I don't want to do two pieces in a row, so I might get to it a little bit later in the stream if you want. But typically, I'll only want to do like one piece at a time. So, did you do another piece? Oh yeah, you did. Oh, for designs. Wait, this is sick. Yeah, I'll get to it later if we can, but only one redeem, and you're only allowed to redeem for yourself. Those are the rules, man. Those are have always been the rules. Otherwise, people just dump their channel points for like an hour's worth of redeems or whatever. All right, cool. So, landmarks, monuments, fields, forests, and the rest. Where's our climate map? We have our climate map. Okay. All right. We have our climate map. What the fuck? What was fate? What is this shit? Can somebody call Mandari? and ask if she's okay? Can somebody like send her a DM and just make sure she's not being held hostage by her own like fucking world building? Rainforest, monsoon, savanna, desert or arid, hot, desert or arid, cold, semi-arid or steppe, hot, semi-arid or steppe, cold, temperature, humid, boreal, temperate, arid, tundra, Mediterranean hot summer, Mediterranean warm summer, Mediterranean cold summer. Who does this shit? Subtropic highland dry winter, oceanic subarctic dry winter. That's not even a real word. That's not a classification. Ice caps, subtropical ice or highland monsoon. What the fuck? We're gonna have to go region by region. So this is dark. This is dark red. Okay, hold on. Okay, all right, all right. All right. Oh my God, there's so much here. Haven't quite finished because I'm the worst. Yeah, true, but it's mostly their mountainy area, mostly highlands. Druidland's probably mostly Mediterranean. Got it. So we have to like compare colors here. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so we have our names. Our climate. And oh, she sent me that twice. Okay. So we have rainforest into monsoon, I think, into subtropical humid. So basically palm trees into jungle boys. Palm trees into jungly boys. Got it. That's all she needed to write was palm trees into jungly boys. Like, is it so hard to say that? Why does it have to be so complicated? Wait, what's the pink? So this entire area here is pink, which is, oh my God, savannah. Okay. So we put some rainforest up top and most of savannah in there. And then, so we need to do a rainforest style tree and a savannah boy. Okay. And then also we need some names. Fuck. There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to read this low res writing. The big ones I can read. But like I can't make that out. I'm gonna need to ask her. Add plateaus. Yes, ma'am. And then keep north mark out. Okay. All right. Put our trees around. I'm impressed, man. I did say I wanted detail. Where is the drama? It was supposed to be on my Twitter an hour ago. How am I supposed to be cancel your mid-subathon if there's no hot takes? Oh, what hot takes should I have? Fuck. You're right. I just don't know what hot takes I was supposed to have on Twitter. Oh, fuck. I could give a hot take about... Should I give a hot take about yesterday's D&D game? Like, it has to be a VTuber general take, right? Like, VTubers are the worst D&D players because they're always trying to tell their own story. Or what? What do I say about Fishy and shit? Like, I know you're right, though. And can't Sullivan get it picked up by a K-pop crowd, bringing people to the subathon? That's true. I could cancel by the K-pop crowd very easily. You want to get canceled by the K-pop crowd? I can do it. All right. K-pop crowd cancellation speedrun any percent. Blackpink wishes that they had the amount of badass bitch that CL had in her left pinky. BTS is probably the worst example Korea could have offered when only a couple years ago they had examples like Big Bang and man, there's just so many examples of groups that had infinite more swagger and personality than BTS. You know what BTS is? BTS is what happens. BTS is the Marvel movie phase 4 of cinema. It's like you take what works, you take all the groups ahead of time that work and show up, you know, yeah, the M Blacks, the Big Bangs, the 2PMs, the TVXQs. You take all these groups that are like original and have something, you know, interesting, and then you find what works for them, and then you continue to craft groups and you water them down and water them down and water them down until you get the most bland, safe, watered down version of those interesting things. BTS. There you go. You know?
Evan, you can't have a hot take if it's obviously correct.
Let's see. Hot takes for the K-pop crowd. Anyone who thinks a G-idol should remain censored probably is still living in their parents' house. Every quirky K-pop girl group that tries to be weird and funny is just trying to be anything that Hyuna used to be when it was cool. Fuck, what else? If you're a K-pop group and you haven't been on Running Man, nobody cares about you. Hyoyeon is the best dancer in not just all of SM, but basically the entirety of Korean K-pop, and she always has been. Fuck, what else? What else can I say to get canceled by the K-pop stands? Yeah, shit. I need to marinate on this for a little while. Go back to Hyuna thing. We can get some hardcore stands after us. Why people hate Hyuna? Damn. He a VTuber heavy? Fuck. Oh. 2D VTubers are just 3D VTubers that can't afford equipment. There you go. There. How's that, Ashy? How's that? Is that one good? Is that good? Live 2D, more like can't afford 3D. Like Tableau? Oh, K-pop. Hot takes about Tableau. Let's see. Anyone who thought Tableau was faking any of his credentials probably still lives with their parents in their 30s. I got you. Yeah, I got you. VTuber D&D has so much childhood trauma they need 2 layers of dissociation to cope. Not only do they have to make believe that they're a different character, they also have to do it while wearing a hot anime girl. Like, you can't disassociate from just how much you hate yourself that you have to wear another fat mask on top of that, and you can't see yourself on the... Okay, yeah. Wow, Jesus Christ. That's dark, man. Ah, goddamn. Ash can be canceled. Cool. I'll admit, I actually don't know anything about BTS. I actually don't know shit. I stopped being interested in K-pop when YG stopped being interesting. I hope there's like somebody, at least like one person that just knows about K-pop from like the mid 2000s and around 2010. That just understood anything that I said. Just someone out there just nodding at their computer while they're like working at their insurance job or some shit. Being like, yup, he's right. He's right. All right. We don't want to do too many trees through areas that have a lot of word marks in them. So where is our city name? Got that all? Got you on all that? Okay, good. Oh wait, it's on this map. Fuck. What is this word? I see CECTUR. This is way too low res. This is way too low res. Fuck. I need to know there's like city names in here. Let's go map notes unless you lost those or sent them. One had a hex grid, one does not. Open in browser. Copy image. Maybe it's better without the hex grid. We'll try. This is the size of the map that she sent me. Call Faye? I think Faye's busy. I'm just gonna demand Faye jump on a call with me. Wait, is she live right now? No, right? She's not live today. Yeah. If she was live, I'd go yell at her, but she's probably doing important stuff. Not live, damn. I see the Pearl sisters. Yeah, sorry. There's like 7 dudes with colored hair winking at you for 3 minutes. That's BTS. Yeah, fair. When we're saying you don't know / care about BTS enough to get canceled, maybe I don't know. Hot take opinion that'll get me canceled by the K-pop crowd. New Jeans is the only original K-pop band that's been out in the last 10 years. Okay. We don't want to go too hard on our trees around the south area. This is all... Oh, yeah, it gets to be rainforesty up here. So, we need some rainforest trees. So, rainforest trees are going to be a little bit taller. I mean, if we're gonna do rainforest trees that are like based on reality, I could do a dead barren landscape with soybean farms on it. You yell at her in 1.5 hours. She's announced she's playing a game. God damn it! Wait, she's playing a game right now, or she's playing a game in an hour and a half? Bomby hot takes. Every take on Bomby is a hot take. Everything I could say would be a hot take on Bomb. True hot take on Park Bomb. If any other K-pop starlet could sing as well as Park Bomb, they would be the most famous K-pop star in the last 10 years. Skyrim 2 p.m. CST according to her announcement. Skyrim? She's playing Skyrim? Hot take on hot sauce? Hot sauce is overrated. Hot take on hot sauce. The hotter the sauce does not equal the better the sauce. Yep. Hot take on hot sauce. If you've never eaten Korean sundubu jjigae, I don't care what your opinion on hot sauce. What else? What else could really get me canceled? I used to eat so much hot sauce when I was like able to. You have no idea how much I miss it. I can't eat shit anymore, man. Not until I fix my stomach. If it does fix, like, what if it's just like this for the rest of my life? Mild but true. Flavor greater than raw spice, true. Just because your hot sauce markets Carolina Reapers doesn't actually make it good. Piri Piri is great and probably my favorite hot sauce, but it's not spicy. Wait, where's that from? I think my opinion on hot sauce more heard since I had sundubu jjigae. It does. It means that you actually, if you are a sundubu jjigae enjoyer, it means that your opinions are more correct. People out here thinking they go to Chipotle and they know what they're talking about for spicy foods. It's like, how much do you know about Indian food and how much do you know about Korean food? Alright, we have a rainforest. They're a bit tall, but it's okay. Shrink them down a little bit so they're just a little bit taller than the regular trees. So wait, is Faye playing a video game or is she playing in like a Skyrim D&D game? Hot sauce hot take. It's not hot unless you feel the heat when it comes out the other end. True. Fortunately, I think they sell it everywhere. Costco, Walmart, etc. Huh. Recommend the Nando's Piri Piri on the St. Hubert. Wait, what? 20k SKUs is selling for good hot sauce. Great blend of flavors. You can get it perfect. Man, I miss hot sauce. I miss spicy food in general, bro. On this map, we're going to do the entire map, and then we're going to draw one unique tree where there's only a single version of that tree on this map. And I'm not going to tell anyone where it is. I'm going to offer one sketch card to the person that finds it. One custom sketch card mailed to them for the person that finds the unique tree when I'm done this. Not too many of these in here. We'll use these textures. We'll build them once, and you will use them again for like other rainforests. Yo, Gruppy Slap, thank you for the follow. Welcome, dude. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. I appreciate you. All right, we have some of these trees. Have some of these trees. Some of these trees. Do we? Wait. I don't see any of these trees. Oops. Okay. Nando's black sauce is amazing sauce. It's one about the fire sauce. With black label. What is it? You'll find something incorporate spicy food without messing up your stomach. Lily asked my mom on that. She's the expert on that. No, I can't eat like anything interesting right now. Right now, my diet, like I can't eat garlic, I can't eat onion. Oh god, even like dill is pushing it sometimes. I can't eat fucking anything spicy. Like the food that I eat right now is so bland and boring. You know how I lost so much weight? I lost it eating ground fucking turkey and salad. Like, it's so ridiculous. Faye, what's up? What's up, bro? Faye, I can't read some of the names are a bit too low res for some of this shit. Unfortunately. Even my names are too low res to read. I gotta get some landmarks on here at some point. I'm impressed by the level of dedication you have to your climate map, though. Also, you don't actually have to be here when I'm drawing your map. It's okay. What do you have questions about? I don't know if there's any like questions beyond what names were, but I'll grab a higher res version of that from you at some point in time. I think we're mostly Gucci. How many landmarks do you want to put in here? Yeah. Want to say palm tree jungle? Palm tree, yeah, palm trees to tall boys. Wiggly palms to tall boys. All right, we need, where are our rainforests at? Our rainforest continues down into the south here. Okay. We'll grab some of our other little trees and slap them on here. We break up the actual trees a bit more. So we'll get some of our savanna trees in there. Just a couple. So we're blending in. Armor looks nice. All right, fine. Got it. Yep. Good. I am the art boy. I'd made an art at one point in time. I don't know if I've made many arts since then. It's amazing that I've been streaming for 3 years and only have like 5 maps of my own done. You'd think my world map would be like finished, polished, whatever at this point. And yet here we are. All right. Copy image. Oh, it's so much bigger. All right. Caelora. Ooh. Caelora. So what we're gonna do right now is we're just gonna do little circles for our landmarks, I think. Lorem Ipsum. This is an Elvish port. Wait, what? Why I only want to do the second half? All right, Caelora. Got it. Oops. And that is, where are we at? Put our names, we'll put it into a folder that we can change right now. Say Laura. I usually put it beside or okay. That is right below. Land details. New layer, we're gonna call this layer landmarks. We'll build a house and we'll make one general little icon for towns and then we can fix later. And since this is gonna be like kind of an important world building-y thing, I'll probably get Faye to tell me what the vibes are for most of these places. For now, we will use a little house to denote where things are. I want to try and finish, like, if I can, Faye, like this entire region today. Like, get it like almost finished. Mountains, names, all that stuff. So this moves up into light blue, and light blue is temperate humid. Ooh. Humidity. We'll put tons of trees in there. We can put a couple. Any other names we need? What the fuck? Add mountains. Add mountains. Where? More border. More border. Goes through the mountains? Or the mountains are go on the left side as well. I see. Okay, so the border goes around and through the mountains. And is there a third area there? You seen the high-res version without hexes? Is it hard to read? Oh, okay, sure. I got you. Hit me. Like a valley. Oh, okay. That's cool. Dies internally a little. 3 hours of work left. Well, it's not bad. It's only 3 hours, and then you're off for the day, I guess. I was gonna say the weekend, but I realized it's only Thursday. Kylor. Oh, okay. It's a hard C. Got it. Have you thought about the balance, Faye, between dumb made-up fantasy words and real words, or like Tolkien-esque real words, where you call things like the Black Marsh? So we have a lot of bullshit made-up words, but I'm worried that the map won't have enough real words for people to like grasp onto. I don't know what all your like city names are, but I'm assuming there's like more grounded words in there. Transform. Wait, what are you doing? Okay, there we go. The balance must be key in bullshit to real words. Okay, add mountains around, and then we have a valley. Diverock and more border. Okay. Wait, do you want additional border or border around it? Most of them are bullshit made up fantasy words. Exactly. We need some grounded names in here. So Where's our borders? I think that's what we're looking at. Add mountains. Okay. Make this a little bit smaller. We shall place more mountains. Let's make our brush able to shrink. There we go. Okay. We need more mountain. There we go. Put mountain shadows. Painter in. All right. My chat message? Wait, what? Add a single mountain where I have the arrow pointing so there's like a valley between Elven and Bit. A single mountain. One single mountain to where the arrow is pointing beside there. Well, but that's what I did. There's one single mountain. You have to move the border down. There's one single mountain, and then this one like has to join them. You not like the valley? What's wrong with the valley? Do you want it bigger? Do you want the mountain more spread out? Mountain isn't single, it's dating another mountain nearby. Listen, man, it's hard out there. Chapter 1 of the Discord. Any feedback's appreciated? Oh, pog, yeah. I haven't got a chance to read any of the writing. Got off last night after stream. Didn't do much, I'll be honest, unfortunately. Imagine the mountain would be touching the top one, not the lower one. You want it slightly higher? Okay, I'll put it slightly higher. All right, mountains. Got it. All right. I need to figure out something so the border isn't going through the mountains. I need to move this one over, I think. We should move our mountain shadow. Okay, so now we have a little valley. So the border goes through the valley, dividing whatever we're dividing. And then some more border, add mountain, and we're calling this part, we're calling this thing Gallahan. Wait. Where are we putting these word marks? For Diverock and Gallahan. How are we gonna fit these in here? Let's do our best. Is that DIV URACH? What is up with this, man? It's like I gotta do a giant pen stroke. Thanks for literally moving mountains for me, Evan. Yeah, anytime. So what part of this is Diverock and what part is Galahane? Gala Hainn. Wait. Galhane. Hold up. My A was in the wrong spot here. GLA. That's what I was. Okay. GLAHAINN. What? GLAHAINN. Okay. Where are we putting this in here? So what part is Diverock and what part is Galhane? Glahane. Guessing Glahane is the interior area here. So how do we... It might be a bit too small to put a name in, to be honest. We have to make it bigger on the map just to put a name in it. Oh, that's so long ago, that's fine. Necessarily fit all of them in there. Pretty sure it's asked for capitals and other points of interest to try to give you that. That's fair. So what's this Rezo? I think Diverock might be the name of the mountain range. Oh, okay. Okay, then we have to fit this into... We have to fit this into the mountains. Okay. Easy clap. Can't have it touching everything else. Be a little bit close, a little bit tight, but it's fine. As long as it's not touching the mountains themselves. And we'll make Diverock a little smaller then. Just rasterize it, why not? Alright, so what part here is Glahane? Is Glahane the valley? They didn't really shut down anywhere other than this map, so that's fair. So is Glahane the valley or is it a landmark of some variety? The valley? Okay. Oh, Photoshop froze. Nice. Pog. Probably gonna have to make the valley bigger. How do we fit a mount? How do we fit the mountains in there? Glahane needs to... be smaller so it can fit in there. And then we have to move our mountain outside of that. Probably need to put one on top and one on the other side. So as far as city maps goes, I think I'm convinced though. I think I really want to try. I want to try this sort of the 3D-ish, like 3/4 view isometric-ish looking thing. If I can. I don't know if it'll work. but I'm kind of inspired by what we looked at today. Okay. And it's touching a border, but that's okay. There's so many layers. There we go. We have a valley now. Pog. Now we gotta tree it all up. Well, the only way to get to Berlani is to go through Glahane, because most people would die trying to go over the mountains. Man, we should have put spikes and like fucking chainsaws and shit on the mountains. Put the border there because Berlani is heavy fortified country. Use the mountains. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. GG on 3/4. Let me know if you want to borrow a login for Incarnate to fuck around. I probably won't use Incarnate. I appreciate it. I probably won't use Incarnate. I'll like need to try and figure out a style myself at like of drawing, you know, I don't know, like houses in 3/4 or whatever, and figure out how that looks when you stack them all up. You know, and like the problem with the city map is that I'm worried that if I do it in 3/4 or whatever, I might have to draw it all by hand. Which would make it tedious beyond all belief, right? But that'd be really cool, you know? Yeah, I don't know, man. Because it's important that I have like that I have texture in all my icons, glyphs, whatever. It's like this map texture, the brush that I'm using, the texture that it has in it, at the depth that the texture is, which is like a 7 or 8% depth. The depth, the texture, the brush size, some of the brush shape to it. This is all necessary for the map, as it all has to fit into this this brush. So I have to be able to do everything with that texture. Like what I do with my names at a certain point in time is I'll erase all the names and I'll redo them all with this brush texture, so that it all has the same kind of like broken up little, like, you know, all the lines, everything has this brush texture, make it look like it's all made with the same sort of tools, you know. All right. Okay. Now we have more words we can add in here. All right, trees. Back to trees. Should be able to get this like main thing we want to do today done. This entire like area, because I just want to really see what a area that's like pretty much finished. Are there any landmarks you want in Atonus, Faye, or are you good with there being no like names or anything around here? Divarak, wait, Divarak Galahane is one word? That's one single word. That's the name of the valley? Is Divarak Glahane? I thought Divarak was the name of the top, or you said the name of the mountains. Oh. I was going, brother, saw your courtroom art? Yeah. Who's drawing courtroom art of your shit, Dave? Couldn't remember if I found my notes. Okay, so it's not the mountains. Okay, all right. Then we got to make the valley a lot bigger, probably. Maybe not. Let's see. I guess we just have to go over the border, and it's just gonna look a little weird, but that's fine. What's up, old rail? How's it going, buddy? Oh, good to see you. Good to see you, homie. What's good? How you been? Tell you something before you drop, but you don't look at chat often enough. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do shit. All right, good rock line here. That was okay. Honestly, it can touch for small things like this. It can touch the border. I guess it's not a big deal. Yeah, that's okay. I don't love it, but there's not gonna be very many areas in here. This might be like one of the only areas in the world where something has to touch the border, so that's fine. This, please. Wait, what? Valley is probably too big. Wait. But like, if you can't put the name there, it's okay. Oh, well, I mean, like, this is okay. I think if it touches the area or touches the border, it's probably okay. I don't mind this. And honestly, it can be a little bit smaller. Actually, never mind. We'll leave it there and we'll figure it out later if there's something better we can do with it. If we can, great. If not, that's fine. We do our best. All right, let's do some trees for a bit. So I don't want the value to be that large, or rather the mountain range to be correct. Oh, okay, you don't want the value to be large. Okay. 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 Borders. Wait, where is this not working? Oh, there we go. Works. All right, let's see what you had on your notes. Oh, you want like this to be the valley. Oh, that's what you wanted for the valley? You're going to border two sides? Because I thought like you know, on the notes it looks like you want the border to go like normally around here and then around this side, this way as well. You just want the border to go around. Then I guess we can just put the word mark in, and that just implies the valley. All right, Hog. This works. Then since it doesn't have a border on it, it doesn't like necessarily. We'll just squish your mountains a little bit, and then we can keep the word mark in there, and then it's just like, oh, there's something interesting there, but we don't have to frame it or whatever. Can we consider your time? That's obviously failed. Now we're good. We're figuring it out, Faye. All right, we'll squish your mountains a little bit. And then we have room for the word mark. So the word mark will still be there. It's just not gonna be obvious what it is until you like ask what it is, I guess. We'll see how we like that. All right. Mountains will squishy squish. We'll see how we like that. Okay. You put one more tree there? Where? I already put a tree in. Well, you don't like the trees that are there? You want like a big giant world tree or whatever that just gets burnt down by some zealous writer at your game dev studio because they're like, oh, I want to like make an impact on the world that I didn't build, so I'm gonna burn down the world tree because I think it's cool. Or is that not what you meant? I'm sorry, the wound is still fresh, Ashy. Wish I could intuitively switch between layers based on what I'm thinking. Wouldn't that be fucking sick? Alright, now we're going back to our trees. Populate out here a little bit. That looks like on zoomed out. The trees need to be smaller, I think. Upon zoomation. Regardless of if they're taller, they need to be the same size, I think, ish. Okay. Better. I also want to do more with my forests, like little tiny like shrubs and stuff, you know? That helps out on some of the maps that I've done. Discord? What do you mean? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Hi, what's up? Hey, hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Evan,
What?
I was trying so hard. I was like, no, Evan, stop. No, wait. So you're like moving things, and you're not looking at chat. And I
What
was
do you mean?
like, I was losing my goddamn mind because you'd like move an entire thing, and I'd be like, no, wait, hold on. I'm trying to.
It's fine. We got there at the end. Most of it isn't gonna be squished, so we're fine. Right? All right. What do you?
But you moved a bunch of the mountains, like you did a whole entire one of the
Yeah.
sections, like the ones that are like the top of the range there, where like the text is. You used to have mountains there, and I liked having the mountains there because they're supposed to be like this like wall.
Okay.
Like it's supposed to be this very
All right. What do it look like?
imposing thingums. And the valley is a vertical, like the valley runs vertically, not horizontally. And I was like, I have no idea how to say this to you.
The valley runs vertically, not horizontally.
Yes, it runs vertically, along that border.
Okay. Okay. So you want the mountains on the left side of the border, so it's more fortressy again.
Yes, and I mean, like you can leave the ones that are on the left side there. That's fine. It's just make it like a
It adds texture.
Yeah, it's fine. It's texture.
All right. There.
Hi, chat.
Is that mountain okay? Are you okay with this mountain where it is?
Yeah, that mountain's great.
Great.
Beautiful.
All right, I'm gonna move its shadow now. Okay. I'll move the shadow. All right.
Wait, no, you know what? I want the mountain.
All right, man. I got 8 hours of subathon left. I can do this all fucking day. All right.
I'm kidding, Evan. I'm kidding.
Man, holy shit. All right, there. Look, hey.
We haven't been on a phone call in so long.
Oh, you're all moving and shit and busy, man. I'm just sitting here working all day.
A year. I think it's literally probably been a year. Since I've been on
No, stop.
Evan, I'm not kidding.
It's not a year.
Are you kidding? No, like. I'm pretty sure.
Nah, man. I have to have called you about some dumb shit in the middle of your stream at some point in time.
Okay, I just scrolled back up through our text conversations, right? Because you can see
right. You can?
when we've started a call. Yeah. Yeah. It'll say like when you start a call, and it's like you start a call that lasted X amount of time, right?
Wonka, delete the logs.
So
Purge
I'm
them.
scrolling.
They can't be leaked.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Here we go.
Do you like your
Now's
mountains?
The time.
Do you like your mountains?
Yeah, it does seem like they're too weirdly shoved off to the side, but I think that that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Move my land details around. Yeah. Oops. All right.
The last time that we had a phone call
Yes.
was in October of last year.
Oh God. Oh. That's so long ago. What's not a year? More than a year ago. What are you complaining about?
It's not more than a year. You're right. It's almost a year ago.
Come on. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I was working, man. I had a sick wife. Leave me alone. You know?
Oh no. Ella.
Yeah, she got. Oh, so good news for her. She got approved for like this really expensive medication this last
fuck,
week.
that's great.
So yeah, so she took her first whatever, and we'll see in a couple months if it helps. And if it doesn't help, then we have to move out of the mountains.
Yeah, because of that weird, like, it's not a rain shadow. It's like a weird pressure wave
fucking
that
Chinook
comes.
shit. Yeah, and then so
Yeah.
like, you know, we were in mod chat yesterday looking at real estate, and I was gonna go move next to Cobalt, but it's like apparently expensive to live in California, and like San Francisco is apparently pretty expensive.
Oh my god, yes.
Apparently
what?
it's like, oh, you
Don't
want
move to
to
California.
you want to live in a
You
single
always talk
bedroom,
about,
$1 million.
Being like, I'm gonna move to Calgary, and I'm like, no, don't move anywhere in California. It's a nightmare.
It's no, man. It's like only $1 million for like a single bedroom. It's like, you know.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing that's a nightmare about California.
But what if I did a subathon to try and move to California? You think I could get $1 million out of a subathon to move to California?
Why wouldn't you want to move to someplace that was just like you could make that money go so much further? Literally, like anywhere else.
Like Kansas fucking City, Kansas?
I mean, I wasn't gonna say Kansas City.
Like Kansas City, Kansas. Okay, got it. I'm gonna go move to fucking Kansas and die in a tornado. I'm gonna get a dumbass little dog to be my dog's dog.
If you're worried about dying in a natural disaster and you want to move to California, have you heard of their wildfires?
Because no, it's fine because
what do you mean?
the California natural disasters is just the earthwake hits the fault line.
Flames and earthquake and the wrath of God.
But
like, what do you mean?
But it's not a tornado. You don't get your stuff blown away.
Dude,
I don't want to have to go find my shit. You know,
like, I have lived like my entire life. There's never been any type of catastrophic tornado that has happened here. Oklahoma, much worse.
Oh, should I move to Oklahoma?
No, I'm saying like Oklahoma, like they get just assaulted by tornadoes.
Should I move there then?
I mean, if you were just saying that you didn't want to deal with tornadoes, I don't understand.
I know, man. I'm trying to live a little spice in my life, you know. I'm sitting here drawing trees all day. May as well be scared for my life at the same time.
They're really pretty trees. I like them.
Yeah, thank you. What kind of?
I really like your savanna trees.
Do you? What the fuck are the light blue trees supposed to do?
Light blue.
The light blue region is labeled as
temperate
humid.
It's like a continental climate. So like think of like oak trees and like that kind of a thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They'll be close to these trees, I guess. Similar, at least, in shape.
Yeah, you could do more of like the fatter like oak tree look. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I dig.
I send screenshot.
Were you drawing trees on your stream or something?
No, I'm just gonna take a picture of an oak tree.
Wait, are you supposed to be doing something soon?
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about that. I've got like almost an hour.
Oh, okay. Are you playing in a game or are you playing a game?
I'm playing a video game. I'm playing Skyrim.
Why are you playing a video game?
Because I want to play a video game.
Oh, okay. I want to play a video game too, but every time I play video games, I lose followers.
Yeah. Well,
that's me.
I'm done caring about that.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, like,
okay.
Baldur's Gate is coming out soon. I've had the beta, but like it's officially launching soon. There's this like really cute fantasy game thing that is coming out soon that I was thinking of playing. There's a bunch of other games like that are like, you know, I think it would be fun. I miss playing video games. I can play. These are like Skyrim is basically just D&D the video game, right? So
someone got mad when they heard that.
Whatever, they can fight me.
But could you imagine D&D in that perspective though?
What?
You have to play D&D in VR with your like fucking hands out in front of you like that shit.
Your hands out in front of you?
Yeah.
You roll digital dice.
Yeah, you have to like.
You know, low key, like if you could get like you know those dice that have like sensors or like they're like digital dice or whatever, so you roll them and then like there's like an app on your computer, it comes up. You could connect that with a VTT, right? Like a virtual reality like room game, whatever. And then you could pretend like you're playing in person with your friends
What?
online.
Why don't you just play in person with your friends?
Well, because sometimes your friends are far from you.
Well, then you're not your fucking friends, are they?
Are we not friends, Evan? Are you confirming that on your stream right now?
We sure aren't D&D friends. When was the last time I played D&D?
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Do you want me to run one-on-one D&D for you, Evan?
One-on-one D&D? Oh, God. I agreed to that with Ellie yesterday, and that was fucking bizarre.
Yeah, see, but now the turns have tabled because I would run the game for you.
What?
Gotcha, bitch.
I don't play D&D. No one has ever seen me play in a game. I've declined every offer to go on somebody's show or whatever, or because of scheduling. It's like I don't know how to respectfully
because of scheduling, quote unquote.
I don't know how to respectfully tell somebody that I don't even plan what I'm doing next weekend. I'm not planning like to do something in 4 months.
Voila. Hey, you know what? At least they're giving you 4 months of a heads up and not being like, hey, are you free on an hour?
Is that how it works when you're famous? Really?
Shut up, bro.
Oh, no, it's
how it works when I have friends who have fucking ADD just like I do and forget to make any plans until 2 hours before they need to.
Oh, well, I mean, that seems fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine.
Yeah, what are you worried about?
Look at those little guys. Look at them. They're so cute. Man, they're so cute.
We can't do too many trees. I gotta figure out the right like texture for them. You know, for the amount of trees to put in here, because
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
I don't
You
know.
know, I made a thing, like a region map in Wonderdraft, that had like big trees, sort of like that.
Oh, yeah.
I can show you sort of how I did that, but
Is that like Incarnate, like one of those programs people use and they can't draw?
wow.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
if okay, it is. All right, got it. Cool.
Although Wonderdraft, you can also make your own assets for. So like,
oh, that's right, yeah.
that's why I got Wonderdraft and Dungeon Draft, whatever, because I was like, okay, well, I can draw my own stuff and I can upload it as like brushes or tokens or whatever.
Right.
So I can then just like drag and drop it and like whatever and do all that stuff.
There was an attempt to make me start doing dungeon maps at some point in time, and I was going to use Dungeon Draft, but I never really figured out how to do it. I still want to. It's one of those things that's like on the list, you know?
It is, yeah, it is like a thing to figure out how to upload custom assets.
Yeah.
Like I went through that recently, and it's not too hard. Like you watch like a 5-minute video and you're good. But I wrote these commands,
There you
or
go.
at least one of them. Cute. Let's see, where the hell I have that? Does it look nice? That's the real question.
Maybe.
I think that it looks cool, but I have it like really, really dense. It's like very densely packed because it's like a region map,
Yeah.
as opposed to like a full world map. But I will show you sort of what it looks like.
Textures are important.
There you go.
Oh, that's cool. That's like man, that's packed though.
Yeah, but that's also because I could set the settings to just drag it, and then they'd all just like line up for me.
Oh, okay.
Which is nice about it.
Mountains are cool. Sometimes
Right?
people tell me my mountains are too small. I don't know.
I like your mountains.
I've been told that I need to look at some map maker for Critical Role's mountains, and I was offended.
Devin.
Devin, yes,
no.
Devin something.
Yeah. What is her name?
Wow. You didn't like my mountains.
Devin Rue.
Devin Rue, yeah. That is the individual. It's a sick map, but
Yeah. I mean, like Devin Rue makes really incredible maps. I was one. I'm so glad that I found my notes. I'm sorry it took me so long. I was like, I don't know why I would have put 2 words there, if I'm being honest. Like,
did you do this on stream just like months ago or some shit?
Evan, I did this a very long time ago. Like a long time ago.
These like pre-COVID notes, man.
No, but let's see. Can I like see when I made this? I don't want. Here we go. I made this in like end of August of last year, early September of last year.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, so like most of this I did then.
Okay, that's sick.
So yeah, it has been nearly a year since I've looked at most of this stuff.
That's yeah.
At least most of like the note stuff. The climate stuff I did a little bit more recently because I had to iterate through that a couple of different times.
Right.
Because I had to learn about, I don't know how much you know about climates, but there are a couple of different ways of classifications of climates.
I have to work for that.
There's the Köppen system. There's the Köppen-Geiger climate. There's the Trawartha climate.
Yes.
So I kind of like mixed a couple because I thought that I liked the simplicity of Trawartha, but then when I actually went to go fill in the stuff, I was like, well, this is sort of like putting this whole entire area into like a really broad bucket that like doesn't make sense because like these are so drastically different from one another.
Right.
And so I ended up going into like the Köppen-Geiger one and then changing some of it and kind of mixing it with Trawartha and just kind of making things of like what makes the most sense to me in my brain.
Sure.
Here you go.
That's
so
easy.
I did that. Yeah.
I haven't done climate or shit for Teleria, man.
Yeah, well, hey, I mean, if you want to use the one that I made, I can direct you to like what it means and all that kind of stuff. Because like generally, when I'm doing lore and culture stuff, whatever, I like the first thing I do is figure out what like the climate is like there because that is the most important part of a culture. Like far and away, it will impact the culture the most out of anything. So I would basically look at where it was in my world, and then I would go look at a world map of our world, and I would go, okay, what is geographically similar to where this is? So like, I would go, okay, this is like a coast. I know that it's generally like warmer here. You know, maybe it's like a peninsula or like whatever. I would look into that stuff. And then I would find something and then I would be like, oh, okay, cool. This seems like this is sort of like that. Like, for example, the one that I have right off the top of my head is like Esnesh, which is a little bit west of where you are currently on the map.
Right.
That like the northern part of that is like it's like Morocco, and then it actually kind of follows that sort of similar geographic scheme that like Morocco does, and like traveling further south into Africa because it goes into like the Sahara and all of that kind of stuff, which is like that's all mostly desert and all of that. Also, I was looking at this map on a globe the other day because someone asked me about it, and I was like, well, it's not actually technically a globe, but like that's fine, don't worry about it.
You globed it?
What?
You globed it?
Yeah, I globed it, which I've done before, but I did again just to like see, and I'm always infinitely impressed by the fact that like you got the borders to line up so well, Evan. Like it is like seamless. It's so good.
Excellent. That's all I got, man, in life. Look, there's not much out here, but if I can get that shit, we're good. That's good. I'm glad. I should try that with with Teleria, my world map. It looks like all globed up and I don't know, fancy.
Do it, that'd be cool. Although isn't your world map, isn't the whole thing with it that like you're kind of filling it in piecemeal with like the different maps that you make of each region?
Yeah, until I hit a certain point where it's like every region that I've kind of made that's important is like done. And then I'm gonna make it into a full world map. Because I think a world map is one of the most important things to getting people interested in your world, at least.
I agree. People always give me compliments on this one.
Yeah, it's like it's easy to visualize your everything you're doing, right? But I only have that, so it's one of the reasons why I really focus on certain regions or certain areas, because I just don't have like I don't want to bring the entire world up. And it's so expansive, and there's gonna be like more worlds and shit that it's just like kind of confusing to explain to somebody who's new. And I realize that, so I just like stick with the Shattered Sea or certain regions, and the fact that there is a world map. A lot of people like don't even realize that until They see me pull it up like months after they've been here or whatever.
That's so funny because I have my world map up all the time.
Well,
consequently, people are constantly asking me like, "Oh my god, like what'd you make this in? Did you make this in Incarnate? Like what is this?" And I was like,
Incarnate. Ugh.
and I'm always like, no,
Ugh.
no, this is my friend of him.
Ugh.
And then I do the exclamation point strong command.
Stop
or
it.
normally someone
Stop
in my
it.
chat does.
Stop it.
You're literally grinding it out to become a Chad. They're literally living up to like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I'm trying.
What do you mean?
I'm trying. Oh, these look
I
better
don't even
with
remember how that happened. I think
I don't know.
I think-
I just walked in your chat one day and everyone was like, "Oh, so strong." I was like, "What the
It was
fuck?
something
Why do I
that
talk in
I-
your chat anymore?
it was
Why do I bother, man? I'll just come here and just watch the stream like everybody else. I'm not gonna fucking talk in chat
but
anymore.
everyone knows you. You don't want to be known.
No,
Where
man.
everybody knows your name.
Man, I'm just that leech that comes in your chat every once in a while and then tries to farm clout.
Leech, what do you mean? You're the one that's doing free labor for me.
That's true. That's true. I'm like the Miz gift to your Pokemon.
I don't know enough about either of those people to,
Don't worry about it.
either agree or disagree with that sentiment.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't think you need any extra context there.
Good.
Yeah. All right. What other landmarks we need on Atonus, Alviria, and Berlani?
So Atonus, the capital, is where the two closest points of land between the two halves are. Lower.
Right. Two closest.
There's two halves of Atonus. There's a northern half and the southern half.
Oh,
and
okay. I see. And it's like
to
what,
your-
right here?
Yes, it is. Oh, nope. Sorry, to the right.
To the right?
I'm a couple seconds behind you. So, yes, right there.
Oh man, that's gonna be tough.
So like, have you played around with the idea of like having something that like, okay, you know, on like a map of America,
Mhm.
where when it gets into like the New England, like northeastern area, there's a bunch of states that are all too tiny and you can't write their names on them, so they have little lines that come out and they're like
Yeah.
Delaware or whatever. Have you
Yeah.
thought have you thought about like playing around with that, like something like that?
Kind of. I mean, it's I want to avoid it. Just like design reasons.
Well, is there a way you can make it a pretty one?
Yeah, it's probably not a problem, honestly. I try to avoid where I can, but like I'll move shit around on my map to make it look good. But if it's like if it has to go there, it has to go there, and we'll figure out how. I think
Sure.
because I also want to do like a larger sort of like landmark at some point in time for it.
Well, like so, like this. If anything was going to be really important and like a larger thing, this and two other cities would be it. Because this is one of the largest cities in my entire setting.
That's important.
Because
then.
there's actually a bridge that goes in between those 2 points right there.
Oh, okay.
It spans the entire thing, and it is that both sides of the bridge and the bridge itself are the capital of Atonus.
So, do you want a landmark on the top as well?
It's up to you. Again,
That'd
this
be
is
sick.
what looks nice and pretty.
Yeah.
You make it.
Well,
make
we
it
we
look
can
good.
do landmarks that are really big because the world map is so zoomed out.
Mhm.
So you do something that's like this giant bridge connecting landmark between two continents. It's actually not that bad.
Sure,
So,
yeah,
that'd be
that
cool.
sounds cool.
What kind of architecture is there?
Let's see. What do I have going on in that area of the world? Blah, da, 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 da. I think that one. Oh, I forgot. You're gonna like this.
Thank you,
So the weather that's here.
Mm-hmm.
This is my Orc Florida.
Oh, yes.
So, cities and villages are built and established with the surrounding environment in mind.
Okay.
Think like I can't believe I'm making a Korra reference right now.
God damn it.
Have you seen the 3rd season of Korra?
It's been a long time.
Okay. The way that city looks in the 3rd season when like when it's been taken over by like plants and shit. What the hell is that city called? It's not University City, but that's what I want to call it. City.
Republic City?
Yeah, Republic City. Okay, so like season 3 Republic City.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's like plants growing over everything and shit.
Yeah, but it's also like there's a specific part in one of the episodes of Korra where she walks further into it, and you can see that like it's like all like in there, yes. And it's all like grassy and overgrown. This is like the closest image I can find to this. Or yeah, that one that you have right now. That one right there.
Okay.
That's the vibe.
Interesting. Okay.
That it's got like the there might be some stone, but most of it's just sort of like longer grassy paths. And so like there's like foliage growing up like the sides of trees, and they have their buildings are mostly made of glass. They do like sort of like greenhouse architecture style.
Interesting. What's it called?
This city?
Yeah.
It is called Kutaren.
Ktar.
Kutaren. Kutaren.
Kutaren. Excellent. All right. Yeah, I think that a little line leading towards it isn't gonna be that big of a deal.
It's more of like significant on the map too. Like I think that's fine. You can steal some space from the ocean.
Yeah. That'll be fine. Be slightly smaller than the continent or the country names. And then I'll do the cool like glowy effect on it. Like I redid how I've been doing like ocean or names that have to be on the ocean. And then we can just nestle it in there. It'd be cool.
Okay. And then I did also send you like the names of my oceans and seas and stuff.
Yes.
That's really
that.
the only place where like my like actual English words come into play.
Okay. Great. Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
The rest of it's just bullshit fantasy. Because like you know I've like low key accidentally written a language, right?
Accidentally is a modest way of putting it. Yeah, no, I'm aware of things you've done.
It was very on accident. Like I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it just happens, right? Just one day you have an entire language.
Well, okay, so
it's crazy, man. You just go live and then you're like, oh, how did that happen? That's ridiculous.
So what had happened was, I was so one of my cultures, their last names are sort of descriptive words, right?
Sure.
And I was like, okay, well, their names essentially like come from people going, like, okay, if there were two Evans in like a kid's school class, right?
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't call both of them Evan because it would get confusing. So you would go like, one of them is like, okay, well this is like Shy Evan, right? And this is like Art Boy Evan, right?
Okay.
Or Evan Art Boy. That would be, and so that is what ends up like basically becoming their name. And then it sort of transitions out of like their sort of childhood surname into like an adult surname, whatever, right?
Yeah. Okay,
so,
cool.
So like each of these were like names that mean, you know, like a shy one, or some like moon-kissed, which means something, or like cold sunshine, or flower in a field, or whatever. And then there's like later ones where it's like steps into light in the shadow of blank, like carried by the winds, whatever, right? So
okay.
So I normally what I do when I do names is I just kind of go with like mouth sounds. I'm like, yeah, this all feels like the same language because it all like has the same mouth sounds.
Sure.
But
Close
with this,
enough.
I was like, well, okay, there's going to be repetitive things here, right? Because like the words with the or as the or like opposite of, or any time that like a specific thing like flower or tongue or eyes are used, whatever, like that's all going to be the same thing. So I had to decide what those were. And then I just started writing all that out.
And it just happened. Okay, that's crazy, man.
And then
Yep.
it started really small, and then I was like, okay, well, instead of coming up with a word that's like hot and cold, it should be like, okay, like we have a word for hot, and then we have a word that is the word for cold, but it's actually just not hot. You have hot and not hot are the words.
Right.
So I had to come with prefixes and suffixes.
Look, I'm impressed. I am, and I'm impressed for multiple reasons. Honestly, like obviously, it's developing your language is hard. But
Impressed is a kind word.
Yeah, but like, look, I mean, like the thing that impresses me the most is your ability to do this shit on stream. Like, I don't do languages on stream. I have never gotten so much backseating in my entire life than when I try and do anything with languages on stream. There's always like a first message from an account I've never seen of someone being like, well, that doesn't make sense because, you know, in this obscure language, this thing happens. And so you can't have that thing happen in your language unless you're basing it off of this Roman Byzantine version dialect of. I'm like, I don't know what any of this is. I'm just making up cool words, man. I'm not smart enough. Like, some people are insane,
you know what I say
bro.
to people like
it's
that?
crazy.
You know I say to people like that?
You don't say anything. You just ban them. What the fuck?
Well, I guess it depends on how they come in. But if they're just like, well, did you know that this thing? I'd be like, that's cool for that language.
Yeah.
This is mine though, so it works this way.
No, people know shit about that stuff, and they're way above me on it.
And then if they're shitty, I ban them, and I don't have this problem because I have no issue being like, I don't like you here, go away, or just like without banning someone, just reprimanding them verbally. Of just being like, hey, like, I don't know why you think this is an okay way to talk to me, but it's not. So you need to stop or I will kick you out. And people either adjust their behavior or they leave themselves.
Not if it's about languages,
very rarely
man.
do I have to actually ban someone in that kind of a scenario. So
languages, man, they get heated. They get spiced up.
It's spiced up.
I
normally actually have the most issues when I'm doing specifically when I'm writing classes.
Oh, really?
Some classes a little bit less, but like classes, good God, that shit is a nightmare. Doing that on stream, is like sometimes it's fun and you know like, because ultimately the reason I'm doing it on stream is to be able to bounce ideas with people and whatever, but. What oftentimes ends up happening with those things is that there's so much that I have to like explain, like contextualize.
Yeah.
That I just spend most of my time doing that and being like, no, that wouldn't. No, I need you to stop saying that this doesn't make sense because you're saying something out of ignorance.
Yeah.
And I get very easily frustrated in those situations because I'm like, please.
I just can't focus that much when I'm trying to do any writing, like for classes or anything on stream. I tried to write some magic item text for something we did 2 days ago, and my mind just kept going blank. I don't know why. Like art's like super easy, but as soon as I have to write shit on stream, I don't know. I just like building the astral stage.
Have you ever seen
really.
how I actually write things on stream? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Like. There is literally something that someone in my chat the other day called the Fey Boy system or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's good shit.
But like boy is spelled like BOI, right?
Yeah.
And the whole entire thing with that is that when I don't have the words for something and I am getting too hung up on trying to finish something.
I understand where this is going.
I just write, and then this boy does the thingums, and then that's it. That's all I write. I'm like, I'll figure that out later. I'll know what that means.
Yeah.
I think your chat also trolls you a lot more than mine does. Not to say that my chat doesn't.
Maybe.
But I think that your chat definitely does that.
I mean, I did have TTS on log before you did, so I think
I think I've always had TTS on.
For no way. I remember you were like telling me like you're crazy if you're gonna put TTS on like bits or something like that.
You had TTS on, you didn't have a limit.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have had, you always had to do $1, and you're like, well, but if anyone's giving me money, I want them to have the TTS, and I'm like, you're a fool.
I thought it was more about, I don't know, I think it was in general for bits or whatever. I think for, or no, maybe it was subs or whatever.
I don't have it turned on for subs still.
Oh, okay.
Which I actually probably should turn on, but
It's good shit, man.
yeah, I actually think that it's nice to hear like people's sub messages. I just keep forgetting to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's like it's a core
Blasphemy.
experience.
We never troll Evan. Evan
Never,
makes
Jacob?
amazing
Never?
doodles.
Never happened once, really? Were you where were you, Jacob, for 12 hours of my stream 2 days ago?
Our tests have determined that was a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it, man. You know? I take the trolling, I receive it, I process it, and then I remember their names, so they're never gonna be invited to Eldar playtest game ever. So you know, it's fine. It all works out. Like it's fine. It's no big deal. You know, I'll be like, lol, streamer bad at art. It's like, that's fine, man. You know, and then it's you know, I don't forget that shit. I can be petty.
Are there any other questions that you have about?
Nah, I'm just chilling. You go prep for your stream and go do what you gotta do. I'm just I'm gonna finish this little region off and then probably do some sketching on something else. I found for like Subathon I need to bounce between a lot of projects a lot to keep, you know, I don't know, so I'm not doing one thing for like 4 hours or whatever. So I'll finish this trees and some other things, and then
the only reason I think to do that in a subathon is if you just are like having a really good time and it's just like, oh no, I accidentally did this for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Instead of it being like, okay, I need to do this for at least 3 hours and then do this other thing. It's like,
yeah, it's just like brain overload for drawing. Like I always take breaks for whatever I'm doing with drawing anyway. Like I never paint like 6 hours in a row on anything like off stream or whatever. So doing it on stream is just like whatever. So all right, go do what you got to do. Thanks for coming on.
Okay,
appreciate the insights. I'm sorry I messed up your mountains.
No, it's okay. It was fine. I felt really bad because you kept moving them, and I was like, Evan, no, Evan, Evan, please.
All right, no, we're fine. We got down to the right spot. All right,
I literally was like, this will be so easy. He just has to erase the border here and like draw it like where I drew the line, and then add like another mountain, maybe two, I don't know, whatever, just right here, and then put the word in, and then that's fine, and that's all he has to do. And you were like, all right, I gotta move 4 different ranges, and I was like, Evan, no.
We're fine. We got it in the end. All right. Cool. Thanks for the help, bro. I'll catch you later, man. See ya.
Yeah, of course.
GG.
Have a good time. Good luck today.
Yeah, thanks, bro. See ya.
Bye.
Mandari, man. The legend. The very first person who ever raided my channel. Did you guys know that? Faye was the very first person to ever raid me on my very first day of trying to be an actual streamer. And since then, oh boy, man. Oh boy. I'm not busy trolling myself. What have I ever done this troll myself? I mean, I did set the sub timer too high and then forget to alter it. And then the mods are just like, bro, instead of being at 12 hours, you're actually at 18 hours. So there was that. I kind of trolled myself at that point in time. But that happens to everyone, you know? Every artist goes through these events, right? It's part of being an artist, I feel. Maybe. I don't know. All right, sick. We got a bunch of trees done. We got a bunch of landmarks done. I think it's pretty good. I need to figure out if we're gonna do anything. I just made that up. What do you mean? I didn't make shit up. The character reference designs I want feedback on. Thorkin had paid for. Thorkin can't pay for your feedback. I saw I redeemed one. If he asked me if I would do another one. I didn't. Wait, Thorkin, did you actually pay for the channel points for that? Okay. All right, fine. I will do a quick feedback on that Venus, but rules are. I'm gonna be pretty hard on the rules from now on. That yeah, people can't like, because that's just community channel points. Just doing whatever, like oh, I've got 80,000 channel points. I'm gonna like buy a bunch of feedback for other people, whatever. That could get like unruly. So, all right, design feedbacks. Where we at? Where we at? Okay. What is this for? Winter, spring, summer. I
I'm
need some
sure
context.
Modded felt very silly when they set their timer to begin at 12 hours and had their mods tell them their time remaining has doubled Kappa.
Yeah, listen, man. Monet was, I mean, it happens to every artist, right? Like I said, it happens to every artist. Okay. All right. Winter, spring, and summer. You know, I like this is really cool. First of all, I like the idea of figuring out what the different sort of like clothing and culturally a character or a group or civilization or whatever would wear across the seasons. That's like, it's a good idea to go through this sort of design process, not just with like seasons, but also with activities. So sometimes trying to figure out what like a formal wear or their armor or their adventuring gear, whatever works. I like your silhouettes, honestly. I really like that you're sort of keeping to your certain patterns and whatnot. I would like to see maybe a little bit more emphasis on material on some of these. Like, I don't really understand what's going on with some of the materials. Like, I get like there's a lot of weight here, and you're showing some of that like heaviness and whatnot, and the fur and the stiffness, how it's not really like showing much movement. And so like the winter one, I really understand what's going on. Spring's a little bit less obvious to me. I don't really know what a lot is going on with the materials. And then summer is awesome. Summer is very light, you know, very flowy, whatever. That's all good. I think that I want to see some maybe some cohesive like elements pass through these, like not just in patterning. You've got like a lot of rings and circles, which is great, and you've got the rings in the belt, and then you've got the, I don't know, not really anything that sort of like that winds its way over into the winter. So sometimes when you're trying to like find different looks for a character, there's certain elements that they want to take between different outfits or different versions, different like power points or whatever. If you're trying to draw a character to like different levels or different, you know, phases or whatever. You know, you've got like cool, you know, patterns going on in the shawl. I think that's a shawl here, but I don't see it anywhere else. So I'd like to see something that like sort of unifies it a little bit. You unify these two with the rings sort of pattern on the collar and on the belt, but like you have this like embroidery over, or I'm not sure, I'm assuming it's embroidery around the collar on the summer outfit, but I don't see any of that kind of embroidery anywhere else. So if you want to unify the designs a little bit more, you could try to find, maybe like integrate a little bit of that kind of stuff into the other ones. Find like a good thing that somebody told me once to do for, I had a similar assignment for this in a studio, and my senior artist told me that it wasn't three different variations of the, same character for seasons. It was three different variations of them based on their power level. So it's like, what does a starting, mid-level, and high-level version of this character look like? One thing that the senior artist told me to do was take an element I liked from each one of these, the designs, and a really easy way to make it cohesive, whether it's the fur or the trim or a pattern or maybe an accessory or the way they wrap certain things, and take that element and try and place that somewhere else. So you'll try and take one element from your summer and place it on your spring and winter, and vice versa. And it doesn't get too complicated if you only do one element. You only have like 3 to 4 designs. So you try playing around with that, but I really do like the designs. These are actually really good character designs. I'm curious if this is for a D&D character, Venus, or where are you at with this? What's the OC for? Stories, or are you playing D&D? Is there like a class for this character? Is there like a, I don't know. Monet's mods would periodically turn his hourglass over when he wasn't looking. God damn it. The hourglass, man. I'm glad it's digital now. Unless Blaze is going in and hacking the countdown timer. Because if he is, good. Good. He is learning. He's becoming more powerful than either of us. You cannot stop me. Alright, I'm gonna save all these up so that I don't accidentally have fucked up anything. Close Northmark. I feel like I want to redo the Ashasari map at some point in time. I don't know. Kind of make them wider, right? Rigged? Character looking an assassin? The character did look pretty good. D&D notes. We work? It works. All right, I'm gonna go quickly take a water break, and I'm going to grab a new one. I need to stay hydrated today. When I return, the legendary knights or something else. I don't know. I don't quite know yet. I will be right back. All right. I returned. So I was doing some thinking about the Sky Knights. And I think what I want to do is I want to try and maybe make a little bit of a expanded, because we had a little bit of the introduction of Sky Knights, a little bit of backstory, some of their like powers and whatever, blah, 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 as far as the like background goes that you can select in game. What I don't have though is a lot of like lore. Now, Busy made a lore video of me like describing things, but I think that I want to like write things down to like a substantial world level article. So I might do this as the next big world building project, is build the Sky Knights out, and also do it as the like the Patreon project for like next month or something. How many jump attacks the Sky Knights have? Depends on how much you pay to the battle pass, Ashy. So the Sky Knights are available only to premium battle pass holders. You have to buy the entire battle pass, you know, but you do get the battle pass for free when you buy the Eldar Ultimate Edition. And the Ultimate Edition, you know, is an Ultimate Digital Edition. Doesn't come with any physical goods. If you want the physical Collector's Edition items, you have to buy the Collector's Box as well. So I pre-ordered the Collector's Plus Alt Edition, game not included. Does that have it? It does then. Then it does. Okay, yeah. Because then you get access to Premium Battle Pass now. So you have access to the Sky Knights on day 1. You also have 5 days of advanced playtime over every other player. You know, in case you were worried about that, don't worry. You get advanced playtime. Here at Electronic Blur Arts, we value the time of our customers. And we want to let you know that we value the time of our higher paying customers more. I mean, shit, wait. Damn it. Oh, man, I said the wrong thing out loud again. I'm going to need HR to, or sorry, PR to clean this up for me. Hello there, Beatus. Thank you, Thorkin. Thanks, buddy. I think I might keep the color that we did before, but I definitely want to... I definitely kind of want to like try and expand on this like flourish that they have with their design. We also need to figure out what their order hall looks like, because I want it to be a cool thing that is a playable, referenceable area or region within Eldara. And I want players to be able to get like quests there. Like I want there to be this like these experiences. You know, when you have like friends that play a game, there's like common experiences, and I find that D&D has a couple of common experiences. Like I think like, okay, so an example is among like newer players, I always like to start brand new players before I like had my own like homebrew setting. Basically, I always like to start brand new players on Lost Mines, because I feel like there is something kind of like iconic about starting with the sort of the kobolds, goblins, whatever, gnolls, mine experience. Like a lot of people, their first D&D experience is them going into some mines or going into like a graveyard. Like there's these traditional D&D experiences that you have, and it's kind of reminds me of like in video games you have certain experiences that everybody sort of has. You like Final Fantasy 14 or World of Warcraft are good examples. Everyone who plays Final Fantasy 14 remembers like a certain area or a certain dungeon. Same thing with Warcraft or any other MMO, and that brings a lot of like, I don't know, like understanding of another player's like experience playing the game that I always really valued and thought was like cool. And so I kind of would like to sort of reference that if I can in Eldara by having certain areas like cool enough or interesting enough that players want to go to maybe and like see whatever the wondrous thing is that it's to see there, so that everyone has like this experience of like, oh, I remember when I went to the Shattered Sea for the first time, or I remember when I went to see the Sky Knights, or like, oh shit, did you do this quest for them? Yeah, how'd you guys handle that? I kind of want to build those, or at least build the architecture for those a little bit. I'm just not entirely sure on how to do it in some cases. What are the differences between differences between spring and autumn clothing? You need boots and medium warm clothing. No. Yeah, I'd say spring. You know what I think about with spring versus fall clothing, Venus, is optimism versus acceptance. You know? It's like there's an optimism in what you're wearing in spring where you're kind of trying your hardest to wear your summer clothes, but you're wearing what you need to that's practical, so you're like worrying about like the melt and all that kind of stuff, lots of like rain. And in the fall there's like this acceptance where you're kind of like wearing a winter light, if that makes sense. But I think it's just the cold versus the moisture. The spring's gonna be very wet and the fall is gonna be just like colder than maybe you're used to or whatever. Probably all the nuances in there. Any farmers, yes, we need some gloves and stuff for autumn because harvest, but that's it. Maybe. I don't know. What? Look at like fall fashion. It feels very like on the edge of winter, doesn't it? I just made this picture of Kool-Aid. Do I have to dump it on the server? If I start talking about the battle pass again, yeah, please. We should make sure that I don't leak the details about how the battle pass actually works. Speaking of battle passes, man, Diablo Season 1 is coming out tomorrow. I wonder if we're all gonna play that game. Actually, let me make sure. Let me get ready for. Hold on. Let me get ready for the season to start. What the fuck? Session expired. All right. Let's see. Live now. New patch. Okay. Crazy. Yes, appear offline. I always appear offline when I'm playing video games. Updating. Let's just go here. Make sure this game is properly updated. Is this the button to make sure? Modify installation. Cool. All right. Nice. Nice. We're all ready for the season tomorrow. We are officially ready to play as much as we're gonna play. Premium Battle Pass. Oh shit, man. You get a little horse? Oh, I could be a fat guy. That was cool though. Neat. Well, rip. Rip to my battle pass enjoyers. It's over. I had fun with Diablo 4. I think I'm good now. What do Diablo mean in stream topics? Is it just Diablo? Let's see. Metacritic score 88. User score 4.2. Diablo 3. Metacritic score 86. User score 2.6. Diablo 4. Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. Ouch. Ouch. God, just because it's true, just because it hurts to see, doesn't mean you gotta post a meme about it, Ashley. God damn, man. These Final Fantasy players, they're unhinged. Coming in here just hating Blizzard games for no good reason. I'll play AFK Druid. Autumn has a lot of reds and browns in the setting. Falling leaves, seasonal flowers, vegetables, etc. So you want different colors better suit your surrounding. That's true, actually. That's a good point. It's progressively warmer, so you rapidly rapidly favor loose, airy, flowing clothing, while autumn gets cold over time. Yeah, it's like the optimism versus the acceptance. Does the silhouette of a circle count towards shape similarity? It can, yeah, it definitely can. But if you change the silhouette of one of your outfits too much, then it'll kind of make the others feel a little off. So you gotta be careful about changing silhouettes. You're becoming a dedicated Final Fantasy 14 raider streamer that spends all their day complaining about the lack of M+. That's fine as long as you watch Preach Gaming. Like, if you're gonna complain about lack of M+, make sure you react to a Preach video. Hey, I like M+. Wait. I want a game, man. I want to play a video game. Why do games suck? Am I the weird one? Am I just like, am I off my am I just like old now and jaded and shit, or do games actually suck now? My instinct is to say that games suck, but like there's no way the games suck, right? It has to be a me thing. It has to be Evan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Grandpa. World of Warcraft isn't it anymore? But games don't suck, it's just you've changed. But I just can't find a good game. Like, you know what? I wish I was a Zelda player. Everybody seems to like every new Zelda game that comes out. I love that about them. They're so fucking excited about every single one. And no one can convince them otherwise. I think it's like, is there any other franchise that makes their like fans as happy as Zelda does? Like in the current day? Because like Pokemon used to be one of those. Everybody liked Pokemon. Halo used to be that. Warcraft used to be that. I think Zelda might be the only one that's left. Tears of the Kingdom was outstanding, in the same boat. What was Tears of the Kingdom's scores? Metacritic. Tears of the Kingdom. Let's see. 96. User score 8.5. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Who gave it 100? Keen Gamers, Pocket Tactics, Nintendo Duo. IGN Japan gave it a 100. Wow. Who are giving it shitty ratings? Gfinity? Gross. Who asked, right? Here's Primary Mastered. Legend of Heroes. Trails to Azure. Ooh. Dranius, Dredge, Octopath Traveler. I want to play Octopath 2. I haven't played Octopath 1. I want to play both. So I don't know if I'm gonna like I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I mean, I didn't get into Breath of the Wild. I didn't give it a good chance though, I will admit. I played a little bit of Breath of the Wild and I didn't like it, and I didn't play that very long into it though. I played like probably an hour and a half. So I'm willing to say, like, I'm not willing to say Breath of the Wild was a bad game because I didn't play it enough, even though I didn't like what I saw, even though I didn't like my experience. I'm not willing to say it's a bad game because I know that I was off when I played it. You know, there's like some great games or some great movies or whatever, or a great show that you know is good. You're just like, you watch it and you're just like, nah, this isn't for me right now. Maybe later, but just not right now. And that was Breath of the Wild. So I haven't played Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom looks fun though. But is it do the new era of Zelda games, do they ever get repetitive? Is my question. right? Because that's one of the biggest problems I have in games right now. Is it's like do you remember? Do you guys? For those of you who played Diablo 4, you know how it like kind of feels like the same thing, like the same dungeon, the same mechanics, the same go find a thing, go kill the guys are kind of hard, you're gonna find an elite that with an effect that makes your life miserable, but you're gonna kill that elite, pop all your cooldowns on it, and then you know, you're gonna go do the next dungeon, go do the next quest. You've done this quest 1,000 times, it appears on your map. It is to kill 10 guys before they get to the altar. You're gonna do that, and a big elite's gonna spawn with an affix on it that ruins your life. It's okay, you pop your cooldowns and kill it fast. Like it got repetitive, and there's lots of games that are repetitive that I like Vampire Survivors, great game, it's repetitive, you know, but maybe it was just the gameplay wasn't good. I don't know. We're in a weird phase right now where games developers who made it are looking to capitalize on the market. Indie developers aren't able to produce the products they dream of yet. Yeah. I was terrified of just Breath of the Wild 2 with new terrain, I guess, but it's so much quality of life with a ton of new content. So should I play Breath of the Wild, do you think, before I play Tears of the Kingdom? Should I play it? Should I play Breath of the Wild before, or is it like, it's a lot of hours, Evan. Like I respected the opinion of some people that love a game but still say, you know, maybe avoid it or whatever, because it's just a lot of time. Like you know what one of my favorite RPGs of all time is? Xenosaga. Do I think anyone should play Xenosaga? Nope. I don't think you should play any of the games. Any Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3, do not play them. Avoid. Why? Because it's 400 hours. And who has 400 hours? You know? So, is it worth 400 hours? No. Am I glad I did it? Yes. Would I do it now that I'm an adult and not like a teenager or an early 20-something with little to do in life? No. You know, and so I don't know, is Breath of the Wild worth it? What do you look for in a good game, Evan? Man, I don't even know anymore, Viddy. I love simulation games, so like your Age of Empires, your City Builders, stuff like that. I love RPGs. I love MMOs. I love Warcraft, Final Fantasy. I love stories. What I want in a game, Viddy, is I want what you want in a good story. I want to feel something. I want to go to, you remember the first time, Viddy, I'm so sorry, I don't remember if we've talked about this. If we have, I'm terribly sorry. Have we talked about World of Warcraft? Were you much of a Warcraft player? Because like I want to feel like I felt when I went to Northrend for the first time, you know, in a game. I want to feel the world around me, and I want the gameplay to emphasize how wonderful it is to be in that world and how spectacular. And I don't want like annoying puzzles that are tedious. I don't want tedium in games, you know, which is like so hard now, because it's like, how do you, like, you know, it's something that I know I wouldn't like with Breath of the Wild. I would never 100% it. I do not want the gameplay to be finding collectibles in weird little cracks of the world. You know, that's not my jam. But I'm wondering if like the main core component of the story is it. Games I've really liked recently. I mean, I liked the Diablo 4 story. It was okay. Whatever I've even liked recently. What have I even played recently? I liked BattleTech. I like Mech Warrior. Those are two games I played recently. Fuck, I don't know, man. But those are kind of like, I don't really like BattleTech or Mech Warrior because of the gameplay. I like BattleTech and Mech Warrior because of the world and because of the story. Because I fucking love BattleTech and Mech Warrior. But a game that I like picked up that I really loved, man. That's so hard. You know, the last game that I tried out, like picked up and played that I really adored, and I was like, this is fantastic, is Final Fantasy 14. You know, I want a story, I want a world. I want simply logging into the game and existing there to be fantastic. Start falling asleep running dungeons, yeah. And then imagine, Blaze, my surprise when it's like you finish the campaign, you go talk to the big tree, and the big tree's just like, go out and now find those who have wronged us. And you're like, okay, cool, I'll go collect your debt. And it's like, so what does that look? How do I go find people to collect their debt? Well, you can find them at the end of dungeons and in quests. And I'm like, okay, what else can I do? Well, Evan, you can do nightmare dungeons. Oh, nightmare dungeons? What are those like? Okay, well, they're dungeons, but they're harder. So it's just a dungeon. Yeah. Fuck. You know? I suppose what I want in a game right now is I want a story and a world. I want a game that makes you feel like a good D&D game. I think of Baldur's Gate. I haven't played the new Baldur's Gate, actually, Doc. I haven't played the new Baldur's Gate. Didn't pre-order it. Nothing. I know it's not out yet, so I was waiting for it to like come out and then maybe go on discount. Because like games are honestly so expensive in Canada now. Like Baldur's Gate, how much is Baldur's Gate? It's on Steam. Let's see. Baldur's Gate Steam. Hello. Hi Steam. Hi Steam. Thanks for loading. Overwatch 2 Invasion, August 10th. What is wrong with my Steam? Okay, whatever. Overwatch 2 on Steam. Wow. Can we make a gravestone emote, please? All right. What is this? Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 2? Where is it? Wait. Is it on Steam? Is this on like some dumb fucking launcher I have to download? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Whoops. Oh, 3. Sorry. Right, of course. Baldur's Gate 3. Not on here. Baldur's Gate 3 on Steam, but why does... What? Excluded by preference? What? Okay, whatever. It seems being weird, but yes, it is on Steam. It just was grayed out or whatever. $80, man. You know, I got the $120 edition of Diablo 4 for $40. I got it for $40 because one of my best friends works at Blizzard, and so I get Blizzard games on discount. I don't pay for a Warcraft sub. He's a fucking legend, and if I could hug him, I would hug him. You know. If this is like, okay, here's the thing. If Baldur's Gate is like Divinity and we can play it co-op, I will enjoy this game because I'll play with Ella. When it goes down to being $80 for the two of us to buy it instead of $8 for one of us to buy it, because I'm not paying $160 for us to have a game. So Baldur's Gate could be the game that comes out that changes my opinion and saves me from games. That's true. That's very true. They seem to be taking their time with it. But like, man, you remember back in like the last couple of days, or last couple of days, sorry. I was reading something. Last couple of years where games were like really good and there was a new game coming out every couple months. You remember that shit? Like there's a couple of years, the last time what's happened was maybe like, I don't know, 2016, 17, 18, around there, I don't know. Where there's like a new game out every couple of months from some studio that everyone was excited about. Like, do you guys feel this like this? Do you feel like games are losing it, or is this entirely a me thing? Are people still excited about stuff? Haven't finished campaign still. There's many side quests and stuff. Yeah. Put buttons on her corset vest and look like googly. Okay. Maybe look at rings instead of buttons. Yes. Also, I feel about Nier, so I'm not sure how much I can help with that, but a great story game I played recently was Detroit Become Human. If you want something more chill, then It Takes Two is a lovely game. I heard It Takes Two would be fun for Ellen and I to play, actually. I might do that on stream, to be honest. That's a great idea, Biddy. Yeah, Nier, like, I will play Nier again. I'll play through it. The thing with Nier is I have to forget about the game enough. I have to let enough time pass to forget about it to be willing to go back and play the same levels again. That's the way I feel about it, because it was so hard for me to play through Nier, and like I guess part of it is I want exploration. I want a big game. I want things to go look at. You know, automatically give you existential crisis, fishy. Why? You just maybe we're the villains. Who cares? You know. Made a necklace and added a rune to reference the spring now. All right. I mean, look, dude. Look, wait, are you doing fall or did you just do the 3? And you're trying to like rework them? For a while, I agree games were losing it, but in the last year or two, this whole indie revolution, AAA studios are being made to step up. So, Aduria, make me optimistic. What in the last year or so do you think is a great fucking game? Because, like, you know what? I'm gonna give you a head start here. I think the new Jedi game looks fucking phenomenal. And if it wasn't bugged out, and if I had a PS5 or 6 or whatever we're on right now, and I had the money, I would download the fuck out of the new Star Wars game. I would have played the shit out of it. And it would be dope. What else? I know people love the new God of War games and like Horizon. I don't love the console experience like that. I don't love the console platformer like the God of War, the Horizon, just because the gameplay of it feels like I've done it since PS3 came out, and so I'm kind of like tired of it a little bit. But I do love the like Uncharted gameplay style that like Tomb Raider, Uncharted, and like Jedi has. So there are some great games, but I mean, like, it feels like as a PC gamer, as somebody who likes MMOs, somebody who likes playing on your PC, I can't think of any, you know? Being Avatar, the only one that's got long pants. Dog. Through the past few years, COVID have affected overall video game production. That's true. I should be more sympathetic to COVID. Those were problems. Because the robots were sad. Pascal wasn't that sad. You start playing through the second save, and you have to save your friend's life who's dying as a robot. That was pretty funny. I'm sorry for the near spoilers for people who haven't played the game that's been out for years and years. I think Gollum will be good. I've seen enough Twitch streams to know that Gollum was not good. Oh, poor Gollum, man. Those poor devs. Talk about smaller projects like Hades and Noida style games have been super successful and are making the big name studios realize they have to actually put an effort in again. Oh, okay. So I thought you were talking about it was happening, not that it's going to, okay. Yeah, I understand now. That's true. Yeah, people loved Hades. I never tried Hades. Noida, I hadn't heard about Noida until Steph was like talking about it, and she played on her stream. Looks fun. Maybe I'll just resign to playing Minecraft with Cobalt's 4-year-old, and that's the only game I can actually play now. So looking forward to the new Hades release. Is it coming out soon? Real DM played loads of Noida, so I'll basically an expert. Yeah, all right, got it. She's a VTuber, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Don't tell Steph we talked about Noida without her. Okay, sorry. Yeah, good save. One of the big games I have: Moonlighter, Light Drifter, and Minecraft. Look, Minecraft's still legit. Yeah, okay. Does DM have anything to do with dungeon mastering? Like, does she play D&D? Or is girl DM just like referencing something else, like DMs or whatever? Girl a great VTuber. Moonlighter. What is Moonlighter? Moonlighter, $3. $3 whole dollars. Wow. I can afford that. Wow. God, why does it do this whenever I switch to my other monitor? I like it. It looks dumb. I like it. You get some dungeon boys. You get a house. You get a tomb. You get a potion boy. Looks cool. It looks kind of Zelda-y to me. Is this intentionally supposed to be Zelda-y? Or is it not Zelda-y at all? Like, I mean, old school Zelda. She's not related to D&D or DMing? That's rough. That's rough. So it's just like, okay. Ah, man. It was a direct message inside joke? Okay, that's what... I was wondering if it was just like a DM from a girl. Yeah, okay, that's... Got it. She's only had all the fancy facial tracking for anyone else? Really? What is... Girl DM... Is she live? She is live. What's so special about her tracking?
It's not even real cheese. It's fake.
Got it. She's on a team called Say So Girls. Okay, dude. I don't see anything like super fancy with expressions, but you know, it's a small... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. All right, Pog. I'll follow. My VTuber list is growing on my follows. It is growing. How many VTubers are on right now of my follows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think. Or is this a VTuber? Yeah. Okay, that's right. 8 VTubers versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or no, 11. 8 versus 11 VTubers versus fleshies. Wow. I gotta get more fleshers on there. All right, cool. To be fair, I don't watch a lot of people that I follow all that often, so there is unfortunately that. Oh, there's more onto that. Whoops. I fucked up. Tracking is expensive and lacks a lot of 3D clunkiness. That's pretty common. That's your 2D model? Oh, well, I thought that like maybe he was talking about like fancy tracking for 2D. 3D tracking made IRL tracking more mainstream. I thought Fillion was the first person to start doing crazy like bodysuit 3D tracking, like full body tracking, right? Was I mistaken? Was I wrong? Was I ignorant of the ways? I could have been. I mean, would be the first time. Put our 3D tracking in stream topics. Oh, okay, hold up. What we got? Oh, that's cool.
I'm just bad at winking.
Oh, okay, I see. So she's got her. Oh, that's cool, dude.
I can do that. Oh yeah, puffy cheeks too. I can go.
Wait, that's sick.
Puffy cheeks. I can also.
Huh.
I can do that. Your fingers too. I do have fingies. I have hands.
What does she
Sometimes
use?
they do weird things. It's
What? What equipment does one have to get? Is this like actual tracking stuff, or is this like like consumer available stuff? She hasn't got the 3D model like a popular on. She uses Yuppet for its abandonware. Damn. Damn. How am I supposed to be a pretty cat girl on the internet if I can't find the proper tracking? I think the tech is really cool. But in a world with Miko, I'm just like not impressed by a lot of people. Unfortunately, hand tracking webcam for her face. It was an iPhone with an IR camera. The software is no longer supported. Interesting. Looks better than a lot of VTubers. No insult to VTubers. That looked great. I think the VTubers know that they look like shit compared to that. I don't think any VTubers are mad about saying that that looks way better. Interesting. I wonder if Miko's gonna be the person that comes out with like well supported, available like tracking stuff. Get port installed in the base of your skull. That's step 1. Oh, you have to get the port installed in your skull? Oh, I thought that happened when I got my COVID vaccine. What did they upload in that thing? Did they upload the tracking software or what? Oh, that was a different tracking software. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind then. Yeah. Chooses Luppet. Yeah, you can do that stuff in VC Face now too if the model has all the tracking points and all set up. Oh, interesting. VC Face is what I use. Because that's what Fox told me to use, and she was the only person that I knew that knew anything about VTubing. So actually, Ella had so much fun playing D&D yesterday that she said that she wanted to do a podcast of us playing D&D together, and she wanted to do like she was like, would you play like do like a weekly stream or something like that, or a monthly stream of us playing, doing like one shots and stuff together. And I told her she had to get a proper model then, like she had to get a proper VTuber model if she was gonna do that, unless she wants to like leak face, dox self. Which she is aware that at some point in time she's going to be her picture is going to be on the internet. That she'll no longer be able to stay anonymous. She's aware of that and she accepts that fact eventually. But like with her going to conventions to like sell her dice and stuff, it's just going to become more and more a thing. Like people were like taking pictures of her and them together at the booth, other dice makers, whatever. And she was like, it's just going to happen, isn't it? I was like, yeah. Especially if she goes to Gen Con next year. But I don't think she wants to stream, at the very least, with the camera on. So, so I need to get like I thought it'd be cool if I could get like someone to do a VTuber model or whatever of her character Ella Blackwood. Like as the paladin. So it's just her character and she always plays Ella. It's always the paladin, because Ella's not the kind of person that she's not like this emotionally, whimsical D&D player. It's like, oh, today I need to be a vampire. Today I need to be a pigeon. Today I would really like to be a cardboard box with balloon titties. Like she doesn't need to be like, it's fine, right? She's fine being Ella, like playing her paladin. She loves her paladin. So that'd be really cool if like I could build for her or get commissioned a VTuber of her paladin, so that when she's playing, it's just her paladin on screen, right? Did you use Evan's art for PNG tube? I don't know if you could do that, right? But that'd be like super difficult, wouldn't it? If I used to, I set it up so people can pelt me with shit. What do you use for that, Aduria? What software or additional software do you use? That's not all in VC Face, is it? Because like Ashy had some suggestion for me for what like she used to get Pokeballed or whatever, but I can't remember. We talked about it so long ago, and it was some shit that I should have written it down, but I didn't, and I don't want to ask her again because Ashley gets really mad when you don't remember stuff. So I don't want her to like cancel me in front of all the VTubers, so I can't ask her, So I'll ask Olner to ask her for me. Some cons are also getting stricter about pictures and videos because of VTubers. Really?
It's called VTuber Plus, used to be on Steam but it's GitHub now.
VTuber Plus by Arzolaf. VTuber Plus. All right, that's cool. $4.99. Oh, come on, man. I gotta pay $5 to get pelted by shit as a cat girl. Oh, man. All right. Thank you, Aduria. I feel about drawing Ella 100 plus layers and having someone rig it. If I knew precisely how to do the layers, I could. I think I could. Maybe. Could I? You know, actually, I don't think I could because I don't think I have a good enough style. I just don't think I could do like anime in like the way that people want it. It's just not my jam right now, and I'm not very good at it. Art homework. What are you feeling, Venus? You're doing a lot of design stuff. You've been doing a lot of fundamentals recently. You just did your composition piece. Venus, right now I'm working on portraits. If you want to work on the same thing, if you want to do a little bit of some studies. I've been working on portraits, but I've been trying to follow. I've been trying to learn the speedy portrait design of a YouTube artist, a Korean dude by the name of what was it? Chome? What is his name? What's his name? He's like really popular. You probably know him. Yeah, Chomeng. Yeah, I'm trying to learn how to do speedy portraits like him recently, because I want to do this sort of like loose sketch style. So if you want some homework that's relevant to what I'm doing, try and see how your 15-minute portraits look, because my 15-minute portraits look like shit. So why don't you just do a couple studies, you know, find a couple of decent references and do like a couple of 15-minute portraits. It's always nice to like return to those kind of things. It feels really good to like return to like basic like portraiture and stuff like that. But try to find references of people with interesting hair, like cool styles or whatever. Don't make an anime, keep it your style. It would be super unique in the 2D space. Only a handful of VTubers I know stay away from the anime style, and I really wish there were more than that were more polished. Do you think that... Okay, hold up. I wonder if in the sketch style, I wonder if it would be doable with hatching and things like that to do a sketch style VTuber for Ella, where she's playing as, you know? Because like the thing is, part of VTubing, I don't mean this to sound insulting, all right? I actually don't. So please try and assume I'm speaking with the most amount of like, give me the most amount of charity you can with the way I'm saying this. Part of what makes VTubing and anime click is that VTubing is fairly simple tracking software. And I mean, you can look at like Girl DM and you're like, wow, this is so advanced. But I'm talking in the context of like film and movies and like Weta workshop shit. It's pretty simple, right? Guapo, thank you for the subject to Fishy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Guapo. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, bro. Help from Airport Lounge. I can't really hear you, but I hope SUBATHON Day 3 is going awesome. It is. Thank you. Appreciate it, Guapo. Thanks, man. Thanks for the sub, bro. But yeah, VTubing software is very, very simple. It's very simple, and the thing is that anime, the simplicity of anime is useful, right? Because when you think about like if you're drawing like if you're trying to move features on a character, trying to live 2D animate a mouth that's like slightly more like anatomically correct versus just like the anime mouth, which is just, you know, maybe the little like the little sort of derivative smile. Trying to animate this in live 2D way harder than and not make it look like it's all warped and weird. Way harder than trying to animate this. Trying to animate eyes with like complicated, you know, like complicated eyelashes or any sort of like shading beneath, above and below the eye. Like it's gonna be all way more complicated, and I don't know if it would translate well. I don't know if the tech is there to make this style look good, or if it is, if you're like, well, Evan, there are some riggers out there. Is that what you call them? Rig artists, riginators? I don't know, whatever's. They can do it. I don't think I could afford them. That's the problem, you know. I think we could work. It'd be kind. I like the comic style animations for movies like Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. Maybe. Get more details. You have to have more points to connect to. It gets really hard otherwise. It looks like those AI converted videos make photos, sing songs and things. Yes. That is rough. Fishy, I was saying that part of the reason why, so the suggestion was that I do a VTuber for Ella so we can keep doing one-on-one D&D games, but I make like Ella or Amelia as the VTuber and I do it in my style. Vidi suggested I do it in my style as opposed to anime because Vidi made a good point. There aren't a lot of non-anime VTubers out there and he thinks that it'd be cool and whatever. Vidi's always right. Vidi's a Giga Chad. We all know that. But I was saying that the difference between anime features, like the VTubing is very simple, and that even rigging like girl DMs rigging that's like really complicated for VTubers is still very simple as far as like rigging goes in general. And with something that has more sort of like complicated features, like the anime eye, you know, versus the sort of like semi-realistic like comic book EI. Right? There's just like a lot more going on in like one versus the other. So it's like very easy to like close and open and like compress these ones than it is to do with something more complicated. So I'm saying that I don't think that I could do that. I don't know if it would like morph, because like this mouth versus like anime mouth, very difficult, very different. As far as like rigging it, and if there are like riggers or whatever, rigging artists out there that are good enough, I don't know what you call them, I don't think that I could afford someone to do the rigging on this or whatever. So it's fair, good take. I think there may be someone out there who'd be willing to give it a shot but wanted to throw the idea. Well, that's the thing, like, what is it, the kind of thing, like, do you think there are people out there that could do it? You know, or is this going to be like something that would be like way too expensive? I'm going to have to pay like $3,000 to some fucking basement dwelling goblin, which is fine. I don't mind paying my money to pay basement dwelling goblins, but I just don't think I have that kind of money right now. Some anime VTubers that are really, really complicated. Yes, but I don't think, like, take the most complicated anime VTuber out there. It's still not, the inherent design of anime features is still not like, the most complicated VTuber that I could like look at is like one of the big ones like Nemu, Lily, Mouse, whatever. Even who's live? Mousie's live. Is she 2D right now? All of these features, even though there are like certain shades and complexities around the eyes and things like that, these features are nowhere near as complex as like a comic book character's features would be, or like a semi-realistic sort of like less cartoony. VTubing lends itself really well to these kind of cartoony features because they act very simply, right? You can turn an eye slightly. You can turn an eye slightly, and the eye, and all you need to do is, because anime eyes are usually drawn flat, and if as you turn them and as you see VTubers turn their faces, the eye's perspective is changed, but it's still a flat perspective. You can't do that when you have like a three-dimensional like puff underneath the eye, or the actual, right, like it's just it doesn't lend itself well to that. So I'm worried that to try and rig something more complicated like that in 2D would be absolutely impossible. So like the only thing to do would be to maybe try and convert to 3D. But like Yeah, I mean, it's complicated for VTubing, obviously. VTube, we can look at it and say VTubers, this is all super complicated, or whatever, some of the biggest VTubers, but it's not complicated comparatively to like some of the work that I think that like my style would reference or whatever, you know? Damn, man. Wait, bad take? You don't like it? Look up Daisy, for example, but you could do a Toon Tuber, which is basically interactive PNG. Daisy? Like, if there's VTubers like that, tell me, because I want to see what they do, you know? Daisy. Clips.
Things that
Oh, so you mean just like a moving PNG? Good take. I actually know nothing about that. Oh, that's fair. So this would be more likely. Yeah, you're right, Aduri. That's actually a good point. The sort of the PNG. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be so much more complicated because like the actual model in question that we're talking about is Ella Blackwood, and it is. I'd probably do a different one, but like there's so, you know, you can't just like take, and obviously this is an older sketch in an older style, and I would do a better version of this now because this is fucking garbage. There'd be too much complexity in the face, too much movement and changing in shape and changing in planes that you'd have to like really rig it in a, I don't know. It would be more than just like the anime style. The anime style is simple and basic because you're required to animate in it. People have learned to love the anime style because of its charms, but the anime style is designed with efficiency in mind. And so a lot of people who aren't artists don't look at it like that and don't really give it credit for the efficiency. But like you take an art like an animator like Ghibli or like Miyazaki's work or whatever, or any of the big anime directors you can name, like Shinkai or whatever, and they use anime for a specific reason, as opposed to just the aesthetics on it. Like a lot of video games use anime for the aesthetic of anime that they like, but animating studios still use anime for the necessity of it. I think VTubing is along those lines, you know? Detailed dense is when I say detailed. Oh, okay. Yeah. The problem is, I mean, like, complexity of how the details change. It's like, you can put a lot of details, sure, but I'm not saying that her model's too detailed. I mean, the way the details move is too complex. One example, Light 2D cubism. Wait, we got some shit? What is this? What do we got? Oh, shit. This is sick. What the fuck? Yo, that's sick, man. So there are animating softwares. There's an artist I follow on Twitter. I forget who they are, but they do animated art of their. Let me just quickly scroll some of my followers. They do art that they animate of like their whole thing is they do still art pieces that they animate. And I wonder, okay, let me see if I can quickly find them. The problem is doing that in time, like you could do something complicated, but you wouldn't be able to move around. You could absolutely animate something like with these like complicated details if they don't move their face very much. If they move their face a little bit, but not like you couldn't move to the side or whatever. You'd be restricted to just like very basic left right, kind of like 15 degrees left and right. It's not this person. No. Okay, I think this is around where it is in my follows. No, that's just hentai. Okay, well, I guess I'm screwed. I can't find it. But yeah, I fuck. You can do it. It's I don't think you can rig it for a person that would like have a satisfying movement to it, you know? After Effects and Live 2D, maybe. We hire Eiley, maybe. Well, Eiley does 3D though. And that would be a lot of work though. Endless Legends Heroes. Kind of stuff you're looking for? Not quite. I don't think. I don't see any other things of them like moving. What a game is this? Let me see a portrait of them moving or talking or whatever. So yeah, animatics like this are kind of like it. I think they use the same techniques, even though I can't see a hero's face. You could do this, but the hero would but Ella's character would basically be in the same like perspective or whatever the entire time, so she wouldn't be able to move around. Yeah, it just like gently moves, but ultimately it's like one piece of art. Yeah. This would be what I would think we would have to do, something along those lines. You know? Friends let you incorporate the kind of thing with PNG tubing? Really? Someone talk upon virtual Obachan again? Please stop. Please, for your own good, Viddy. Please, please. You deserve better in this life. You know, get cut for animations for wait for what? Oh, starting soon screen, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, yours is a good example, Fishy, of what we could probably do. Galactic Silver Carp. Okay, there we go. Wow, Fishy, I didn't know you only streamed for an hour. That's crazy. Where is your... Oh, this is your second stream, because it borked on you, right? Yeah. So, like, this is about, like, the best that I think we could muster. It's something like that. Which would be better than nothing, to be honest, but still, I don't know. That or instead of playing D&D with Ella, on my stream I could just find a real, like, actual successful VTuber streamer. Because, why would I want to carry some no-name fucking budget discount branded dice-making weirdo that doesn't even stream, has no community, zero sub count on her channel? You know, why would I want to carry someone like that around, right? People riot? Yeah, you're right. People riot against Ella. Yeah, I agree. Let's riot against her.
Evan.
Hi, Ella. Hi, Ella. What's up? What's up? What's good? What's good, homie-o? We chilling? We big chilling? Visioning Ella's live 2D avatar in my head, but I have no idea how to transfer what I have in my head to you. Oh, God. Story of my life, Viddy. Story of my life. I can picture it. Trust me. I can't get the picture into the real world. God, that's a true. Alright. I don't want to change the design too much on these. So I'm kind of just like using the base as a default for most of the shapes of these things. Throw on bubble tea? No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'm chill. I have my water. I'm good. I don't really know what was going on here with the cuff, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay. We'll incorporate more of these, like, filigree, whatever, flourishes and shit. Why are you people riding too, Fishy? You're supposed to be on my side on this one. You're supposed to be toxic VTuber. Whatever happened to that? How are you ever gonna get to accepted to Hollow Shoujo if you're not toxic? Oh, that's a bit long. Well, I guess we'll extend. There we go. That's fine. The pencil brush never fails us. Man, I gotta write a whole ass Worldbuilding article about this. When my players get to actually meet the Sky Knights, it's gonna be an event. I'm looking forward to it. Only examples of 2D characters I can think of are Dragon Fable from Adventure Quest. Or Dragon Fable and Adventure Quest. What is Dragon Fable? A lot of gacha games have animated portraits for their characters. Yeah, it's like... It's not expensive to do, so... I think that's why. Could be wrong, though. I don't know. Don't trust anything I say unless it's about Star Wars Saga Edition. In which case, trust me implicitly. I both know what I'm talking about and am correct. Okay.
Evan?
Yes.
Wrong about something?
Nope.
Impossible.
Yep.
He liked Wildstar.
Yep. Yeah, it was great. I played it for a week. I played a rabbit person. Wait, rabbit person? Wild Star Races. What did I play? Let's see. Let's see, Daria. I didn't play rabbit person. I was right. I played a rabbit person warrior. An Orin. Yeah. Wait, so they have humans are humans, then Cassians are just old humans? That's rude. That's all that's different about them? Is they're just old? Oh, never mind. Ambition, intelligence, the human planet of Casas. Oh, they're humans. Okay, so they're just, yeah, just humans. Okay. We get too old. You just change race, exactly. You're no longer human. You are now an old person. Too bad. I'm sorry. Company's probably not for commissions. It's definitely cheaper than model. If that's what you mean. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'd imagine, right? Our starting soon screen, the animation was more expensive than the art. Really? Jesus. You gotta start underpaying your artists, Fishy. Like I can teach you how to properly interact with artists if you want. We're overall fairly weak-willed and scared, so if you get aggressive with us and tell us that we're gonna do it anyway, we'll just do it. So. We're envisioning for the live 2D model is more simplified version of your art headed towards the art style used in Legends of Vox Machina. That way the face is flatter based to make the eyes, nose, mouth work. The expressions could be borrowed from the from that as well. Tickle my head, but I need to share it. Well, Viddy, just casually go to art school for 4 years. Spend the next 15 years of your life trying to get better, and then when you can draw it out perfectly, then you learn the tech side of it. So you want to rig it, you want to design it, and let me know where we're at in around 25 years. Maybe by that time it'll be good enough to actually have art to work for it. I'm also weak-willed and scared. Yes. Do you have your music playing? Yeah, wait. This is my music. Is it? Is it really soft? Is that better? Maybe I have my headphones turned up too much on my Scarlett. Might be why. That should be good. I don't know. Same music, same shirt. Fuck. And that can be Asmongold one day. Song does feel really long, doesn't it? Oh, it's fine, whatever. Not gonna dwell on too much. Now it's louder. Is it good though? Should I get better music? Like, what if I got... Okay, what about this? What about this? How's that? That's nice. That's nice, man. That's nice and soft. Yeah, dude, that's nice, man. I could relax to that. I can relax to that. I don't want to get DMCA'd though, so I won't play any more of it. Yep. I don't want to get fucking DMCA'd, bro. Don't want Iron Mouse to come for me. YouTubers will react to shit on YouTube, but they won't tolerate anyone reacting to them. So I heard Snuffy DMCA'd Mizkif after she went on his stream. She pulled the Aiden Ross Hassan. God, no one gets these jokes. Never mind. It's so Twitch meta. You get the joke? Alright. Thank you, Fishy. Thank you for getting the joke. Because no one else does. Man, I need like a whole month to just do Sky Knight shit. The problem is it's not like playable or anything. It's not like a Sky Knight class. What if I should just try to like get used to writing mechanics on stream? I should just build some subclasses and stuff. That could be fun, I guess. I just wish I had like a good template for building a class that I could just like fill in the information, you know? Fill in the blanks. Maybe I build a template for myself. Then again, writing a whole ass class is hard. Nah, you're good, Vinny. It was his own perspective from his own stream that aiding DMCA's. Yep. Okay. Should we do the kind of filigree all over the armor? I kind of think we should. At least the like larger plates. And part of the reason I want to build the Astral Sage instead of the Sky Knights is because I want Ella to be able to play an Astral Sage in the one-on-one games that we play. Also, why did Ella want to burn everything last night? I never asked her that after stream. I never asked her what her, like, big thing with burning the entire village or whatever was. Like, I get she's a paladin, but damn, bro. Maybe I should be worried. Like how Runa was just sitting there trying to convince her not to the entire time. Successfully, though. Law players, Arena just went live? Uh-oh. So can we lost you into the abyss for the next 3 weeks now? Now the arena is open. I wonder if arena will be fun to watch, like in esports style. Oh, L's home pub. Might play it on the weekend though. That's fair. I mean, is there gonna be ranked arena? Or how are they doing it? Is it just like a fun little thing like ARAM or ARAM? Alright, let's delete some of our underlayer. Lumbering Patty, that's a name. Holy shit. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you. I'm honored. We enjoy your stay. Wait, that was wrong. Wait. Wrong layer. There we go. The wrong layer. Okay, we're good. It's only ranked. Oh, shit. That is a courageous move. Not allowing someone to play casually. Wow. Good luck. I don't think I have League of Legends installed actually right now. If I have games installed, I'm likely to play them, so I don't have them installed. Not super likely to play, but still. Okay. Oh man. Doing her very much. Thank you, Lumbering Pat. I appreciate that. We're doing a Order of Sky Knights right now. That is native to an area in my game, in my world, called the Shattered Sea. So they are like, I'll show you the map. They live north in the Shattered Sea, somewhere up here. We don't actually have their island on a map or whatever yet. We just have their general location. But they are like kind of like a martial class order of protector police for the people of the Shattered Sea. They fly around on their dragons or, well, wyverns, and do cool spear things, I guess. But I decided that I want it to be like an official option for people who want to choose like a fighter. Like maybe we'll make like a Sky Knight subclass at some point in time for the fighter. And we need to have better art for them, so I'm updating an old piece of art for it. So it feels like it's all in-world. Only ranked? Guess I'm not playing the arena then? Come on, man. You can play ranked. It's not that scary. It's just, you know, a rank that you forever have to look at. And if you fail and mess up your games, then you're stuck there at that rank. And you'll know that you deserve it. And you're a bad player and a bad person because you're bad at the game. But other than that, it's fine, right? We're not the summer only event, but they said they would potentially bring it back more permanently if people enjoy it and after they fix some stuff. I'm guessing they will. People are already hyped about it. People are already hyped as hell. Hell, even I like, honestly, I like watching Arena. It's like really fast paced and like a lot of what I don't like watching in League of Legends, Thorkin, is like macro. You know? So like competitive League doesn't have as much macro. I might be, tell me if I'm right here, Thorkin. Watching competitive League doesn't have as much macro because I feel like teams are trying to get advantages early on, so there's always shit going on early game. But if you just watch like a challenger player, I don't know, is challenger the highest rank? If you watch just like Tyler 1 level player, whatever that is, just queuing up in random games, I feel like even like the highest rank League of Legends players that aren't playing professionally, their games are still very like, I don't want to just watch someone last hitting for 20 minutes, you know? Never played a single game of ranked League because I'm so bad they couldn't give me a rank. Oh no. Blaze, no. Buddy, we're trying. All right. Now that I mentioned Skynets as a class, I'm kind of like obsessed with that idea now. I don't know why. Or I make a subclass for them. I paradoxically both agree and disagree. There's a lot of macro and competitive that leads to inevitable fights, so it seems like there is less in Challenger. Oh, that's probably what it is. Yeah, that's a good insight. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Pretty sure I only played against bots the first 3 years I played LoL. Oh, okay. Well, that's the way it goes, I guess. It's so tempting to draw in, draw in reflections and stuff, but I'm gonna have to leave that all for the... Like, I'm just trying to imply a little bit of shadows and light with the, hatching, but I'm not doing any, like, normally in this art, I would do, like, if I was doing just sketches, I would be, like, adding in, like, core shadows, reflections, things like that. But I have to be disciplined right now. There's like lots of small detailed areas and then large areas without much detail on them. I don't want to overdo it on the small areas. I just want to like show off the intent. Okay. Kill all that. That's good. Oh, that's better. Okay, we're getting there. Those will mean if you're playing LoL and you're bronze, you're doing great. Keep at it. Yeah. It's fine. I actually have no idea what rank I'd be. I've like, I don't think I've ever really queued into ranked league. I'd probably be like gold or something. Not like trash, but not like good. Not like wood ranked or whatever. Covering. We added rank this season to so everyone between B4 and Plat 1 gets boosted by 1 tier. D3 and D4 get demoted down by a tier. Damn. You're here getting demoted? Bro. That's rough. Tried to get Ella to play League with me at one point. And what she said was, this is not as good as Heroes of the Storm, and didn't want to play again. And I said, true. Is that a spicy nuggy take that League of Legends wasn't as good as Heroes of the Storm? Probably is. Somewhere, at least, on the internet. What we need is we need the toxicity of ranked play in D&D. How do we give out ranks in for D&D? They did it during split resets, so less obnoxious and a new rank with shiny emerald. Oh, that's cool. And give Heroes Storm a fair chance, so totally why I didn't like it. I mean, maybe you thought it was dumb and not interesting and not complex, and the level up system was lame. Those would all be fair concerns. It would all be fair. You need rank skins so that you can only get through PvP permadeath tournaments. Dude, I'm telling you, man, we need the toxicity of esports in D&D. We have to figure out how to get a ranked system in here. And I have to be the one to do it. If not me, then who? We can't let the little esports or the little non-esports players, can't let them feel like they have a safe place to not have to get judged for their rank. We have to make D&D that place as well. But I don't know how to gauge it. It'd have to be like your GM giving you like ELO or enough or whatever. Level 0 tourney with permadeath. A level 0 tournament with permadeath, where you rank up each round. You rank up each round and you level up by 1 level. What if, okay, think about it. Let's think about this for a second. What if we had a tournament starting at level 1? Okay, we do like a 5-round tournament. Start at level 1. Level 1, you get to play your character class, your character, whatever, and you fight 1v1 with another character. When you win, you level up twice. So your first round is level 1, your second round is level 3, the third round is level 5, the fourth round is level 7, and then the 5th round is level 9. And we do permadeath. So in order to win the tournament, you have to win all your rounds. So you have to be able to win at every single level. You can't take like, oh, I'm gonna be a paladin, I'm gonna be super strong or whatever, at level whatever, and then I'm gonna get there. You have to be strong from the beginning to the end. And you will be the undefeated champion. Might a system for it, to picking things up. Could work like TFT, augments, 10-minute break in between rounds, level up. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be. You don't get all that long to level up, man. You get like a couple of minutes. That's it. Oh. That's wrong. I need to fix this. I just realized. I mean, I do still have my idea of the D&D PvP beat battle royale, where you get like 100 players and like 30-40 GMs to move the players around the map. When they find each other, they can choose to fight or not, and they get to kill the other party and take their gear and level up. Oh, that'd be so much fun. It'd be so chaotic. It'd be absolute carnage. Okay, man, I'm going through my water today like crazy. I'm just constantly sipping it. Let me go get some more real quick. Get more water, and then while I'm gone, behave. No insurrections. Actually, you know what? Screw it. While I'm gone, you can uprise, revolt, insurrect, revolution. It's fine. I'll give you two today. Here, B. All right. I've stretched. I've walked. It's important. Marathon streams, man. Gotta take care of shit. Almost, Ashy. Almost. So I think maybe it'd be fun to try building out the Sage today at some point. Just like write some mechanics down, commit to it. And just actually like try and nail a couple things down. The more I think about it, the more I want to do it. Doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to be balanced. Doesn't need to make much sense. Could be missing stuff. I seen like a good template or whatever. I gotta figure out what people use, like what. Thanks, Viddy. Like, what people do for building classes and shit like that. I wonder if you just do it in Google Docs, or if you need to use like, if there's like template in fucking Homebrew or whatever. Actually, let me look this up. I'm curious now. 5e custom class template. Or at the very least, we build everything that isn't the class template, non-caster. What are these? Archetypes. Well, that's cool. Your result is between 20 and 25 points, including both points gained from archetype features. Then you're in the right ballpark. When in doubt, take a look at the most similar options from the class list and see how it stacks up against things like AC, custom skills, and average damage output. Wait, but that's not a full enough field of points, is it? What if we could build it to like level like 3 or 5 and then figure out the rest of the levels after? Let's see. Template. Empty class template. Ooh. For GM binder. Wait, is GM binder the thing to use? Write all in Google Docs and then transfer to Homebrew after I'm sure it's I'm done with everything. Tricky thing is making sure those 3 to 5 levels are rock solid and it has enough foundation to build 520. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Templates. Woody line mechanics, I like that. Personality, that's cool. Class builder. I wonder if we could build an Astral Sage without a subclass. If that would make it easier or harder. So I don't feel like the Knight needs to be a subclass of the Sage. But you could find like a different word for the Sage and then have the Sage and Knight be subclasses. we start, then you can identify which abilities can be swapped out to create subclasses. Yeah. Why would you ever change the ability increase levels? Jeez, man. Holy shit. On my own custom spells, man. Skill expertise. I was doing Google Docs actually. I might do it later. Let's try that in some community. In the community righted. Wait for what? What? Wait, what? What they try? Because WotC tried it, and the community righted is like the general. I feel like statement of the week for Wizard of the Coast. You know, regulating subclass levels across all the classes. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, you can't like. I mean, I just don't understand why you wouldn't make it the same level. I mean, like, what's the reason why you would want to? You know. I guess for flavor, you know. Feels like more of a progression sometimes, I suppose. Okay. We got something at 3, 6, 9, 12, etc. Oh, okay. That UE, man, it's it'll get you. All right, we need some more definition here. Some depth. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Figuring out which features are the core versus the swappable ones. Like, the main thing I think is the difference between the Knight and the Sage is just how they do their spell casting. Considering the Knight uses a weapon to do it. And it's all based on augmenting. And I can bring back the, like, the term astromancy. Which is the original idea for the Astral Sage, was a class called the Astromancer. I don't know why. The Sage is so much better. I don't know what I was thinking that day. All right. The real problem having the Sage is trying to figure out how to scale the, like, augmented casts for their cantrips, where they can change it between shield damage or shield or damage. There's, like, no good way to balance out the dice so that you get more as you level up, but it doesn't get too OP to just, like, pump it all into damage or whatever. As a cantrip, anyway. Here we go. New twist. The Astral Lancer has a spear that pierces the heavens. God damn it. God. I can't do that. I'm gonna get sued by some fucking Japanese company that's, like, representing, I don't know, like 4 different IPs. We get sued by Gundam, Evangelion, and Sailor Moon all at the same time, Ashy. Alright, got canceled by V Shoujo stands. To be fair, I deserve that. Okay. So I could be representing a Japanese company. Oh, all right. Excellent. Excellent. Just create your own. Create your own, call it something like a royal lineage or whatever. Alright. I wonder how much to leave for the coloring. Start prepping, catch you in a bit. Alright, Giddy. Take care, my friend. Thanks for chilling, bro. Thanks for the input. Might have some class stuff to show you at some point in time. Make you proud, bro. The legend himself. Maybe what I do for the class is I just do what I want to do, make it super overpowered, and then get like Thorkin and Viddy and everybody tell me exactly why it's too overpowered. Say fuck it, go all the way, make it the way I want. Then have people smarter than me tell me why it's bad, or how to change it so it's not bad. Probably honestly like the 5-head strategy. God, I kind of want to start painting. No, we're not going to paint this. We're going to draw it out first. Okay. I wonder if I just shade through the cloak just yet. Let's try racing and see how barren it looks. Oof. Pretty barren. Make it underpowered, but give it 2 abilities that sound bullshit. People are always arguing about how OP it is because X ability. The other are like, no, it's terrible. What are you talking about? How do they even survive level 3? They have a D4 hit die. They get 5 feet, but they get 5 feet per level. Jeez. What a what a way to get your class on D&D Reddit, right? That is one way of doing it. You just make a class so improperly balanced and you know, like somebody is like that has like a I don't know. I don't want to say like well known, but like a functioning, let's just say, stream that should know better. Just to upset people who think like, why? What is he doing? He should know better. I give them regular spell casting, but I make all the custom spells way too powerful. All armor is considered light armor. But you also only have single-digit HP. You have like Reddit post, the class gets 5 feats at level, what the fuck? Most upvoted reply is like, what feats do you even take after level 3? This class is horrible and unplayable. You spend half those feats on survivability and proficiencies. True. You have all the choice and power in the world to choose things that you need to choose. It's like talent trees in MMOs. You know, or like rotations for healers. It's like you have all of these choices at your disposal. So many ways to choose to do one thing because there's only one right answer. In the moment, at least. Yeah, I'm down with that. Infinite choices for the same fucking thing. God, I kind of want to do that now. Just make classes to farm Reddit. Make classes like unplayable. Call it the Dragon Knight. I don't care if there already is a Dragon Knight. Call it mine Dragon Knight. Make it unplayable, but at level 20, you just turn to a colossal red dragon. The real problem with the Sage is trying to figure out how to do the customized dice. Can you write this out at some point? Astral Sage. What does it like to not have infinite layers of bullshit? Like, I bet there's artists out there that have Photoshop documents that don't have layers upon layers of hidden bullshit. They are, I don't want to meet them. In here. Because, like, we did this calculation, I think, at some point in time. To figure out... the cantrip average damage. Up to certain levels. Like, Shocking Grasp. Acid Splash. What are... Firebolt. I think Firebolt and Eldritch Blast are what we were looking at, right? Eldritch... No. Firebolt. God, the healer raid gear is so bad right now. Really? You literally have crafted stuff like in 3 slots, despite being 20 eye levels lower because secondary stats that are that bad on the raid gear. Is it just for meta healers or is it for all healers? Is it like, oh, it's only for like Scholar and Sage because they're the only viable heals or whatever? Or is it just like every healer of every class just can't take anything good? Last conference call of the day is done. Did I miss story time with Uncle Levin? Not yet, Atara. I'm doing it a little bit later today. I said I'd do it tonight, but I'll probably do it later afternoon as opposed to in the evening. I want to be cozy. Okay. We'll do it on this one. Fuck it. Oops. So we have to figure out what the average dice are, and then what the damage dice are, and then what the average of those spells are. So like Firebolt is D10 1 5 11 17. So 1d10, 2d10, 3d10. And what was the average again? Average is not divided by 2. No, it's not right. Reddit. Damage per round. This is it, right? So D4. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Imagine MP5, except MP5 is horribly poorly scaled. Like 3 MP5 when you spell costs 400. Wait, for 2.5 and you only if you do more than 2 raises per fight. What the fuck? All right, Thorgan, catch you later, bro. What? Wait, why? Why are they doing that to all endgame? Excuse me, sorry. 4 average is 2.5. D6 is 3.5. D8 is 4.5. 10. 5.5. D12. We can figure this out. If we can crack this, we can figure out the entire class. 2010 is 5.5, and this is 11. And this, wait, so were we gonna work with D10s or D6s? Or do we just want to figure out the average for a couple of different spells? Whatever. 5.5 is 16.5, and then plus 5.5 is 22. So it's 17, your average is 22. Most apologies for heckling Ella and Fishy during this DN session. Could not stop. Listen, I appreciate it. They needed it. Stacking MP5 makes your heals weaker since crit and determination. I don't know what DET is. Increase heal potency, so you have weaker heals to avoid ooming. But that's not fun. You want to go down 1 die size per secondary effect and go up 1 die size if you go melee. Okay, I see. The problem is I want the dice. I want you to get more dice as you level up, and I want you to be able to do different things for them or with them. So like, let's try this with D6. So let's try. So astral. What are we gonna call this? Cantrip. casting. So if we go D6, we give Astral Sages 2d6 at level 1. And that's an average of 7 damage. And that's way too high. But we give them 3d6. And that's 11.5, right? Or sorry, 10.5. 10.5. So we're still in the average. And then 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. So 46. 17.5. So 5d6 is 17.5 then, right? So if we do 2d6, average of 7. By 5. Basically by 17, or like let's say 18. We'll do like level 18 here. By 18 we want them to have maybe like 66 be 21, right? That's one less than like Firebolt's average. Last features give a pool of d6 per day that you can spend to add 1d6 various secondary effects on top of their default Firebolt-esque spell. You can spend the energy residing in your constellation tattoos to enhance the spell, beginning the morning with ND6 stars lit up and refresh after a long rest. But it's actually a really cool way of doing the so that actually is like, I wanted to do sort of the constellation style, like you align different constellations, and I want that to be your spell casting. What I was initially thinking for this is that I wanted you to be able to spend d6s. So spend, oops. You can spend 1d6 on splitting. You can spend 1d6 on shield / damage, meaning that you can convert your part of your dice to shielding or damage if you're shielding. Yeah, you convert part of your dice to shielding. So what this would look like at like level 18 is if you get 66, you get to sort of pick if you want to do. Okay, how do I figure this out? How do I word this? This is complicated. If you get 66, you can go down to 5d6, which is 17.5. And choose to split your damage however you want between, or your d6s between two targets. So you could roll like 3d6 on one and 2d6 on the second. Or if you want to split between 3 people, so 2 targets. This is where it kind of gets complicated, I think, as far as like my brain works anyway. So 2 targets. And if you're doing 3 targets, it would look like it would look like 4d6 because you have to spend 2 dice to split. And then you get 2d6, which is average of 7, to one target. Like 1d6 and 1d6. To targets 2 and 3. So the whole idea is that you can split up the way you spend your d6s, but the efficient way of like using the d6s themselves as a resource to spend or to change the augment of the spells. Like if you want to do shielding, so like shielding would be you would spend 1d6 to change your spells to shields, or you'd spend 1d6 to change however many dice you want to split. So splitting could work, so you can basically spend any of your, oh god, how do you word that? You spend all of your dice on any one target that you're attacking as healing or damage. You can target them to shield for a d6 or however many d6s, or attack for however many d6s. And then I guess you just have to split, because like I don't want to make players pay extra for shielding. So if you're at 18th level and you want to pump 21 points average of shielding into a player, that's not that bad. Class feature gives you pool on top of the default Firebolt-esque spell. You can send energy residing in your constellation tattoos. Enhance your spells. You begin the morning with whatever. Would that work for? How would that work for this? I think that's balanced, right? So if you just make sure they're at 66 by level 18, or maybe you do it 66 by level 17. Fuck it. Is there an easy way to give every like odd level or whatever? 4, 8, 12. How would we divide this up? Cywary is very close comparison. I think first shielding damage. It's got a pool of 1d8 plus in mod, but I can only use one per interaction rather than any number at once. Right. How would you get these? So level 1, you start with 2d6. Which is average of 7. 4 maybe, you get your 3d6. So you're at 10.5. 8 maybe, you get your 4th d6. So you're 14. 12, you get your 5d6, which would be 17.5. I think that's right. And then 16, you end up getting your 66. 6d6, which is your 21. So you get it one level earlier than 17, but you have one, it's one less total than Firebolt, but you can also augment it for... Hey, what is Firebolt? Firebolt doesn't get any bonuses, right? It's not like your whatever plus your any modifiers or some shit, no. And that's on par with Firebolt. What's another cantrip? Maybe like Shocking Grasp? Well, that's melee though. Cantrip, Ray of Frost. Let me look at this. Frostbite, Acid Splash. Fuck Acid Splash. Mind Sliver. Sacred Flame. What Sacred Flames might be the good one to look at? Sacred Flames is D8, right? Target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 rating damage. Target gains no benefits from cover from the saving throw. Wait, does Sacred Flame... Okay, spells increase by d8 when you reach 5th level, 2, 3, and 17. So, Sacred Flames is going to be a lot less. One d8, 2d8, 3d8, 4d8. And so the averages of those are, it is 4.5, right? 4.5 is 9, 13.5, 18 damage. So it's still substantially better than Sacred Flame, but not quite as good as Firebolt. I mean, that seems fair, I guess. Because you can also, like, split it. And so, like, man, AoE cantrips, that's the... I just say proficiency bonus d6 or double prof bonus to d6. We're going to have math out individual levels. Yeah, that's probably better. It's not as fine-tuned, but it's very easy. Clean player's track. What's up, Azzy? That's not bad. So, with 48 at level 17, you're looking at 18 average damage with 66 at... And, like, D6... I think, like, part of it is also I want D6s to be the driving force. Because, to me, the D6 is a... Like I know, so this is like not really popular, I think, for class building, but I think that thinking about or considering the like player experience in the moment, like the tactile experience, I think is I think it's actually important. And I think that like making your player roll a lot of d6s is like kind of cool, you know. There's like chain lightning and all these other things, and they all feel good to roll a bunch of d6s. And so if you have a player that has, like, I want sages, like, this is gonna sound weird. I want sages to consider their pool of d6s almost like their power point for their moment-to-moment attacks. Like, I want an astral sage to have 66, like a player, to carry 66 around that are like special to them, you know? That's dumb. Look, I know it's dumb, but I don't care. And I'm going with my gut on this one. You know why I said it twice? Azzy, because you're friendly. What do you mean? Because you're here, you say hello, you're saying what's up. I appreciate it. How you doing, Azzy? D6s feel more like a barrage of Star Blast rather than one big punch. Yeah, I feel like D4s are kind of like the Star Shards. Like, I kind of wanted D4s to work. But one thing, I don't remember who brought it up last time we talked about this, is they said getting a player to collect... Because if we figured out D4s for this, getting a player to collect 66s was easier than getting them to collect like 10 D4s. Right? It's like, where are you gonna get 10 D4s from? Like, that's cool because you like just like hit all your D4s down or whatever. You throw lots of dice. Throwing lots of dice is fun at high levels. But like, yeah, where the fuck are you gonna get 10 D4s from? Unless Ella Blackwood starts making D4 sets of exclusively, you know. And if those D6s were made by Ella Blackwood, special Astral Sage dice pack. Holy shit, could you imagine? Oh my god. Holy shit. Only 10 D4? Well, how much is so D4 is gonna be, okay, let's just math it out, just curious for D4s. So this is for D6. So we'll do D4s. So level 1, in order to get around 7 damage, you would need 3d4, right? 3d4, and that would be 7.5, right? 7.5 damage. That's pretty strong, man. And then level 4, 8, 12, 16. Because I want them to get power increases more often. Like 30 plus D4. How would you have 30 plus D4s? And there's no way they all match. Because like part of this is like you buy a Chess X set of, you know, the bricks of D6s that you get, where there's like a stack of D6s by D6s by D6s by D6s cubed by D6s by D6s, and you get the entire fucking box, and it's like $15. Yeah, cool. Where are you gonna get a set of all D4s that match? Because you know weird OCD D&D players are gonna be like, they all have to match, bro. You know, no one does that shit. But Ella Blackwood could. Okay, 3d4. So in order to get to around at the next breakpoint at level 5, it's between 9 and 11 damage. So it could be 44, which would be 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 5d4. Okay, wait. The next one would be around 13.5. So it would be about 5d4, which should be 12.5. That's falling behind. Maybe 64 at this point. You get 64, which is, that's a lot though. That's 15. That's not bad though, because at 11 you get, well, okay, hold on. We'll do 5d4, and that's 12.5. And then at level 12 you get 64, which is going to be 13, 14, 15 average damage, which is 13.5 for the D8 and 16.5, so that's kind of in between, so that's fine. And then 7d4 seems weird, right? 7d4 seems weird because that would be 17.5. And then like you could say, I know it'd be weird, but at 20th level you get your 8d4. I know it's weird, but and then you're doing 20 average. So that'd be cool. You have 8d4 that you throw on the table, and then you're only removing 1d4. You're only removing 1d4 to split the spell, and so it makes splitting less expensive, right? Because if you have more overall dice to work with, then you get to split, right? Let's see. Okay. Like that's cool. Yeah. How many d6 do you have relatively? You got to scale. Yeah. Good point. Ashley makes a better point, Blaze. If you have 30 d4s, how many d6s do you have? That's the true question. So this calculation is the d6, or the 1 to 17 d6s. This is the 1 to 16 d6s. And this is the 1 to 20 d4s. I just think like responsibly trying to get people, you know, responsibly trying to get people to shell out, you know, d4s is going to be not like the average D&D player is not going to have the d4s. However, I think that the average D&D player won't go play the Astral Sage. You know, again, like Asmongold made a very good point where somebody in his chat at some point in time said something about hey, this is a casual way to play, and Asmon's like, there is no casual Lost Ark player in my stream right now. You were all hardcore because no one casual is watching a stream about Lost Ark at 3 in the morning. I really think that's about for Twitch as well. If you're thinking about and you enjoy watching streams like I do about people talking about D&D and making D&D, you're not a casual player. So the hardcore players who are going to be interested Like, is a casual player going to find the Astral Sage class? Probably not, because the casual player is only going to open the PHB and that's it. They might have D&D Beyond. Who cares? That's it. So do I make it for the hardcore player that is going to have 8 D4s? You know? And then would it be exciting? Would it be exciting to, like, force someone to throw 8 D4s? I should ask Faye about this. She's live. You seem too productive. What was the last time you got distracted by YouTube or Reddit? You're overdue. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to r/virtual YouTuber. Content creation is a marathon, not a race. Most VTubers expecting instantaneous success will be quit within 1 year of debuting. Aiming for slow linear growth instead will prevent you from burnout and allow you to outlast most of the VTubers that started around the same time as you. Yeah, but what if you could also do it fast? Wait, no, shit. Oh, wait, that's sick. Wait, no, Reddit, stop distracting me. Anyway. You can also roll 1d4 4 times. No one is going to want to roll 1d4 4 times. You might have a few d6s from Yahtzee or Monopoly or Warhammer or something, but nobody has d4s unless they play D&D. I think d4s are less fun. As much as pile of dice, it's low variance because there's so many dice. Right, yeah. But no, slower linear growth assumes growth, and it's hard to grow smaller you are. True. Fucking true. Holy shit. I get like 2 likes on my TikToks, man. Every day I need to try and farm a TikTok. Because you know what I realized, actually? I realized that my current camera setup is perfect for TikTok. Once I get the OBS plugin, I'm almost full cam. I'm framed to be within this camera slot. I have chat right below me. You know, I have my music attribution just like hiding right here, like a censored bar. You know, I mean, I could. Oh, I can't make it on an angle. I was gonna put it on an angle going up like this. Okay, sorry. Sorry. My bad. I didn't beat it. Anyway, you know, I could just like say some dumb shit to make, and this is the perfect TikTok format already. I could just say some hot take, clip it, hit the fucking OBS button to like clip it as a TikTok, and there you go, man. I can farm some like hot take every single day. So what we need to do is we need to have like a hot take. Like what I need to do is I need to have like a channel point redeem that's like twice a day for like 500 channel points, and it's TikTok idea. All right, and it's like TikTok idea, and someone gets to pitch a TikTok idea. And then I wait a couple seconds, and then I say whatever the thing is, clip it, and send that to TikTok. And then chat gets to compete to see who gets the most likes on TikTok. Wait for a while. Hold the map so far. All the numbers make it really cool. Garthan, all I want to do is make maps for math nerds. So I appreciate that, bro. That really means a lot. The kind of feedback that you know, I get from you for over. Why does my house smell like Una? Sorry. I don't have ADD, I swear. That kind of feedback is really meaningful to me, so. It just has integrated shorts uploading now, and it cuts you just like you'd want it to, really? You should center yourself then? What do you mean? Am I not centered? The problem is, though, that I move to the side when I'm drawing. Right? Wait, that's worse. That's worse. There. Is that better? TikToks won't be of your drawing? Who cares? No one's gonna care what my drawing is. 0% of people who come to this stream give a shit about what I'm drawing. All right? It's fine. You know? I ain't worried about it. I'm playing with the webcam. Remember the camera incident all that time ago? I unfortunately do, and I hate that that's one of my most liked clips, Garthan. I despise that is. If I go to my clips, twitch.tv/Evan. Fuck. I just search Evan Blair art. Wait, what do I get if I Google myself? I get my art station, PogChamp. I get my website, PogChamp, evanblair.art, my store, PogChamp, Instagram. Where's Twitch? Okay. Images? Wait, this is... Oh! Fuck you, Evan Blair, the music producer. I am the one who claims Evan Blair. Okay, what do I get? What do I get if I go to my videos? Wait, where do I do this again? No. Whoops. Evan Blair art. Videos. Recent broadcast. Popular clips. View all clips. Top 30 days. Top all time. What is my all time top clip? Where is my... What the fuck is this?
No! You wanna play games? Get out of here! You can't play druids and play metal! Ah!
Why does anyone watch my stream? Why does anyone watch my stream? I don't know, man. Why does it... No?
No.
Why is that my second most viewed clip? Most viewed clip? Stop. The fuck is my third?
I'm a pretty half-orc. Look at how handsome I am. Oh, I'm a pretty gnome. I'm a cat girl. I'm a majestic dragon.
All right, that's enough internet for us today. That's enough internet. I'm just gonna close that one out for, yeah, let's get back to the Astral Sage. Yeah, we gotta get back to the Astral Sage, boys. Let's go. It's time. All right, let's go. It's back. Hey, sequel to VTuber Internet, if you need more content to farm. I do absolutely need more content to farm. In about a half hour, I'm gonna be very tired because I'm gonna have been focusing for like a couple of hours straight, and I'm gonna need probably 20 minutes to do nothing. So I appreciate that, Ashy. As a lie, I get I'm a nobody, but I care. Thanks, Blaze. Thanks for caring, Blaze. Thanks for caring about my stream and about what I do. That means a lot, bro. A lot of people out there, they don't give a shit, man. A lot of people think I'm a loser, man. You know? And that means a lot. It really does. So thanks, bro. Chill touch. So wait, what is shocking grasp? Just real quick, I want to see what a touch cantrip. Shocking grasp is... Shocking grasp is... Lightning springs from your hand to deliver shock to a creature you try and touch. Make a melee spell attack against the target. You have advantage on the attack roll if the target is wearing armor made of metal. Oh. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 lightning damage and can't take reactions until the start of its next turn. So it's got a secondary effect on it. So it's not better than like Sacred Flame or whatever. As far as damage goes, it's not Firebolt level, even though it is melee. But it also... They can't take reactions. That's pretty good. Okay, I see. I don't want to do a secondary effect on the Astral Sage. You also can get advantage, all right? Yours are better than mine. What's your top left? We're gonna go investigate. We're gonna go investigate. Ashy, hold on. Ashy and Fishies. Galaxy Goldfish. Galactic Sewer Carp.
Like necessary protocol, right?
No. Galactic Sewer Carp. Videos.
Like necessary
No,
protocol,
stop it.
right? Like
Stop it, Fishy. I don't want to hear your... Okay. Highlights, popular clips, view all, top, all time. Your best clip, Fishy. Does not work. It's broken. is broken. Popular clips view all. Are all clips just dead? Did my internet just crash? Is Twitch dead? Am I still live? You're my second most popular clip, really? What the fuck? Twitch is trying to protect. I do have a lot of, but yeah, alright, it's fair. I don't need Ella Blackwood Patreon. I want to keep that up. Yuna, stop growling at me. Alright, dog. Wait, why is it now Ashley's channel? Ashley of Heart. Videos. Popular clips. Top. All time. Ashy, I'm say so. Also Ashy.
Oh right, gotta make sure, for anyone not tuning into this chat, booba, booba, bouncy bounce, booba, bounce, bounce, booba, bouncy bounce, thighs, tummy bounce.
Mods, can you scrape the audio from that so I can use it as an alert, please? Can you, yeah, can someone post the, yeah, if you wouldn't mind. This is your second most viewed clip. Why is it laggy?
Stream. Hello, stream. Welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the VOD.
Okay. Okay.
Not long that you've waited. Lighting of pineapples, outdated.
Yep.
Sipping hot tea, overrated.
True.
Princess VTuber activated.
Yep. Ashley
Evan's intro initiated.
Yep. This is why Ashley's my favorite. This is why I'll get canceled to protect Ashley. I don't care. All right. Cool. I like a bizzo for you real quick. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So, is the idea of your 1 to 4? The problem is we have to figure out how to rate or how to I'm sorry, it's rated for each level, I guess. Okay, how to write it, how to describe it. Because how would you describe the splitting? The idea is that you or is splitting a bad idea? So that this is just always a single target. I like the idea of you being able to split your spell. So if you have 3 little dudes, if you have 66, and you have 3 targets, you can spend 3d6 to split it, or I guess 2d6 to split it. Right, 2d6 to get 2 additional targets. So you do like 2d6 to one, 1d6 to another, 1d6 to another. I know that's dumb and isn't really useful, but I think it's cool, right? I think also what this does is it comes to it's more useful when you're doing shields. So I think you spend 1d6 to convert your damage to shields instead. So if you had 3 friends in 66, you could spend 1d6 to convert your damage to shielding. So that you shield less than you shield, or less than you damage, and then you spend 2d6 to split it, and then you can so as a cantrip you can shield 3 people in your party for 1d6. Like, it's not overpowered, right? It's not like OP. You're not sitting there at level 20 being able to like shield 3 people with a d6, you know. But I also feel like If I let people split for free, that's overpowered. If you can target up to as many people as you want with your D6s, so you're like, I have 4d6, I'm gonna do 2d6 to you and 2d6 to you, that seems overpowered, right? If you can split your damage as many targets as you want, as you have d6s. So if you have 66, you can attack 6 targets. Although maybe it's not. So let's just venture an idea here. You're level 12. So you have 5d6 to play with. 17.5 average damage. And the wizard is doing 16.5 average damage. So it's like about on par, but you know, once you hit 17, it evens out. Let's just go 17. So you're both level, you're 16, they're 17. The wizard is doing 22 average damage, you're doing 17.5 average damage. You know, not the, or no, wait, 15 versus. Okay, sorry. I was looking at different numbers. You're both a level 11 or level 12. The wizard's doing 16.5, you're doing 15. Let's just make it easy. So you have, at level 12, 5d6. Now, if you're targeting at level 12, 5 different targets with a d6 damage, is that breaking the game? Like, I can't think of a single... What are some AoE cantrips here? And how do they work? Wait, is Thunderclap really a cantrip? Thunderclap. Thunderclap is a cantrip, right? You create a burst of thunderous sound that can be heard up to 100 feet away. Each creature within range other than you must succeed a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 thunder damage. So, within range, the range is only 5 feet, so it's a melee spell. The spell's damage increases by 1d6 when you reach 5th level, so it's 2d6. 11th level is 3d6. 17th level is 46. So maybe, but here's the thing, that's damage to each party. It's damage to each party. So at 17th level, you're doing 4d6 to everyone. Versus at 17th level, with this calculation, you're doing 5d6 split at range. So maybe spending d6 to split is unnecessarily complicated, and the only thing that we need to spend a d6 on is shielding, or we just allow you to shield. D&D healing cantrip. What about healing cantrips? There aren't really any, right? Well, Cure Minor Wounds is Cure Minor Wounds. Cure Minor Wounds is Touch. Target gains 2 temporary hit points for the duration. The number of temporary hit points granted by the spell doubles when you reach 5th level, 11th level, and 17th level. So the shielding is 2 temporary hit points at level 1 versus 7, potentially. The temporary hit points at level 5, or 4 here, is 4. And we have 10.5. At 8 is, or at 11th level is, okay, so this is way more powerful. So yeah, you would need to spend a die to to flip it to shielding. But it wouldn't be temporary hit points, it'd be a shield. Because honestly, I don't like it. Well, okay. Do we use temporary hit points, or do we use a shielding mechanic? I think we use temporary hit points. So I don't like the way the temporary hit points don't stack, because this seems less powerful if you're using the temporary hit points, because temporary hit points don't stack with each other, right? As far as I know. But a shield that's using a new mechanic would. Breaks minions with optional third-party rule. Can make a suggestion. You can spend 1d6 to split damage to any number of targets in range. So what I worry about that, Garthen, is that I worry about the confusion of you may split the damage. I don't want to split the damage. I want to split the die rolls, if that makes sense. I don't know how to word that. How would you word you can split the die rolls so that you can target each creature with 1d6? I feel like it's easier to say you can target each different target with one of your d6s or something like that, you know? No healing, I don't think, unless you count like spare the die. Yeah, it's just more like shielding temporary hit points. Well, I want it to be shielding anyway. I don't want it to be actual healing of wounds. I want it to be like, you know, those are the ability to heal as an Astral Sage is going to be a spell spot that you have to spend. Connected to, you hit a target for dice and grant another target that amount in temporary hit points. That's really powerful. Then you have to hit to shield, lowering average you shield for. Oh, that's a good point. I think it's the benefit you can make spells stronger by not letting them stack. Actual damage reduction, I tie to reaction or something. You can roll a d6 to fork your spell, hitting that many additional targets. The problem is that you aren't reducing the damage per. I don't like. I don't want it's like you roll your damage calculation, you roll 17 damage, and then suddenly you're like, okay, so I'll deal 3 damage to this, 3 damage to this, 3 damage to this. I want you to say, I'm taking one of my d6s, like 2 of my d6s of this idiot, boom, 12 damage. 2 of my d6s of this guy, 7 damage, boom. 2 of my d6s of this guy, 3 damage. You know? What rules for Magic Missile in terms of how to split dice? How does Magic Missile worded? You create 3 glowing darts of magical force. Each dart hits a creature for your choice each dart hits a creature of your choice that you can see within range. A dart deals 1d4 force damage to its target. The darts all strike simultaneously, and you can direct them to hit one creature or several. At higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 2nd level or higher, the spell creates 1 more dart for each slot above first. Right. What's up, Bella? You need it? You need the monkey? Why? Oh, she's going to the vet. Yuna!
Hi!
You want to go to the vet? Come here. Come here, you fucking goblin. Goblina! Hello!
Goblina.
Hello! You need to go to the vet now, alright? You need to get your vaccines. You need to be a good girl, okay? Alright? Can you ask the vet why one of her ears is floppy and the other isn't? Is this normal? Is this normal? I mean, she has 2 floppy ears right now. But, Yuna! See? Yuna! Like, one ear is floppy and the other ear stays up.
Unless her hair's long.
Unless your hair is long enough, yeah. Can you be a good girl? Can you be the best girl?
Sure, yeah.
What? Why is it adorable? She looks like a stuffed animal with this like length of hair.
Basically, it's a fan.
She does not look like her eyes don't look like real dog eyes. They look like the fucking dumb teddy bear eyes. You know, they have that like reflection in them. Except when she side eyes you, and then you realize she has actual eyes. Hmm? Be a good girl? She is not always a good girl. She's not always a good girl. She wakes up at 3 a.m. to try and smack into the side of the bed because she wants attention. My attention. There you go. Alright.
Bye.
Congratulations. You have earned dog. Alright. Have fun. I know she's upset. It stops player from being able to shield, be a shield bot that doesn't get to play because they're on healer duty. But like, is that such a bad thing? You know, like honestly, I'm proposing like a potential. Yo, Nerd Halla, thanks for the raid. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. What's up? What we do today? Tell me your stories. Tell me your tales. What we do, man? Last seen playing Dungeons and Dragons. What were we doing? Were you playing world building? Did we TPK the party? Did we destroy the lich? Did we drink the phylactery? Don't drink the phylactery. Well, actually, okay, so one time one of my players drank the phylactery, and I ruled that they then became the phylactery. But that was in 3.5, so phylacteries were different. Anyway, doing world building for my next homebrew campaign, doing a low magic setting. Oh shit, dude, that sounds awesome. Low magic, I feel, always has like a lot of charm to it as far as like one thing I love about D&D, bro, which by the way, if you guys aren't following Nerd Halla, go over there, drop a follow, show some love. I love with low magic or whatever, or low power, low magic, however you want to refer to it. I love the survival aspect of D&D. I like danger in the world. That's why I like low levels. Like I love like level 1 to 5. I like having to camp. I like having to find your food. I like having to survive in the world. I like having to stay at an inn. I like money being valuable, and I like the satisfaction you get from, you know, getting some cash to buy a better tent so that your party isn't like freezing in the rain or whatever and taking exhaustion or all that. I like that progression in the game. So I think low magic is one of the best ways to do that. So that sounds sick. I'm not doing low magic, unfortunately, because I'm not that cool. And I want to do magic sages. So you entered into the stream just as we're trying to build the first class for my setting. I'm trying to figure out how their cantrip casting works right now. Fuck, what was I saying before? Yeah, oh yeah, Ashy, what do you think is wrong with being on healer duty? And I mean, like, it might be self-evident, like, well, you don't get to like kill stuff and throw bolts of like lightning and shit at enemies. Do you think it changes the balance? Like, what if you get a healer? Like, think of your average mercy main. Think of your player who enjoys playing a white mage. Think of the player who enjoys scholar. Think of the player who enjoys holy priest or holy paladin. The person that just wants to every turn throw a heal at their friends. Does that? It might not be the favored gameplay of a lot of players, right? You might be like, well, it's lame because I don't get to damage stuff, or like I'm just on healer duty, or my friends force me into healing every single turn. Do you think that being able to throw out temporary hit points every turn, because remember, it doesn't stack. Temporary hit points, as far as I'm concerned, I'm almost positive they don't stack. So you'd be just refreshing a shield every turn, like a somewhat small shield, or you'd be like predicting. You're like, I'm gonna keep pumping like I'm gonna take my entire turn to pump temporary hit points into the tank that has like taunt on or whatever and is bashing the shit out of the boss. Like, is that? It might not be the most fun gameplay depending on your opinions on how you like to play D&D. Someone like out there likes that shit. Do you think it breaks encounters though? Because I honestly, I don't know. If I had a sage in my party and I'm trying my best to kill LL's paladin, and I just have the boss smashing her with a club every single turn, and I have a sage injecting, like, let's say at 11th level, 3d6, like 10 like 3d6 of shielding into her every single turn. I'm wondering if because you're sacrificing a player's turn to do that, would that break the game at all? Sometimes people who want to be like cleric for the thematic reasons, but they don't want to have to be the healer, they could punish pushing that to roll because the party didn't set up any other plan for healing. Maybe. I'm not, so I understand the concern. I'm not super worried about that, because that, to me, I don't want to take away the experience somebody else wants, because another player might get forced into that role if it's available to them, if they're trying to min-max. You know, it's kind of like in World of Warcraft, they did something where they removed the ability for you to assign master looter. So gear would drop, Fishy, and gear would drop, and you as the raid leader could decide who gets the gear. And that was great because you could decide who needed what things, like you know, it's best if we load this trinket onto a rogue, but a warrior got it. It's best if we load, you know, this paladin needs their whatever pumped up, so we're gonna give them the next like weapon or whatever. What they did is they removed Master Looter because they were like, too many times a person enters a raid with a bunch of people they don't know, and that person wants to get an item, but they can't get the item because it's Master Looted away from them. And a lot of players say that, like, well, then just don't join that fucking raid. It's like if you don't trust people you're raiding with. So the problem is in order to protect a very fringe case, they removed the ability for people to play the way they wanted. Now, the real reason they did it is because with Master Looter, they had problems with people getting assigned wrong loot, and then people would put in a GM ticket. And I'm not kidding. This isn't like a cynical like Tech W take. The real reason they did this because with Master Looter, you'd click a wrong name sometimes by accident, and you'd send the warrior item to the shaman, and you'd put in a ticket for a Blizzard Game Master that they'd have to go in, manually transfer the item over, and Blizzard was cutting their Game Master support, so they didn't have the budget for that anymore. That's the real reason they did it, which isn't, they've never said that, but insiders, leaks, everyone fucking knows it's true. But their justification was that we don't want this very small fringe population of, or fringe scenario of like a person who gets master or who can't get an item because they're raiding with dicks. The way I kind of feel about that is I don't want to remove the opportunity or the option for a player to play like that just because there's the worry or the risk that their party will be dicks and be like, hey, James, you have to spend your entire turn healing because if you don't, you're being an asshole. And it's like, oh, guys, but I want to throw a damage spell once in a while. No, James, you have to heal because you're really good at it. To me, I don't want to build for that case. And like, tell me if you think I'm wrong. Like, honestly, tell me if you think I'm wrong. I don't want to build for that potential case because that to me is not an issue of the mechanics failing. That's to me an issue of the people you're playing with being assholes. So do you think that's a big enough risk though, or a big enough potential like downside that you're like, yeah, sure, Evan, but like, you underestimate how many people will get slammed into that role, you know? It's my current homebrew world. Everything is magic, so I'm flipping the tables. That's amazing, dude. I hope it's going well for you. That's actually sick. Thank you again for the raid, Nerdhalla. I'm honored. I truly am. If I love 4E putting primary healing on the bonus action so you don't lose your entire turn to the void. Yes, that was actually 5-head. Where you could heal, and then like even if your attacks didn't do much or you didn't really like, you're just kind of scratching the balls of the boss instead of doing any damage, you still feel like you're doing it, right? You're getting in there with your hammer, you're doing that 1d4 or whatever, and you're like, I'm throwing my heals, but I'm still getting that 1d4 in, you know? I like healer duty, but it sucks that in some groups certain classes equals healer duty regardless of how they want to play. That's fair. So yeah, so do you think it's a big enough risk, you know? Funny thing is in 5e, healing is actually bad at action economy. Enemies do more than most heals, so you're trading turns poorly. What is the average? So I don't know how to calculate this, but I wonder if anyone knows. At the average of level, let's say with our d6 calculation, level 8, if you're potentially healing for 3d6 of shield, so you're potentially doing 10.5 average damage. At level 8, what is the average damage of like a singular enemy? Like, let's just say like a 1v1, like a CR, whatever, 8 enemy that you're going to be fighting against. How much higher or whatever, or close to 10 or 10.5? Like, how efficient is it? How much if you're pumping the heal into the tank the entire time, that's all you're ever doing, how much are you actually reducing the ability for the damage of the other bot? Like, are you completely negating? Because obviously it's not true. I'm pretty sure at level 8 things do more than 3d6 damage, you know. But like, I wonder what it is. Everyone can think of like a thing off the top of their head of like an enemy at around that level you'd fight 1v1 or 1v party. You'd only break the game if they hire 2 or 3 of them to be NPCs to follow along. Now that's a sick idea though. More Final Fantasy 14 than WoW. Healing in 5e is like keep them barely above death, otherwise focus on downing targets hard. Yes. Master Loot also heavily empowers split runs to double your loot per player ratio. Yeah, there are the problem with the splits, but the thing is that like even Max, who's the guild master of Liquid, who won the race to world first recently, and Scripe, who's the guild master of Echo, who if Liquid doesn't win it, Echo's gonna win it, at least for now. they both say that the Master Looter should be brought back, even if it makes their hardcore runs more degen. Blizzard shouldn't make something to make their lives less degen. They're gonna go degen no matter what. You know, healing cantrips. Yeah, now you explained it. I agree with you. All right, that's fair. But like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Do you think like, because I've thought about this, Fishy. I wonder if there is like a sense of like you have to try and like balance your class in some way where you aren't, you're like responsibly not forcing someone down a path. Like Ashley said, 4E was really great for that because you could heal in 4E while also doing some damage. That's kind of why I like the splitting idea. So you could split part of your shields, right? And if you, let's say you don't have to spend a D6 on splitting. Let's just say if you spend a D6 on shielding, you can now take any of your remaining D6s and shield with them. So at level 8, you get 4 D6 that you can play with. So you don't have to split. So you spend one of your D6s on changing any amount of your dice to shields, and you can split them how you want. Then you have 3 D6 to play with. You hurl 1 D6 at the boss and split 1 D6 on each of your 2 melee players. Like, it's like that kind of gameplay or whatever seems kind of fun to me, you know, because you're getting to choose how you want to take your, like, you're not the risk is if you choose to inject all of your spells or all of your power into either single target damage or single target healing, is that healing or damage game breaking, you know? But I think the decision making of being able to always hurl a bolt of damage at the boss, whilst also, like, at level 1 where you only have 2d6 available to you, not what you can do, right? You can either do 2d6 damage, or you can choose to do 1d6 damage to 2 things, or you can choose to do 1d6 of shielding. And then at level 4 you have 3d6, and now you can choose to you can do everything now you can split damage and heal. So you choose 1d6 you spend 1d6 on being able to heal, and then you shoot 1 bolt of healing or shielding and 1 bolt of damage. And then at level 8 you get a little bit more to play with, as you have 4d6 now, so you can actually meaningfully do something where you like spend like 2d6 on 2 different targets, or you spend 1 on shielding, and then so now you can shield if you want to, and then you can throw d6s. But like the question then becomes, do you need to spend a d6 to, would it be broken then if you just chose to throw out shielding? If you chose to split your shielding, if it was free to shield and free to do damage, would it be broken at level 8 to have 4d6 that you can spend on up to 4 targets with either shielding or damaging them? So at level 8, you are choosing to pump 2d6 of shielding into your paladin or whatever. So you're shielding them for 7 temporary hit points, versus spending 2d6 to just do 2d6 damage to a boss. Whereas at level 8, you know, Firebolt's doing 2d10. So if you look more at like level 11, 12 is a better choice, I think. So at level 12, you get 5d6, so it's 17.5 damage average, or healing average. And at level 11, the wizard is doing Firebolting at 3d10. So maybe honestly, splitting and shielding shouldn't cost anything. The only reason I initially wanted to have splitting and shielding cost anything is because I was envisioning more dice. I was envisioning, when I first did this calculations in my head, I envisioned having like 2 extra d6. So at level 1 you have 3d6. Then at level 4 you get 4d6. The problem is that's broken on a single target damage cantrip. That means that at level 16, you're doing 24.5 damage, as opposed to Firebolt is 22, and you can split it, and you can shield, and you can do these things with it if you want, which doesn't work then. So if we're lowering the overall damage of the spell, we're simplifying the rules, so you don't have to like figure out, wait, I have to split, and then I have to spend a die to split, and then spend a die to do this, and spend a die to like order Panago, and then but I spent an additional die to order Papa John's, and I spent all my dice to order Pizza Hut. What am I even doing as an Astral Sage, you know? We're also going strong. We're trying, dude. James about to join the BBEG. James is about to go off, man. I half agree and disagree on the player's fault, not the game. All right, hit me. I'm actually curious about this. Bad game design can encourage bad player behavior. Most healing has some resource, so if spamming shields saved leveled spell slots or healing potions long term, it would be more efficient, but it would trivialize most of your gameplay, so someone else can have more fun. I see where you're coming from, right? If you make it the most efficient course of action, if I'm reading you correctly, Ashley, tell me if I'm wrong. If you make healing then the most efficient course of action, just to spare the people healing potions and spell slots, then you are forcing, in order to be efficient, you are forcing yourself into that rule. It's not a peer pressure thing, it's then an optimization thing, which you're right. But do you think then that, so I agree then, but do we think that this like framework of spending d6s on shielding or whatever, do you think that spending at 8th level 4d6 to potentially heal on average of 14, is that then the most optimal way of playing? Because I don't think it is. I mean, what is, okay, hold on, let me see this. What could we look at for like a CR8 monster? Frost Giant. I know CR is not a good resource. We're just gonna. So, multi-attack. He gets 2 great axe attacks, great axe, melee weapon, +9 to hit, reach, whatever. 3d12 plus 6 slashing damage. So on a single target, 3d12 is gonna be averaged out to be like 12, 16, 17, 18-ish plus 6, so 22 damage, and you get 2 of those. So there's no way if you're against a single monster, is it ever going to be optimal for you to pump all of your resources into healing. People are still going to need to, even if you do, people are still need to spend their resources on it. Reminds you like Silent Dice, but with more things you can do with them. That's what Ashley was saying, yeah. Not fully sure what type of gameplay you're going for, but I would suggest looking at Celestial Warlock. They have a bonus action healing resource that is separate from everything else they do. You could have something like similar for helping figuring out balance. What is the ability called? Let's see. Celestial Warlock. Healing Light. At first level, you gain the ability to channel celestial energy to healing wounds. You have a pool of d6s that you spend to fuel this healing. Okay. Number of dice in that pool equals 1 plus your Warlock level. Okay, so that's... But that's daily, right? So that's not as many as you can... Like, you can't pump... Like, you can't infinite heal like you could as a sage. So, as a bonus action, you can heal 1 creature you can see within 60 feet of you, spending the dice from the pool. The maximum number of dice you can spend at 1 equals your charisma modifier, minimum of 1 die. Roll a dice you spend, add them together, and restore a number of hit points equal to total. So this is better because it restores HP. It's better because of the bonus action. But it's worse because you can't do it every turn. Ooh. That's interesting. Then you drop the spend die to split playtest. If anything needs adjustment, you know you can go from there. Yeah. Either shielding is a noob trap because you should be doing damage instead of shielding, or your most efficient action per turn is spamming shielding. It's the league conversation. I saw once about balancing Lee Sin. If they give him 0 scaling on all abilities, people just build the tank and still play him because his utility was so high. Interesting. Interesting. So do we feel like... Because don't forget, you also have... So you also have spellcasting. This is just your cantrip. So it's not like... It's like the difference between wanding something and not is when you make this decision. It's not every turn, right? You're still going to choose to either take a different path as a sage, either a path of destruction or a path of rejuvenation or whatever, where you can actually get formal healing spells or formal damaging spells. You know? I really want to try this. I don't think this is overpowered. I don't think this is going to force people into feeling like they're heal-a-bots on their cantrips. Because remember, you need to the amount that you need to heal. Like I'll show you guys. Listen, I'm really good at video games, and I want to show you guys a graph. So this is a healer graph. So this is healing required. Okay, and this is this is danger or monsters. Danger which is monsters damage. Now, the amount of the amount of danger is directly correlated to the amount of healing required. The lower the amount of danger and monster damage, the lower amount of healing required. So, coincidentally, if you look at or if you look at damage done, as a healer, as healer damage goes up, it is a direct relationship to the amount of monster damage dealt to your party. So, ergo, the best thing you can do as a healer is to increase your damage, which will automatically decrease the amount of threats you have to your party, which will then also decrease the amount of healing required. So, that means if you're playing D&D and you're playing a healer, a cleric, a druid, whatever it is never the right course of action to heal your party. You should never take a healing spell. You should never heal your party. You should always optimize for killing everything faster than it kills your paladin or your fighter. Anytime you take a healing spell in Dungeons and Dragons, you fucked up. Or any other MMO. That's just the way it is, man. That's unfortunately just the way it is. So, I mean, realistically, you know, Dish dice, everything is narrative. All right, chill. All right, relax. Feeling super neat idea. I'd find somewhere in the ability to land it. I just don't want a player to be boxed into never use this or only use this. Yeah, I really. Do you think that the current iteration of this would box players in though? Do you think that would box players in? People don't like spending resources if it's okay to not do so. I almost never spend money on potions in Pokemon because I can just go back to the Pokemon Center between battles. Everything I use in battle is just things I pick up. That's fair. That is fair. I wonder how much that translates to D&D. Because like with my players, they spend all their money and shit on potions whenever they can, because they always know that like they're gonna need potions, right? How does the shielding / temp HP last? Is the party starting every encounter with all party members shielded because it's a free cantrip? It only lasts until your next turn, or to the end of your next turn. So you'd have to refresh it, I imagine, right? The only time you could do it ahead of time preemptively is if you had some sort of and I know people get triggered when you say this, a surprise round. When those be the same line though, they would. I was just showing two different graphs with overlaid. My party basically only uses potions if we don't get to rest or bring up downed allies. Really? You never like slam a potion in the middle of a fight? The Sage loses initiative. They can't do it in time. I guess to do it before combat, no. For that round? Well, it lasts until the end of theirs, so I guess everyone would go before them. So it's just like any ability, I think. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to say. Sorry. But if you put it on the tank blocks every hit. You just waste your action that could have been damaging a just in case. So you're worried that, but so to me that decision is an interesting one you have to make. Do I not do any damage just in case the tank takes damage? You know, it'd be the kind of decision making that I'm envisioning is like your wizard gets jumped by 3 goblins in the middle of the fight. Your tank is like hitting the big ogre. He's just smacking his, club with his club. And your wizard from behind gets jumped, and you turn around and you're like, ah, and you throw a shield on them or whatever. Why would you want, or why would we, when the next hit will negate, or what would we when the next hit will negate the healing and didn't get to do anything to progress the fight? I think I'm missing something. I don't think I'm understanding. Something's getting lost in text there for me. Maybe it's just that I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. If the last action to be taken by the party, the monster is damage first. Well, yeah, but then you get to basically then shield for their next round, I guess. It's not until the end of the turn order. It's until your next turn rolls up. Oh, you asking why we don't use potions in the middle of the fight? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, that to me seems like a different philosophy on like fight mechanics, whether it's like a longer fight or not. Because like if you do like marathon fights where you're taking like 15-20 rounds of combat, or maybe even like 10 rounds of combat, sometimes you need to take a turn to pop a potion. That's very common. If you don't do that in your D&D game, that's totally fine. That's like more of a light combat game. But a lot of D&D players play medium to heavy combat, where it's like, because like Fitchy, if you're talking about a scenario where it's like combat's gonna be over in 7 rounds, and if we take a potion, it's gonna be over in 8 rounds, or let's just say 5 rounds versus 6 rounds, then I totally understand. But if combat isn't gonna be over for 10, 15, even longer rounds, then the potion sometimes is necessary. Or if like the potion's also a reaction too. So let's just say that like you get hit with a critical strike and you lose more than half your hit points. It's sometimes a better idea to like chug that potion especially if you know that there's not like, it's not just gonna happen again and again and again until you die. Are we supposed to know how long combat encounters is going to take? This is like a theory of a game theory then, like idea of how you play the game. How long are you supposed to know how long combat encounters take? I'd say the honest answer to that question is not a satisfying one. The honest answer to that question is how long do they usually take? How long is combat usually in your D&D game? If your DM likes 5 quick rounds and then you're done, then yeah, this doesn't seem ever appealing to use healing potions because the thing's almost dead, right? But if you're playing and you're like on round 5, 6, 7, that your DM likes longer, more chunky combat. Especially if you have a larger group or more that feels to me like it is more of an intuition thing. Like you should know how long combat should take. If the damage is dealt to the enemy, reduce the enemy's next outgoing damage by that amount, akin to vicious mockery. Oh, that's cool. Because then we're kind of changing sages into disc priests. My experience with potion use depends on the type of campaign. Heavy combat campaigns buy more potions. Using combat narrative heavy games usually don't require purchasing extra potions, right? And do you give your party potions? Like, I don't give my party potions all that often. I give them gold while I'm spending on potions, but I don't give my party potions all that often. Channel Divinity in Twilight Domain Cleric grants 10 hit points on a resource, and it's quite powerful. 10 HP every round for 1 resource in the combat. Interesting. To be honest, I don't count rounds, and combat always feels like it takes forever to me. Yeah, that's fair. It feels like it takes forever though. Like I feel like that'd be a useful like I don't mean to question the way you guys play D&D, but it sounds like maybe you should start chugging potions more often. But I don't know. So the whole idea then, like, so I'm not opposed to the idea of you maybe getting to, like, what if I forced like the shield into damage, like you deal damage and you get to do half that in shielding. The reason why I like the idea of it being a d6 of shielding is because I like the idea of you dividing your d6s up and rolling them at each target to do different things, right? And if we have it so that it's all attached to damage, I wonder if that would take away from that, or if it's just like a cool extra thing. So I'm gonna spend my party's gold to make the loot more varied than just gold pile. You find 3 healing potions, 1 super healing potion, 1 potion of lightning resistance, and a cloak of many pockets, along with 1k gold, instead of just giving them 2k gold. Yeah, That's a great idea. Like I like to do that with like gems, and I'm gonna sound like a boomer. I actually like to do that with art as well. I like to say, and you find one like well-made Loric phase, and they're like, what the fuck is this? It's still intact. Holy shit, it's a Loric artifact, you know. And then they go and they try and sell it, and that's an extra little like mini game, which is honestly kind of fun. But I also, don't forget Ashy, I also force encumbrance when it comes to, or item carrying weight when it comes to money, and I force encumbrance rules. So if I give my sometimes I like to give my party, let's say like 2,000, you know, silver, which is like what, 200 gold. It's like, yeah, there's like, you guys raided the Kobold Horde, you know, stash, and you find thousands of silver coins. And they're like, oh my god, how many? You find 2,000 silver coins. It's like, fuck, what do we do? I love doing that. One of the things I always do with new D&D players, as like one of my initiations for them into D&D, is I will give them on their first like treasure trove, treasure hoard of loot that they get, I'll give them like 1,000 copper. You're level 1, 10 gold is a lot. Or like 2,000, like I'll give them like 10 gold or whatever in like the loot hoard, and like you know, maybe 30 silver or something. So you're like, okay, cool, there's like 13 gold, and then have like, say that there's like 1,000 copper coins. And I love it because players always find a way. They always find a way. The greed goblins inside of them always come out and they're like, all right, boys, we got to get the mine carts. Get the mine cart over here. Start throwing copper in. We're going to push it, man. Who's strong? Let's put some like, you know, branches or whatever around the wheel and try and like fix it so it can go over dirt so we can push that shit down the road to get to our cart. Or what they do is they don't have a cart, so they have to like carry whatever they can home, and they know they've left copper in the mine. So then they're super excited to go buy a cart, so that the next thing they go do, they have this cart and they have this draft horse, and they go and they're like, oh my god, I got all these. We got like 400 silver coins, and we can't carry them, so we got them all in a barrel or whatever. We bought like sacks, and then we put that shit in our cart. It is so much fun. It is one of those things that almost nobody I have ever met on Twitch or IRL has ever thought is a good idea. But I have never once had a player or a group not get fucking stoked by the first cart they get to buy. Because normally the party's just like, well, you know, we'll just buy an extra ration and walk an extra day. They don't buy the horse or the draft horse or the donkey or whatever and the cart, you know. But they're always so excited to start shopping for that kind of stuff. And then part of that is the added effect that people don't realize. That I think most people that criticize this way of playing that I have, a lot of people that criticize it miss the fact that when your players have a cart, they have a home, and they treat it like that. There's a psychology in the players that kicks in when you have a horse, a draft horse, and you need to buy apples for it, and you have a cart that's yours, and you can upgrade it and get some tools in case it breaks and all this kind of stuff. You have a home base that players really fucking love customizing. They really, really love it. I've never had a group not absolutely love it. So I don't know. You know, Plane Shift Ixalan gives such a great art objects. Ixalan, the magic setting. I had a player find an art piece dagger. They just used their dagger because it seemed like a royal heirloom. Got enchanted and everything. They didn't try and sell it. All right, this would be worth 500 gold, but they're covering it in blood and blunting the edge, so... But I gave them a huge discount on enchanting it because it's naturally crafted to be better old enchantments. Just felt bad they cheated themselves out of 500 gold. Yeah, I've done that also. Like I've told my players sometimes, like, you find a well-etched dagger, or I had a well-etched saber that has like glowing magical lines through through the steel, and you know, the hilt is made of fine gold, and it's this beautifully made thing, and it looks like a royal heirloom from whatever. And they went to town, and like the party was like, so what does it do? Is it masterwork? Is it +1? Is it whatever? And I'm like, no, it's just a saber. Like, but it's glowing, Evan. I'm like, I know. So they go to the town and they go ask the local enchanter. They're like, what is the enchantment on this? I can't identify it. I can't do any of this. And the enchanter's just like, oh, it's an enchantment for aesthetics. So it looks very beautiful when you like draw it. It has this natural glowing light to it, but it doesn't actually have any power. So like, does Does it summon a desert storm? Does it shoot fire bolts? What does it do? And the enchanter's like, nothing. It's just very, it was made to be very beautiful. I'm sure it'd be worth a lot. And I'm trying to give them hints. They're like, wow. All right, cool. I guess I got a new saber. And I'm like, oh god. Okay. All right, sure. In the AD&D module, Castle Greyhawk, there's a room with 40 million gold stolen from treasury of a large city. That's sick. And that was back when you, of course, had encumbrance. Like that was back when it wasn't even a question as to whether or not you play with the encumbrance or item weight rule. It's really a question of what do you do with 40 million gold pieces or whatever, or how do you, like, I think there was a room in oh, was it Tomb of Horrors or Temple of Annihilation? I want to say Temple of Annihilation. I could be completely wrong. It might be some other obscure module or some like non-wizards module, but I'm pretty sure it's in Temple of Annihilation, where there was like 100,000 gold pieces, I think, but they were all on the ground, but the floor started sliding out from the other side very slowly, and gold was pouring down. It was pouring down at a rate of like 10,000 gold per minute or whatever, or something like that. So the party only had so long to try and figure out how to get it all. So they were like, you know, you could get your bag of holding or your portable hole or whatever, all these different things. And if you stayed there too long and you didn't get out, then you'd fall down the trap and you'd die, right? But it's like, what do you do with that? Because you're not going to get all 100,000 gold. So it's like, I remember it was a conversation with other friends that like, or other kids at school that played D&D, like that were in grades above me, like the grade 11s when I was in grade 10. And I was like, what did you do in this room? They're like, oh, we got 2 bag of holdings and we just started scooping. It's like, how much gold did you get? Like, well, we got like, we only lost like, you know, 10,000, so we got 90,000 gold out of that or whatever. Like, what did you do? Like, well, we just tried to like drag as much gold as we could into the hallway or whatever, so we got like 60,000, you know. Or like, we just tried to put it in our bags and we only got like 20,000. I love those kind of challenges, those kind of like side quests or whatever, you know. When they get the card in Draft Horse, you have something for the Griffins and Wyverns to attack. Yeah. And then like, it's also, I'm investing a lot of time into the travel system that I'm developing, because part of that psychology then is when you have a home that you're upgrading, that you're customizing, people love that shit. How many video games do you play where you have a ship or a house or something that you get to customize? And it's like, it is such a satisfying gameplay or piece of gameplay to customize something that you own in game. And the problem is D&D doesn't have a lot of that. So I made this cart system where you can customize for different events, and then the different events have whatever, so that you're not just adding arbitrary rules for like encumbrance and weight just to frustrate the players. You're adding them, but you're giving the players immediate and satisfying ways to overcome that challenge, so that you don't just like have a meaningless challenge. You get a challenge and overcome it, which is really weird, because I used to get like stun locked on this debate sometimes, where somebody would be like, Evan, what are you doing? You're just adding complexity and an annoyance to your players. And it's like, I feel like when they say that, they miss the idea of the core component of like gameplay. That's what any good game does. It adds complexity to like challenge the players, and in the act of overcoming it, it's satisfying. Unsatisfying gameplay is when you are challenged with something and overcoming it is not satisfying. An example of that is grinding in an RPG. When you're playing Pokemon, the challenge is that Misty has a level 19 or 21, I forget what it is, Starmie. 21 or 23, whatever, fuck it. She has a level 20 something or high teens, around level 20 Starmie that's hard to beat. And Brock has a level 13 Onyx or whatever it is. 22, okay, thank you. What's Brock's Onyx? And so you could say to the Pokemon devs, why are you arbitrarily forcing me to go fight Pokemon to level up to then overcome a harder Pokemon? You know, it's like, what the hell? And it's like, that's the entire point of the fucking game. And that's satisfying, because you grind the Pokemon, you get the higher whatever, maybe you get a different Pokemon, you can't beat Starmie because you've got a Squirtle, and you're like, ah shit, what do I do? So you go get an Oddish from right above or something like that, and then suddenly you've got a grass Pokemon, you're sitting there absorbing, just sucking that Starmie with those absorbs for like, you know, or whatever. And that's satisfying gameplay, especially with D&D. Why do you level up? You get more. And why is leveling up and fighting harder things more satisfying? Because you get more tools to beat that. And so when you give players a challenge that's satisfying, An example of an unsatisfying challenge is like let's say like in Diablo 4. The enemies are harder now as you level up. You've leveled up into World Tier 3. You hit level cap at level World Tier 2. You've now leveled up. You've got your gear. You're good. You're crushing things. And you're going to go to World Tier 3 now. World Tier 3 is harder, but it drops better gear. Okay. So I'm going to get better gear now to fight in World Tier 3. It's the same annoying bosses, the same annoying dungeons, the same tedious quests, and it takes the same amount of time now. Now you're just doing it harder for a better number on your gear. Well, do you get different legendary powers that are cooler and only available in this world tier? Not really. Do you get to change your build drastically so that you only have, so that you can do stuff in this world tier that you absolutely could not do in the previous world tier? Not really. So why am I doing a harder world tier? That's unsatisfying progression. But when you give the players a challenge of like encumbrance and carrying capacity and weight, but you give them the bonuses of things like being able to convert their currency to trade bars. You give them, you know, the ability to spend gold on like a better cart to be able to do stuff now. And now you don't have to worry about travel. You're not fatigued. You're always ready for combat. You can travel with your gear all on, you know, because like back in the day, you didn't walk around between villages with your armor on all the time. You went to the village, you put your armor on when you got outside the dungeon. But if you got jumped, part of it's like, well, you have your heavy armor, but like you're not wearing it, especially at night or whatever. So I think D&D players and the D&D meta has lost a bit of that sense of like gameplay in favor of just pure narrative. But to me, it seems a little bit like junk food narrative, where you're just like you're erasing some sort of satisfying progression just so you can skip to the good part. So you're just eating the icing and you're like, why am I full and I feel like shit? It's like, well, you just ate all the icing, you didn't have any of the cake or whatever, you know? And I kind of want to bring some of that back. And I feel like the treasure and rewarding systems like that is kind of doing that. So that's why I really like doing that shit. Set up teleport circle to move the gold out of there. Is either that or get 1,000 hirelings. Yeah. The actual like 10 level grind between 2 gems with only a single route in between. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You always did like the Mount Moon and whatever route, whatever on the west side of Mount Moon was, and then you usually do that like 5 trainer split or whatever up top. Go find like a Bellsprout or an Oddish or whatever. That's just good. That thing's the best part of the cake. It is, but if you eat like 1 full cake or 1 full cake's worth of icing, you know, you're missing out on a full experience. Playing Final Fantasy is one of the most fun parts, is getting a hold of the airships. Totally. Or like in a good Chrono Trigger, getting the ship. Yeah, I agree. And once you get, and so if you incentivize players to buy their first cart or their airship or their horses or whatever it is to make their camping, their survival, their travel more interesting, I have never seen players not fucking adore that system. I can't stop you, Fishy. You're right. If you just want to suck that icing off the cake and leave it in the fridge, if you want to buy a full 40 bucket of KFC and you're gonna eat all the skin off and just put the rest in your fridge, you know, that's fine. You ended up reading the Twilight Cleric's Channel Divinity spell or how temp shields could work? No, I didn't actually. We got sidetracked into items. What kind of frosting is it though? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Travel is fun, Fishy. When you play my games, I promise you travel is fun. I've never had players who, even skeptical players, who don't like travel or encumbrance or carrying capacity. I have never had a single player, except for one, and he didn't count because he was like 48 years old and an AD&D player and didn't like anything. And that was at the game store and I had to play with him. I never had a single player not enjoy the system. Eat all the skin, put the rest in the fridge. Is my favorite way to eat chicken. You're a monster. I'll take up that challenge. Sure. I mean, sure. If you do it, if you do it with an open mind and in good faith, I would love to show you how fun travel can be. You know, because I even in my most recent game, I had 2 players that were like, "Come on, man! Like, I just want to get there. I don't want to do the thing." And by the end of it, they were like trying to figure out how they could invent custom upgrades for their cart. I felt like I had succeeded in making that part of the gameplay rewarding to them, when the group got like 200 gold or whatever, and some like they found a bunch of orcish gold in the tomb. They sold a bunch of it later, and for like 400 gold because it was like old gold coins or whatever. And they got 400 gold. And that player that said that she like hated the idea of travel or whatever, and like all this bullshit, said, turned the party. Her first thing she said was, "Guys, now we can afford this upgrade for the card." And she was so excited, and it made getting gold fun and exciting again, as opposed to just like, okay, you just add gold to the coffer and we'll just buy more diamonds so when someone dies. I think on the store-bought sheet cakes and everything, or things like that, give me migraines. Think like it makes me want to barf. That's fine, dude. Listen, I like good cake, man. I like high quality cake, but I also enjoy a good Costco slab. So I ain't one to pretend like I'm better than it. Eat the frosting off the chicken, put the skin on the cake. Do not put the KFC skin on the cake. Do not put the frosting on the KFC chicken. Please, we're getting this wrong. You really think I wouldn't play a game at your table with good faith? I think that even the best of us, Fishy, walk into a situation with preconceived notions. And it's hard for us to do that sometimes. You know, the best of us, everyone can sometimes fall into a trap of walking into something and having made up their mind already, you know. And a simple reminder to, like, you know, a simple nudge in the shoulder to say, like, hey man, just like try and keep an open mind, you know, is sometimes required for everyone, you know. Certainly is for me as well. So I made a white chocolate mousse, made myself sick eating it instead of making the cake. that doesn't. Now I want cake. Fuck. Ella did buy me ice cream. She bought me. I had ice cream in a long time, and she was just like, "Evan, you've done so well with your like diet and health and stuff. For your subathon, eat some food that makes you happy." So she brought me some like macaroni and cheese. She bought me bread for sandwiches, and she bought me some white chocolate ice cream bars. So these are all things I haven't had in a long time, and I'm deeply excited for. Don't you drive Evan to actual insanity with the "I do a kickflip over the enemy, then fly a loop around the world and punch them into the moon with my magic girl blast"? Please do. I want to see it. You know. I agree with Ella. Yeah, it feels a little, I don't know. It feels a little weird to like, I'm worried I'm gonna get sucked back into unhealthy food, but it's not like I'm eating anyway because I'm streaming all day. So, yeah, I don't know, man. All right, I think I'm enjoying the split for our sage damage and healing. The one thing that I'm not so sure about is still the idea of, do we stack healing onto the damage? Do we change the Astral Sage into a Disc Priest? So the question I want to ask is, if you have 6 dice, your 6 dice are your resources. You have that for your cantrip every turn. You're not casting a spell, you're not doing anything really cool. This is just your moment-to-moment gameplay. You're hitting things with a stick, you're casting Magic Missile, you're doing whatever. Or you're casting Firebolt, or whatever. I want there to be fun, interesting decision making between how I spend those 6 dice. If you know that you're going to get healing and shielding on those dice together, I feel like we have to nerf it, and then you don't get as many dice with to throw. But then you might get forced in the situation where you're a heal bot. So it's like, how much do I think the risk is of you feeling like you need to dump all your healing for shielding every single turn? You guys have made some really good points about the risks or potential, but part of me still feels like I want to try it like this and see if players tell me they feel like they have to shield and like they're bogged into it, or that it's not powerful enough and they never shield, or whatever. You can use that a d6 to cast a temporary hit points on a player, a target, whatever. What if, okay, hold on, what if you could only, would this change anything? I don't think it would, but I'm just throwing this out there. Would it change anything if you could only cast 1d6 worth of temporary hit points on each target. So you're kind of like forced to, you only have one tank in combat. You're kind of forced to only give it one hit point or one temporary shield. And then you could temp shield the rest of your party, but why bother when you can blast the enemy? Way of the group once was go to those. Wait, we got one of those wagons. Wagons covered with walls. You know what we would see while traveling merchants have. Yeah. My wizard spent like 3 months burning every slot every day to cast a spell on the door. Way to make a permanent mansion on wheels. That's sick. That's actually sick. This is just a cantrip that's very flexible. Are we giving them a class feature or an array of class features to choose from that augments their default cantrips? So the rest, here's how the rest of the class works that I'm thinking about, Ashy. Well, first of all, if you have any ideas for how to make this system more interesting, I'd love to hear that. It would be, this is your cantrip and your class feature is your, basically your spell casting. The way spell casting works is that you get runes, like you get astral constellation runes. And at level 1, you have like one, or you have like 2 runes. At level 4, you get an additional rune slot. Let's just say 8. I don't. These numbers aren't necessarily correct. You get 4 rune slots, and you have a list of spells that you learn that require like 1 rune. It would be like blast. 2 runes would be like pump. You know, so you can be a pumper. You know, you have 1 rune that's like a Healy boy. You know, 1 rune that's like a your mom. And then you have like access to spells that's like 4 runes. That's like a explosion, right? And so you're locked by. It's not like you don't know this, have access to, or can't learn the spell or learn the runes or whatever at level 4. You just can't use the spell because you don't have enough of your constellation runes unlocked. So at level 8, though, you can finally cast Explosion. And if you want to spend all of your runes in one day on Explosion, then go for it. You're just sitting there using cantrips, and then, you know, the boss comes and you explosion. Like, that's fine to me. Fine, whatever. But if you want to like be versatile and like cast some blasts and some pumpers, and now what the risk is then that you would always save your Explosion, but I want to make the overall DPS of 4 blasts better than 2 pumps or better than 1 Explosion, right? And that spell casting is sort of that is then the way I want spell casting to work. Now, obviously, I don't know if you'll start level 1 at 3 runes or whatever, and then there's single rune and whatever. Like, just trust me that the numbers and the levels that you advance your runes aren't necessarily, whatever. I've thought about having the runes be like Death Knight runes, where it's like you have 1 red rune and 1 blue rune, but I kind of don't like that idea. You know, where it's like you require a red, a blue, a green, and a booba rune, right? Like, you know what? That seems lamer to me, but maybe it's not. Maybe there's a great way of doing it. So that's the way the rest of your spell casting I want to work. So I want this to be sort of your cantrip, whatever moment-to-moment casting, and I want this to be your spell casting. So I'm guessing that if that's the class, I'm guessing that there's something else missing, another feature somewhere in there that's missing, like something cool that you can do to augment or whatever, or change or something, you know. I don't know. Like what I envision is like a really cool spell that I imagined is like for like maybe like a 2 rune spell, you like triple the amount of dice you use. You get to cast your astral cantrip with like triple or quadruple the dice or something, you know, like a cool shit like that as well, to like change your rune casting to be able to make this stuff more interesting or something like that. Or I don't know, they all explode and deal like, I don't know, clout damage or some shit. You become an unlimited healing resource if you can do this between encounters. I like the shielding aspect during combat. Yeah, that's what, because originally it was supposed to be healing Atari, but then I realized that that's like a really, really bad idea. You can target 1 creature or 2 adjacent creatures You may roll a number of d6s on either target up to your proficiency bonus. The creature receives that many temp hit points or takes that many attack rolls. 1d6 radiant damage each. Target 1 creatures or 2 adjacent creatures. You roll a number of d6s on either target up to your proficiency bonus. That creature receives that many temp hit points or takes that many attack rolls. Man.
Visitors,
I like the way that
how
reads.
Exciting.
I like the way that reads, but I feel like it takes away some of the essence. Dungeon Mechanics, thank you for the raid. Yo, what's up, dude? How did stream go? What did you guys do today? Tell me your tales. Tell me stories. What did you do? Were we playing? Did you TPK the party? Did you build an amazing adventure? What were we doing today? Yo, what's up, Stormtrooper? How you doing, bro? Long time, man. You're posting because you missed it. What if you can use d6s if you damage and use d4s of healing? I thought about that, Garthan. Yeah. The problem is, so the reason why I don't like that, and tell me if I'm being too like worried or whatever, is that I want your d6s to feel like a thing that you are holding, and that's your power as a player. It's more satisfying to me because then your d6s become like sort of your like a physical touch point that connects you and your character. You know, and I don't think people have d4s because originally I wanted to have more d4s than d6s, but I feel like no one has besides Blaze 30 d4s. Welcome, Dungeon Mechanics. Yo, tell me what you're doing today. Tell me your tales. Not sure if you were in here quick enough when I asked, but what are you doing, my friend? Yeah, Blaze, we are not just going to rely on everyone being like you and having 30 d4s, unless does anyone else have like 30 d4s and I'm just wrong? Am I missing entirely? And all of y'all, everyone in chat's like, bro, I got like 28 d4s, not even part of sets, man, just like d4s on d4s on d4s. What's up, Super Dog? Right, I just own a lot of dice. I'm a goblin. Yeah, that's true. Like 6. You have tons. D6s everywhere, but a few d4s. Right, yeah. Part of sets. Yeah, and I feel like the average player would be able to buy like, because like it's gonna feel, and like the psychology of it I think is it's gonna feel bad to break d6s away from sets, right? It's gonna break d6. It'd feel bad to break d6s away from sets. So you're gonna want to have d6s on you, like a set of all the same d6s without having to grab them from your sets like you would have d4s. So I have no doubt that people have like 8 d4s on average, but to try and get access to that many d4s in a satisfying way would be annoying. D6s I think is way easier for you to grab onto, you know? Eunice chubby. Is that what the vet said? Did the vet tell us that our dog is fat? Maybe you need to stop feeding her peanut butter, man. I ain't the one giving her a spoon of peanut butter and pumpkin. All right? I ain't out there. How many ounces overweight is she? Because she was only 7 pounds 1 ounce last time we checked her. What was she today? Someone mentioned it before. They'll raid the Boomer Yahtzee box and risk games. Yeah, exactly. You know that you can find d6s, but to find d4s is like really difficult. You know, it's actually kind of difficult to find d4s. I think that's why I wanted to keep it. And so I want there to be sort of narrative components behind the runes as well. She has a lazy posture. That's all. She's just lazy. So she's just fat and lazy. That's the only thing that's up with her. All right. All right. Good to know. Good to know. I guess that's. I'm glad that's the only reason why she sits weird is because she's just lazy and because so you will sit on her butt and have her legs like out, like straight out, you know, as opposed to like sitting on her back feet like a normal dog does. So, an acid reflux. Oh no, puppy. All right, well, well, I guess I'll have to figure something out for her. All right. Probably need another feature or two on here. We probably need something else. Pepsid, really? Damn. Okay. Well, Blaze, this is your dice box. How do you not have them all as collected sets? Or are these all your random sets and not your dice? This is not the average. This is a problem. Oh, sorry, Ashi. Just put the shielding behind Eldritch Blast invocation so player can just choose not to have it in the first place. Whether another feature making multi-target instead, another feature bumping it to single target, damaging, etc. They'll pick the star signs like there's Zodiac or something. So... Would that not still make them feel the need to, like, go into healing, though, right? That's my concern. That's one of your dice, but okay. All right. Okay. Well. I'm cutting you off from Ella Blackwood. Dice. Wait, where's my... Okay, whatever. Okay, what things to think about, but we also have, that I want to do today, we also have story time we need to get to. Story time is the first ever EBA edition of the first ever fan fiction written for Eldara. Atari wrote it, and we need to read it. And I said as part of SUBATHON, we would sit down for however long it takes and do it. I might not be able to do the whole thing at once because sometimes my eyes get a little blasted when I'm reading, but we are going to do cozy story time and read at least the first, I don't know if there's chapters or how this is divided, but yeah, I'm gonna go get water and then we're gonna jump into that because I think I'm at kind of a point where I'm not sure really where to go with the Astral Sage. I want to kind of think about it. Which chat do they have? Augments their spells because it's behind every level up thing. It's a lot more player choice in terms of efficiency. Maybe like why are you a Tempest Cleric instead of a Life Cleric? Yeah, sounds a lot like less reasonable than why are you not healing me in the moment. True. While saying trying to stir brain juices, I do love your core idea on this, but you gotta defend it to make sure you've thought it through / flesh it out. Yeah, and the thing is, like, at the end of the day, I'm just not sure if it's and where I'm honestly sitting right now is I don't know if it's actually gonna, if anyone realistically is going to feel forced into healing every turn. I legitimately have no idea. I might have to just send it out there with the original core idea that I like want to like represent all the most like core features and then just see what happens. And if people say, hey man, this is cool, but like I'll ask that question specifically. I'll say like, hey, did you feel like you had to shield all the time? Or did you feel like you had to, did you ever, like, when did you choose to shield your party? And when did you choose to like, not bait it out, be like, did you feel like this was bad? But just like, hey man, when did you, like as part of sort of the questions I would ask is, what kind of situations did you feel like you wanted to shield? What kind of situations did you want to feel like you wanted to use your damaging spells or damaging cantrip? And if people do say like, well, I didn't use my damage all that much because every time I was, you know, I'm good bed, but I have tomorrow off. Poggy's also finished the 30th World Ammo Prog. Dude, congratulations. By luck. I'm proud of you, bro. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. I really wanted to do summer camp this year. Last year, I promised myself I would be doing summer camp. But, I don't know. I had to take those 2 weeks off and focus on important things. Anyway. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab water. Return. It's awkward math. Like I give up my turn to turn actions to save your bigger spells for utility instead of healing. Yeah, true. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab water, and then we are gonna do story time and read the very first Realms of Eldara fan fiction, the very first story by an amazing author placed into the Realms of Eldara. We'll see what's correct. We'll see what's not. We'll see how much of it's canon. Here be. Be back. All right. Done. Updated. Okay. I got your tab. I'm sorry. Well, I'm here. I'm back. I'm back. It's time. I got my water. I'm ready. All right, we need some I need to get some like good background music for this. Let's find a good. Okay. My friends, welcome. It is time we've been waiting for. The first ever EBA story time. Featuring work from the wonderful Atari 2600. The man, the legend. This is a story written, a fanfic about the world of Teleria, nestled within the realms of Eldara, based off of what Atari has heard, the lore on stream, the world level articles. Atari has crafted an original story for Eldara. Now, I'm not that good at reading, but I'll do my best. Read a good chunk of it. We'll see how long it takes before my eyes fall out of their sockets, and I'll do my best for y'all, okay? This is the... Wait. Episode 5? The Laren Fall Cycle Episode 5? What? Where was episodes 1 through 4? Work for Lucas? Alright, I'm not gonna question it. The Stone's Drain by a okay, sorry. LNA, one sec. One sec. Okay. First segment is the ingest. The rest are about 5-7 minutes each. All right. All right. We'll see how many we get through. Maya stood on the edge of the rocks. Mia or Maya? Mia? I'm guessing it's Mia. M-I-A-H. Mia. Mia stood on the edge of the rocks and looked down. We have a problem. Her brother, Isaiah, glanced up at her while drawing an arrow out of the quiver on his back. You mean Berg's making their way through the trees over there? We see them. Maya. Okay, Maya. Maya, not Mia. Maya turns toward the trees and the late morning sun. She squinted in the brightness. Oh no, not them. Next to her brother was a large man in chainmail. He was bleeding from 2 wounds in his chest and breathing heavily. You mean that sky shard? You mean the sky shards have already been delivered to whoever is behind the pirates? We're already figuring that out. No, said Maya. Different problem than that. A round-edged woman, also in chainmail, with a shield in one hand and a silver and gold-colored mace in the other, looked at Maya. Where have you been? She asked, waving with her shield at the brutish dead bodies lying in the brush around them. There were more dread goblins waiting here for us. Maya jumped down from the hollow beside the massive boulder and adjusted her leather armor, dyed light blue with a star pattern down one side. I've been scouting ahead. The rich fold runs up and to the left. There's some old runes and... Bergs are charging, muttered Isaiah, letting an arrow fly with a twangy thwap of his bowstring. Ooh. He followed up almost immediately by drawing and knocking another arrow. About 70 feet away, 10 thinly armored Bergen warriors, a large bluish-grayed humanoid, charged through a stand of pine trees. The lead Berg dropped with an arrow sticking out of his chest. Maya grabbed Isaiah's arm before he could loose another. Wait! She stepped in past him and planted one end of her quarterstaff, carved with a pattern of spiraling lines into the ground. With a quick chant of a few spell words, she stepped forward again, outstretched her left arm, hand in a fist. A ring of tiny copper star shapes at the top of her staff glowed slightly, and a small ball of fire shot from her fist. It streaked across the clearing until it reached the trees and flew into the middle of the barracks. She opened her fist and spread her fingers wide. The fireball exploded in a roar of flames. The barracks were crisped and the trees burst into fire like huge torches standing up in the dirt. Maya turned, facing the rest of the party, with billowing black smoke and a flaming corpse of pines behind her. This is important. Joe is here. Isaiah sighed. I had 3 arrows back there I was going to gather. The woman in armor and the shield was Kaelin, a cleric of Ayanwu, goddess of light. She wore a gold sun motif on her chest and shield, both now stained with dirt and blood splatter. Josenferl is here? On this island? Maya nodded. I saw the rest of the island. On the other end, there's something happening. Maybe 20 people setting up some structures. Joe is there. He's directing the work. The large man coughed and sheathed both swords he had in his hand. The sky shards are for him? That doesn't make sense. He can already fly. Wait, are you sure it's him? The other side of the island is over 200 yards away. Maya's face was set in plain determination, with her typical hint of not wanting to be questioned. How many Berry are in the Shattered Sea? And of those, how many have yellow wings? Isaiah raised an arrow in his hand and pointed towards the other side of the island. With your focus on Joe, Maya, you're forgetting the ancillary problem you just created. No, Isaiah, I haven't. This is all on purpose. We have 1 more minute before his forces show up to investigate the fire. She smiled at him with a cant of her head. Divide and conquer. Casper, the large man in body armor, pulled both his swords back out of their scabbards. He tilted his head to the side, cracked his neck. Here we go then. He looked back at Kaelin. Kay, if you please, he said, nodding down at his wounds. Kaelin stepped up, placed a hand on his chest, feeling the cold metal of his chainmail. A glow sprang from her fingers, and his bleeding stopped. She looked up at his eyes and said softly, "One of those spears nicked your lungs. Be careful." He gave her a lopsided smile and a wink of an eye. I don't have to be careful when I have you. She blew him a kiss and turned to Isaiah, motioning for him to back up towards her. She reached behind behind to the small of her back and pulled out a metal vial from a pouch on her belt. Isaiah turned and reached back with an arrow he was holding. Kaelin poured holy water on all the arrow shafts while whispering a blessing. Isaiah then walked out to the trampled brush. I'll draw them in. You all stay back at the rock. When they realize I have an arrow... Hi, Yuna. When they realize I have arrows, they'll want to close in for hand-to-hand. The others got into position. With coordination, both spoken and unspoken, they arranged themselves out of sight. Isaiah looked towards the far end of the island and breathed deeply. The sun was to his right, deep blue skies above his head, and just a few puffy clouds and a handful of other floating islands. There wasn't much wind, and he could smell the burning trees behind him. So far, the mission had gone very well, but the new complication made him nervous. 5 flying humanoid shapes rose up from behind the ridgeline. Damn, 5 of them. Looks like Netalos again. 5? Asked Caspar. Damn. Anyone want to consider a tactical retreat? Muttered the steely-eyed Isaiah. No? Everyone but me must be forgetting what happened last time? He breathed in and set his stance. 300 feet. Flying straight at me. The other 3 all became very serious. Isaiah felt the tingle of sweat breaking out on his face and the back of his neck. He dried his fingertips on the edge of his cotton shirt under his studded leather armor. Maya stood next to Caspar at a slight crouch, ready to move. Just get them in low. Isaiah stilled his breath and concentrated. In the air above the trees were bat-winged devils, slightly smaller than humans, long spiked tails, iridescent in the sunlight with green and violet scales. They all carried 3-pointed spears of red metal. He sighted on the one to the far right of the group. His arrow flew. While it was still in flight, he drew and knocked another. The devil saw the arrow coming at the last second and tried to drop out of the way. Isaiah had anticipated and aimed a little low. His second shot released as the first one hit the Nettleoth in the midsection. A flash of radiance burst out of the wound as the holy water took effect. The devil screamed. The second shot also hit, another burst of damage. The devil tumbled backwards and tried to keep aloft. The other Nettleoth tucked wings, dove into an attack runs, dropping beneath the pine tree canopy and swerving beneath the bare trunks. Isaiah loosed another arrow and it flew high, just missing the target, which was still flapping awkwardly and trying to turn around. As he drew and knocked the fourth arrow, he said calmly, "Now." The arrow left his bow and he ducked. Maya stepped from behind the rock, setting her quarterstaff and standing tall. Isaiah's last arrow hit the same Nettleoth again and plummeted out of the sky. Her spell words were quick and Maya raised a hand, palm down, fingers outstretched. Silvery strands of magic webs shot out and strung themselves up in the trees right in front of the devils. Caspar launched himself forward into a run, both blades out and ready. 4 Nettleoths shot through the trees and tried to twist away from Maya's webs. 2 made it through. 2 were held fast, screeching like broken brass horns struggling to flap their wings. 2 still flying raced over to Caspar about 20 feet away above him. They both flicked their tails forward, and released 2 spikes that each flew like darts towards him. He batted out of the air. One he batted out of the air with his short sword. One drilled into the ground. One glanced off the armor around his midsection. One stuck into his shoulder with a little burst of flame. Caspar grunted and kept running. The flying devils screeched as they soared over the rest of the party. From his crouch, Isaiah tracked them and let another arrow loose. It stuck one of the Nettleoths in the bare neck near its wings. The devil tumbled down to the ground, rolled, and came up on 2 feet with its spear ready. Kaelin, am I saying that right? Yeah. Kaelin closed in on it with mace and shield. Maya ran behind her. Caspar reached the devils, hung up in the webs. He leapt from a boulder and skewered the first mobile devil with both his swords. The other was just starting to wriggle free. It planted its clawed feet on the side of a tree and pushed off, using its wings to pull webs away. It thrust out its red spear and came up short. 1 Nettleoth remained flying. It circled around the edge of the clearing near the smoke, gave the battlefield a quick glance, and flicked its tail. 2 spikes zipped through the air at Kaelin. The cleric had to stop and swing her shield around. Both spikes impacted and bounced off. Maya sidestepped around her and stopped with the standing devil 20 feet from her. She raised her hand and pointed at it. A shimmering ray of frost sprang from her fingertips and caught it square on the chest, but it seemed to shrug it off and came forward. Isaiah stood and aimed at the flying devil. He let another arrow go, and another to the right after it. Both struck the Nettleoth as it dropped to the ground, flapping its wings like a wounded duck. Isaiah dropped his bow and drew his sword. Back of the trees, Caspar knocked the devil's spear out of the way. He stepped up to the edge of the webs with practiced precision. He swung the first long sword and then the short sword. Both blades struck the Nettleoth in the head, and it slumped forward, still hung up to a tree next to a tree. Dark, syrupy ichor oozed out of both wounds and dripped to the ground with a stench of decay. Caspar immediately turned and started running towards the devil as Isaiah had just dropped out of the air. Kaelin rushed to the standing devil, shield in front, mace raised. The Nettleoth lifted its spear to parry, but wasn't fast enough. The mace, a magical mace of holy light, began to glow as Kaelin brought it down on the devil's head. It connected with a radiant flash that carved in the side of the green skull and left a blackened scorch mark, caved in the side of the green skull. The devil dropped to its knees. It looked up at Kaelin and hissed through a ragged-edged beak. Maya stepped up and swung her quarterstaff like she was out on game field. It smacked into the Nettleoth's face and snapped its head back before it dropped. Wings curled up around it like a dead botfly. She smiled at Kaelin. About 30 feet away, Isaiah and Caspar dispatched the last wounded Nettleoth with a sword strikes. Isaiah backed up a step and looked around the battlefield. 3 dead devils next to 3 dead devils to the north, 1 dead devil at their feet, 1 devil staining the ground behind black next to Maya and Kaylin. Huh, he said. I remember these things being tougher than last time. What is this, divide into chapters or what's how's it dividing? Segments? That was segment 1. Sections? All right. Section 2. It's good. This is really good. I like it. I gotta get my eyes good. I'm like not blinking. This is sick, man. I'm probably not saying the names right, but Joseph Farrell stood with his arms crossed, waiting for his servants to fly back up after their attacks. He stood there for a minute, staring at the thick black smoke rising from behind the fold in the terrain. Well over 6 feet tall, Barum had a deep yellow, almost golden skin. Dark black hair kept his short, small black horns on his forehead. Muscular body with fine orange and black silks for his shirt and trousers. A whip was coiled at his belt, and his wings were closed tight against his back, with taloned tips curling over his shoulders. A barbed yellow tail hung behind him, twitching like an annoyed cat. Next to him stood a tall and broad-chested dread goblin in chainmail and pieces of steel plate, orange skin with a vicious snarl and gray hair pulled back and tied up. He had the point of his greatsword stuck into the ground and grasped it like a walking stick. What about crew? He growled. Josenfeld didn't look over at him. They're likely dead, along with your Bergen soldiers. He also ignored the dread goblin's low, angry growl. Captain Woshan, this is part of your contract, or this portion of your contract is complete, and your service here are no longer required. I suggest you get back to your airship and see what you have left. If crew dead, revenge is necessary. Blood for blood. You'll do no such thing, said Barum calmly. Get back to your ship. You have 2 weeks to recruit and replenish before the next Sky Shard shipment. Woshan barked something that was probably a slur, pulled his greatsword out of the dirt, and motioned. If it looks like I'm jerking slightly to the left and right, it's because I'm holding Eunice Chu and she is just goblining right now, okay? So I apologize. He pulled his greatsword up out of the dirt and motioned for his personal guard of 4 well-armored dread goblins to move out with him. They all started off in a lopping run across the grassy field that made up the northern part of the island, angling away from the smoke and flames in the middle. Behind him, stretched out for almost 200 feet near the edge of the island, was a curving structure of wooden poles and plank walkways. Josenfeld turned to look at it again and saw all the adepts working on it were staring at him. Combat was not in their blood, and if anything happened, they could not be counted on. Coming down off the ladder were bearded humans wearing rugged dark blue clothing, worn and dirty from working with timber and tools. Great master, he said with a bow of his head. Josenfeld barely acknowledged his fealty. You said you needed an hour. You've had 2. Are you ready yet? The man lowered to one knee and bowed slightly. Yes, great master. We are ready to begin. Very well. Start the ritual. I'll handle our guests. He dismissed the man with a wave of his hand and walked past the end of the structure to a rocky patch near the edge of the island. Out beyond the edge was a clear blue sky and a hazy horizon. Below that was a continually rolling cloud deck that made up the shattered sea. He said the word. He knelt at the corner of the square-shaped patch of old, weathered stonework. About 30 feet on each side, it jutted out past the edge of the island by a foot or two. He reached out with his thoughts and gave a picture of what he wanted, then barked a few harsh words in the infernal language. Below him, something large stirred. Their mission had been simple on paper. Track the pirates into an archipelago of small islands in the southern reach of the Shattered Sea, about 50 to 100 miles north of Alman Arastaket. By using some stealthy sky darts. Board, eliminate the Dread Goblin crew, and secure the crate of stolen Sky Shards. The first 2 things that had happened easily enough, but the Sky Shards had already been offloaded. With the new situation, the challenge they faced had increased. Isaiah picked up the last of his recoverable arrows and walked back to the other 3. I've got 12 good arrows. Kaylin was finishing up putting a salve on Caspar's shoulder and using a cantrip spell to mend his chainmail. Maya was watching the sky while absently picking huckleberries and popping them in her mouth. The stand of pines continued to burn, while the wind had shifted slightly, and smoke was now drifting in their direction. Kaylin closed up her healing kit and put it into her backpack into the backpack by her feet. I can cast Cure Wounds 3 more times. Maya picked up her quarterstaff. I've got power for 2 more proper spells. My cantrips worked well when we boarded the skyship, but won't be so useful against devils with magic resistance. Cass? Caspar stretched his arms, worked his shoulder back and forth, ready to hack and slash. All right then, said Isaiah. Shall we go? They started walking north, quickly ordering themselves into a box formation. Kaylin and Caspar in front, separated by 10 feet, him on the right and her on the left, weapons ready. Isaiah was behind Kaylin and had his bow out with an arrow ready in the other hand. Maya walked behind Caspar, using her quarterstaff like she was on a stroll through the garden. They didn't speak as they walked. They knew what Josenfell could do to them. 2 previous encounters had left them bloodied and lucky to be alive. Each kept their own thoughts as they moved through the brushy patch of small trees, keeping the fold of land to their right in order to mask them from the north. Once through the trees, they saw grassy fields with large stone ruins laying across them. It took a moment for them to realize it was some kind of larger tower that had fallen over and maintained most of its structural integrity. It lay half buried in the ground with its vines crawling up the sides. They gathered at the edge of the clearing and watched the ruins for a while. No visible movement. Isaiah thought he saw an opening that led inside and pointed it out, about halfway along the length of it. What do you think? Give it a quick check and keep on moving north. There were nods from the group as they started out across the clearing at a brisk walk, one at a time, staggering by 20 feet. But halfway across the field, Isaiah slowed and turned to look back. Thinking he had heard something, the smoke continued to drift in hazy clouds behind them. Bursting out of the smoke came a large wyvern with silver and blue scales. It flew with powerful strokes of its wings, 2 clawed legs curled up underneath, and a long sinewy tail laid out behind it. Isaiah stopped and brought up his bow. Behind us! The others turned, but it was too late. The wyvern dove at them, mouth agape with long teeth and a tail whipping around. Isaiah sighted it on the base of its neck and got off 1 arrow, piercing its scales with a deep hit, before it crossed the remaining distance. As the wyvern passed over Isaiah, it raked him with one of its claws. Isaiah tried to dodge out of the way, but the talon ripped open his shoulder. Then its tail swung around, which ended in a wicked-looking stinger. The point of the stinger missed, but the rest of the tail smashed into the Isaiah like a giant's club. The thief took the strike full into his side and was lifted up and thrown through the air, body spinning out of control. Maya dropped prone and watched the shadow pass over her. Kaylin turned to see the wyvern practically in the middle of them. Without thinking, she called on her medallion of Ayanwu to send up a flare of radiance in front of her. Powered by the force of light itself, medallion channeled pure brilliance and showered the wyvern with searing radiant damage as it flew overhead. Caspar turned and could do nothing. The wyvern bellowed and flew over him. It wheeled in the sky, wings out, turning back towards them. Maya got to her knees and shouted a spell. Hold up. Okay. Maya got to her knees and shouted a spell. A single swirling pattern on her staff glowed light blue. She raised a hand, 3 fingers pointed up and then pointed level. With a deafening thunderclap, a bolt of lightning streaked out and hit the wyvern dead center. The winged beast was knocked back and dropped to the ground. Caspar ran towards it, but before he could get within range, the wyvern thrust up with its wings and whipped its tail underneath itself, stabbing it with the stinger. The barb hit him low in the chest and sunk in deep before a flex of the tail ripped it out. Cass! Shouted Kaylin. She ran hard, mace and shield moving with her pumping arms, giving no thought towards her own defense. The wyvern dropped back to its feet, wings flapping angrily, huge bleeding scorch mark across its breast. Caspar looked down at the blood welling up behind his armor. He felt his body seizing up and went to one knee. His eyesight blurred as he pitched forward, paralyzed. He could only listen as the wyvern stepped on him, hissing and spitting and sinking its claws into his back. He heard Kaylin cry out and heard the clink of her armor and the thud of her boots as she ran towards him. He could do nothing as he listened to her run towards the beast that had just dropped him with 1 strike of its tail. About 100 feet away, lying in the grass, Isaiah groaned and tried to roll on his side. He coughed hard and sprayed blood all over the clover, then rolled back. The wyvern's tail swung around again for a strike at Kaylin. She kept running and raised her shield at the last second. The stinger slammed into it and threw her off balance. She sprawled out on the ground, trying unsuccessfully and ungainfully to stand on her feet. Her attempts at staying upright only brought her closer to the beast. It hopped forward and whipped its head down like a striking snake. Its teeth clamped down hard on her shoulder and created a row of bleeding wounds. It then tossed her aside as she landed in a confused clump of metal and weapons. With a coordinated flip of its tail, the wyvern stabbed its stinger into her side. Caitlin felt the paralysis coming over her as she reached towards Caspar, then her vision blurred. Maya couldn't see where her brother had landed, and Kay and Cass were laid out on the ground. The wyvern whirled its long neck around, and its eyes focused on her. Then the only one left standing on the battleground. The entrance to the collapsed tower was more visible now and only 40 feet away. She pointed a finger and released a ray of frost, which struck the wyvern in the breast and probably helped only cool down the ragged wound she had given it before. Then she shouted and waved her quarterstaff while running towards the entrance. She could only hope that the beast's instincts kicked in as it chased her like prey. It did. Part 4. Yuna, you need to chill. I'm trying to read. Can you please fucking relax? Okay, hold on. La Goblina. I need to read part 4. Oh, God. So bad. Alright. Maya ran. The wyvern followed, scratching up clods of dirt with its claws, using its wings to pull itself forward. She felt the fear surging up within her. The beast's hissing got closer and closer with every step. She let out an uncontrolled whimper as she thought about its teeth clamping down on her head, or its stinger piercing into her heart, or its claws ripping her open and spilling her entrails across the bright green grass. There was so much more she wanted to do in life, and it was all about to end here and now. The entrance to the tower was a large square cut from the stone and half covered with ivy. Maya ran straight for it. She could hear the wyvern snarling behind her. With a frantic leap, she dove in blindly to the opening. The wyvern's jaws snapped down on the empty air behind her. She flew into the darkness and rolled, slamming her shoulder down on the hard rock. She ended up flat on her back, looking up at the vine-covered sky above her. She had just started to breathe again when she saw the wyvern's tail suddenly appear and shoot through the opening at her. She rolled out of the way and scrambled to sit up. Maya couldn't tell how big the area was around her, but it felt sizable, like the entire inside of the tower was empty. The wyvern's tail pulled back out of the opening and replaced with its long jaws and vicious teeth. It blared a bellowing roar. It was when she noticed that it still had Caitlin's blood on its teeth that Maya got angry. She reached for the astral aura, the source for magic, and summoned up the power for one last major spell. She held out her hand, pointed it straight down at the wyvern's mouth. A dart-shaped sigil on her quarterstaff glowed. 4 bolts of magic force shot up and blasted the wyvern in the back of the throat, the last one blowing a hole out of the back of its head. Maya stood and watched the blood drip out of the wyvern's mouth as it died, head still stuck in the opening. She took a deep breath to calm herself. She cast a light cantrip at the top of her quarterstaff. The top of her quarterstaff glowed bright white. She now could see the entire tower was a hexagonal in shape, and stood on one of the flat sides. The wyvern's head obscured the entrance about 20 feet above and in front of her, which meant half of the tower was underground. What do you mean, poor wyvern? Hey, down, my boy. Sticking out of the walls at irregular intervals were rotting pieces of wood, as if it had been a staircase winding around the inside of the wyvern many ages ago, or inside the tower many ages ago. To her right were scattered rocks and dirt, which sloped up until they filled the whole space. To her left was stone wall that had once been a ceiling, weathered vines and roots from the ivy, crawling along the outside, and Josenfell standing with his arms crossed. Impressive show of raw power. I applaud you. Maya reached out with her pointed finger. Josenfell was faster. With a whirl of his fingers closing into a clenched fist, he said, "You don't want to attack me. You'd much rather be my friend." The Barium smiled a very pleasant smile. Maya felt his charms reach into her mind as her dull senses. She stopped slowly and lowered her hand. Now this is much better. It'd be a shame to try and kill each other when I have so much to show you. I don't think there's anything you could show me that I need to see, said Maya. Friend or no? Josenfell shrugged and leaned forward a bit. I think you're wrong. He stepped to the side to reveal an opening behind them that must have been for an old staircase right Right through here. You'll be dazzled. Maya started walking towards the opening with a slightly halting steps. She looked back at the hanging wyvern head. Josenfeld stopped just before stepping into the room. I'm sure your friends will be fine. In fact, I plan on them joining us shortly. He finished moving into the next room and raised a hand. A ray of flame shot from his fingers and lit up 3 torches affixed to the tall metal stands. Maya came in behind him and saw that the room was about 50 feet long with the same rotting pieces of wood sticking out of the walls. The floor had been cleared and laid down with several rugs. A few ornate tables and comfortable chairs sat in the middle, some with books and scrolls stacked neatly on them. Maya followed the Barum to a set of chairs. She ran her hand along the lush fabric, noticed it had a grime of soot infused in it. You've got a scuffed hideaway on an insignificant island. I'm not dazzled. This isn't the dazzling part. He moved around the last chair and started walking down to a hole cut into the floor. Found something here when I was excavating for another purpose. A wizard of your particular interests will appreciate this. Maya followed down the stairs. They came out into a large room, and Josenfeld lit up torches again. The walls and the dome ceiling were mostly clay, and 6 timber posts near the middle rose up as support columns. In the center of the room, a large canvas tarpaulin? I'm not smart enough to know that word. Lay over something long and rounded. Past that, on the far side of the room, was an open doorway and a tunnel. Tarp. Okay, a tarp. To her right were more chairs and tables and bookshelves. Against the wall was a sideboard with several decanters of alcohol. To her left were several chains and shackles fixed into the wall with dried blood stains beneath them. She also noticed a second smaller room where she could see a bed in the shadows. Josenfeld reached down in the corner of the tarpaulin and looked back to see where Maya was looking. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm good. That comes later, my dear. He pulled the tarpaulin to the side. This is what I wanted to show you. Maya stepped forward to see a buried stone object curving out of the floor. The craftsmanship was precise and the stone was obsidian black with veins of coppery metal running through it. Every few inches along the side of it were runic symbols carved and inlaid with gold. She instantly knew what it was. This is an Eldari runic portal. Yes, it is. But they've never been discovered, buried before, or toppled over on their sides. She stepped up right next to it, right next to him. No, they haven't. He saw her begin to reach out a hand and pause. Go ahead. It's safe. Maya knelt and ran her hand along the cool stone. It's smaller than the others, and the runes are slightly different. You haven't excavated the whole thing. Why? I have other plans for this island. Josenfeld knelt next to her and wrapped one of his wings around her shoulder, like a comforting blanket. A comfortable blanket with talons, spikes, and a slightly infernal warmth. I'm so glad it was you who accepted the mission to track down my pirates. Maya looked over him, now inches away from his golden face and a pleasant smile. You wanted us to be here? Wanted me? He nodded slowly. I know you've been studying in your dusty old library. I know what you're really after with all this adventuring, and I think I can finally give it to you. Part 5. We got some Eldari runes, boys. We got some Eldari runes. We got Sky Shard shipments, man. Holy shit. I'm excited. I'm excited, man. Isaiah pulled himself to his elbows, shaking and coughing in fits. He looked around but couldn't see much of anything. Maya, he whispered. He was near death and knew it. He lay flat again and reached back to take a metal vial out of his pouch, fixed in his armor at the small of his back. Pain shot through him as he rolled onto his wounded shoulder, used his teeth to pull the stopper, drank the content of the healing potion. He felt the magic rush through him, stopping the bleeding and knitting up his flesh. But after the healing surge was over, he could tell he was still about half strength. He was better than dead. He stood on unsettled legs while stretching his shoulder. His bow lay broken a few feet from him. Blinking his eyes as more smoke from the trees drifted through the clearing, Isaiah saw the unmoving wyvern slumped against the runes with its head shoved into the opening. He staggered forward. Maya! He called out. Then he saw forms of Caspar and Kaelin lying in the grass. He started running towards them. Caspar was starting to move his arms, and he heard Kaelin groan incoherently. They were the only two he could see. Maya! He shouted frantically, where he couldn't see her anywhere. Maya! Kaylin could just turn her head. Isaiah! Stop! Stop! He knelt next to her. Where's Maya? He looked back up. Maya! Kaylin grabbed his arm. Hush! We don't know who else is out here. Help me up. As they rose to stand, they saw Casper already standing with both swords and stalking towards the wyvern. She's probably jumped in there. Wyverns will follow their prey anywhere. Isaiah left Kaylin on wobbly legs, ran past the fighter. He leapt over the dead beast's wings to get to its head. Putting his feet in a couple of the cracks of the stone, he lifted himself up to look into the entrance. As he searched, Casper came up next to him. Look at this, said Isaiah, pointing towards the hole in the back of the wyvern's head. Magic missile blast. Casper smiled and coughed. Here, get back, I'll get it free. Isaiah looked a little perplexed. How are you going to move this? Casper dropped his short sword and raised his long sword over his head with both hands. Isaiah got the message and jumped clear. Kaylin finished casting Cure Wounds on herself and walked up as Caspar separated the wyvern's head from its neck with 3 blows. The fighter leaned back against the tower, and as the head dropped it on into the opening, and the neck slid sideways, trailing dark blood against the stone. Caspar put a hand on his bloody armor and groaned in pain. Kaylin shushed him and brought glowing hands up to his chest. She chanted a spell quickly, and Caspar inhaled deeply. Thanks, love. Isaiah looked down the opening and shading his eyes. I see light. I see, he said softly, coming through some kind of opening in what would have been a floor or ceiling. He lifted up his head and took to look along the length of the toppled tower. The whole thing's mostly empty. There's another chamber in the upper part. If she's in there, I can't hear anything. He grabbed the edge of the opening. Let's go. Isaiah levered himself up to jump in feet first, and Kaylin tried to stop him. You're still wounded. He smiled at her he smiled at her as he disappeared into the opening. Isaiah slid down the angled wall to the flat floor. He landed on the stone, winced, bravado vanishing. Drawing his sword, he moved into the light. He moved to the lighted opening as the other two came up behind him. The 3 of them gathered and peered into the next room. This isn't good, Isaiah said as he stepped through. They spread out and moved slowly and quietly. Isaiah spotted the opening of the floor and the light coming down from below. He pointed. The light was a mixture of Maya's light cantrip and a softer glow of torches. They could hear voices. With hand signals, they made a plan for going down. Isaiah would lead with stealth and use the shadows if he could. Kaylin would go next as she was the most resistant to the Barim's charms. Caspar would go last and attack hard. Shh, Yuna. We're reading. No growls. Isaiah exchanged his sword for his dagger and started down the well-practiced silent steps. But halfway down, he slowed and crouched. The light and voices indicated that both Maya and Josenfeld were discussing something. That was good and bad. Maya was still alive, but definitely charmed and out of the coming combat. Isaiah got close to the bottom As Isaiah got close to the bottom, he could see the room was open to a larger space. He also saw the edges of furniture that he could probably get behind. It was when Isaiah reached the last few steps that he saw the 2 of them facing him. Joe with wings outstretched and Maya standing by his side like a consort. That plan fell apart. Isaiah burst into rage and leapt forward. He threw his daggers and drew his sword. The dagger sliced at Josenfeld's leg and clattered onto the ground, or clattered off to the side. The Baron brought up his whip and stepped forward. He twirled his arms, and the whip lashed out a glowing red. With a flash of fire, the whip scorched across Isaiah's chest. Joe brought his hand down hard, and the whip wrapped around Isaiah's forearm. The thief screamed as hellfire burned into his flesh, and he staggered to his knees. Kaylin jumped down the remaining steps 2 at a time. She landed at the bottom and kept charging forward, mace of holy light shining brightly. Josenfeld snapped his wings back behind him and took another step forward. Then he shouted, "Stop!" with a thunderous voice. Kaylin halted with jerking movements, surprise and bewilderment on her face as she couldn't move forward to attack. Caspar ran to the room and dodged around Kaylin. He drove straight at Josenfeld with his long sword raised. The Baron brought up his free hand and twirled his fingers at first. "Let's discuss this, friends," he said with a pleasant smile. Caspar stopped charging forward and lowered his sword. He'd gotten within 5 feet. Josenfeld smiled again. "Thank you, Caspar. Now please take our cleric friend over those chains on the wall." Isaiah forced himself back to standing and lunged forward with his sword. The point barely stuck into the Baron's side. Josenfeld pointed and launched a ray of fire into Isaiah's chest. The thief dropped to his feet. Caspar turned and grabbed Kaelin by the shoulders. He lifted her up and started walking back to the wall. Cass, what are you doing? She screamed in his face. Don't do this! Fight! She dropped her shield and kicked at him while they moved. Joe turned to Maya. Darling, would you help by shackling Kaelin to the wall? She'll be fine, and then why don't you fix a drink for us? Fix us a drink for celebration. Maya walked behind Caspar. Isaiah grunted and tried to get up. Josenfeld kicked him in the head and dropped face first against the floor. Caspar held Kaelin's arms as she weakly struggled to regain her abilities after the Baron's command spell. Maya set her quarterstaff against the wall, took the shackles, and placed them around Kaelin's wrist. Kaelin could feel her working and stopped struggling. We've lost, she whispered to no one in particular. Josenfeld opened his arms wide. See now, no one else will get hurt. Wonderful. And Caspar, be a friend and remove the cleric's medallion and mace. Kaelin tried to jerk her head away, but Caspar took the sun-shaped medallion from her neck and reached around to grab her mace. Excellent, continued Josenfeld. And I'm sure Master Isaiah will join us right after he's rested. He began coiling his whip as he talked. And you will be all right. You all will be right where I need you to be when I finish with this island. Smashing success all around. Kaelin stood straight up and glared at the smiling Baron. What do you mean? Why do you need us down here? Well, I need someone to take the blame when I deliver this island. I'm rather lucky you only happened along right when you did. I mean, I tried to coax things along, but you can only orchestrate so much. He flicked his whip to his belt and reached out as Maya approached with 2 chalices fashioned of marble. Maya handed him a drink. What do you mean by delivered this island? I'm going to move through the shadowed sea and slam it into the middle of the Pillar's Reach. Should be getting along any moment now. That's impossible, shouted Kaelin. The sky shards needed would be unimaginable. Well, yes, it hasn't been tested yet, but I'm confident it'll be quite possible. You see, I've in my employ a rather brilliant young wizard who's calculated the precise distance and angles to set up the minimum amount of sky shards in order to move a very large mass. Turns out, the sky shards have a harmonic attraction to each other to each extend their effects. If you know where to set them up, we know where to set them up. Very exact. Math is exquisite. Kaelin couldn't find any more words. She just stood there, staring at Joe as he took Maya's hand. Maya smiled and held up her chalice. Remarkable accomplishment, my friend. She downed her drink in one gulp. Josenfeld raised an eyebrow as she swallowed. He followed suit with his own chalice. Immediately the Baron started screaming as brilliant radiance shot out of his mouth. Both hands went to his throat. Maya raised one hand with an empty vial of holy water. She raised the other to cast a cantrip that flashed a bright snap of lightning to his face. Kaelin jumped away from the wall with the unlocked shackles, falling away, and grabbed her medallion and mace. Caspar, who stood there a bit perplexed. She raised her medallion and channeled the force of light through it. Dazzling brilliance leapt out of it and started searing into the Baron's skin. Josenfeld had a look of both agony and fear as he reached out with a fist and cast a ray of fire at Kaelin. The blast went up into the floor as she jumped over it. She closed in and swung her mace in an uppercut that caught the Baron under the ribs. Joe staggered back, tripped over the edge of the runic portal, and leapt into the air with his wings flapping furiously. He shouted curses in the infernal language and folded his arms in front of his chest. With a loud snapping sound and a gout of flames, he fell back through the darkness and disappeared, replaced by the heavy smell of brimstone. Maya and Kaelin both stood there, still on guard as smoke dissipated. After a moment, Kaelin relaxed. He's gone back to hell. Maya rushed to her brother's side. Caspar came up to them, the charm broken, and put her hand on Kaelin's shoulder. Kay, I'm so sorry. I couldn't. She smiled at him. Not to worry, love, she whispered. Isaiah groaned and looked up to them. What did I miss? Kaelin knelt next to them and reached out with glowing hands. Thank you, Yuda. Kaelin knelt next to him and reached out with glowing hands. Maya was pretending to be charmed while waiting for us to arrive. She glanced up at the wizard. Did you really have to show him the vial, or did you really have to show him the vial of holy water? A little over the top, maybe. Maya nodded and smiled playfully. Kaelin turned back to survey Isaiah's wounds as she talked. Then she faked chaining me up and made Joe holy tonic. He's gone for now. Isaiah shifted and sat back against the wall of the timber's posts. Yay, we win, he mumbled. No, we haven't won yet, said Maya. We've got to stop whatever they're doing with the sky shards. Kaylin stood. Caspar was handing her shield back to her. Maya, Joe is an infernal being. Everything he says is either a lie or a half-truth that's set up a lie. How in Light's name could anyone rig up a sky shard to do that? It's impossible. Right then, the entire room shook as the floor buckled, cracks spread out through the stone walls. Isaiah looked up at the splintering timber supports. Or they could just bander up the whole thing. Part 6. Soja, this is the very first Realms of Eldara fanfic ever written. Original story by Atari. And holy shit, my eyes. How do people read shit, man? I gotta look outside for a minute. This is good, man. You guys like it? Holy shit. This is fucking sick. Like, goddamn. I'm impressed, man. I'm like actually stoked about this. I blinked a lot. Yeah, maybe I don't blink enough. Goddamn. My eyes do not like last as long as I want to when I'm reading. It's always a problem. It's like on a I think like people think I have dyslexia and it makes reading harder for me, or at least it strains my eyes more as well. I don't know if that's true. I don't really care because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, you know? You already read it, Steel? All right. Well done, the narration, Evan. Well done, the tale. It's all right. Thanks, Soja. I'm always so bad at reading, and I've always been so self-conscious of it. So this is a challenge for me. I'm gonna try and finish it. All right. Thanks to Steel for being my beta reader. Goddamn. Okay. All right. You see our side story about the wyvern in chat? I didn't. Just got off a long day of work. Girlfriend sent him the stone since he ran out of groceries. They even had 2 eggs at home. What? The wyvern? All right. Poor wyvern, man. Okay. Give me a sec. We'll do part 6 in a second here. Oh fuck. This is good shit, man. I'm enjoying it. I'm thinking about constantly thinking about the linear narratives I need to write in Eldara as opposed to just world building. And I'm so worried because I think I'm probably gonna be pretty bad at it when I start, you know? And it's how do you have so many things decently done in your world and then have your story writing being just terrible? So I'm kind of worried to actually publish anything. Post, I guess. Was the Riven's fault that his wife demanded some non-GMO adventures? So yeah. You want organic, man. Grass-fed if you can. That's what I do when I write. I mean, I don't know, dude. I really want to be able to do writing for Eldara, but it's very intimidating. The question is how well, I mean, I don't know how to write narrative or whatever. I don't know what the different style is or what you'd call writing something with dialogue in it, like a novel or whatever, versus writing just information, just encyclopedia stuff. But I guess the Astral Sage article and the Kel Het article are the 2 longest pieces of writing I have for Eldara, so I don't know if they're good or bad or terrible or whatever. I haven't really gotten any actual feedback on it. All right, please don't feed the dog girl grass. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm bad. Part 6. They jogged down the tunnel, echoing with the sounds of clanking metal and heavy breathing. Another tremor rippled through the island and dropped dust and pebbles on them. Caspar ran in the lead. There's light ahead. We're almost out. Maya ran a few feet behind him, holding her quarterstaff up for light. All right, I'm not sure what they're doing, but I can guess. The structures I saw are probably holding sky shards. There should be a series of wizards casting some kind of ritual spell, bringing everything into harmony, or whatever. We can stop them or bring down the structures, and that should do it. Kaylin was beside her, mace and shield ready. Why didn't we head back to the skyship? Or why didn't we head back to the skyship and our darts? Seems like our best chance of getting off the island before it breaks apart and drops us into an ocean of boiling acid. The Shattered Sea isn't acid, lectured Maya. We currently think it's remains of... Focus, Maya, shouted her brother, bringing up the rear. Maya gulped in some air. Did you see that buried Eldari portal back there? It's different than all the others. Maybe it's from an earlier age. We have to stop this island from breaking up and dropping into the abyss. They all saw the opening ahead of them, growing closer. Talking stopped, and they slowed to a rushed walk, each of them taking long, deep breaths, preparing for whatever was beyond it. Caspar didn't stop at the edges. He jumped down to a large, brightly lit stone room. The floor was covered in dead grass and animal bones. One wall was open to the sky at the edge of the island, and the whole place stank of wyvern. As the others filed in, Caspar jumped onto some stone steps and ran up to a rusted metal grate. He looked back and saw Isaiah motioning to him to keep going. The fighter nodded and looked through the grate. Wait a second, what's up there? Caspar pushed and the gate swung upward, creaking on its hinges, clanging loudly when it dropped back on some stones. Caspar half climbed and half walked up through it. The others waited at the base of the stairs, looking up. Isaiah leaned over towards his sister. So, what was Joe talking about when we came along? Maya didn't look at him. The same thing he always talks about, himself. Any grand revelation of his evil plan? What's he going to do with his runic portal? He didn't really get into that, she said, looking uncomfortable. I assume he's going to do something with it when the runes of the pillars reach. Do we have time to talk about this now? Isaiah let it drop as Caspar appeared at the open gate and motioned for them to follow. They all climbed up and came out into a patch of broken stonework and a jumbled topple of columns. The wind had picked up and was coming from the south. About 50 feet away from them started the curving structure of posts and walkways. It curved away from them along the edge of the island, and it reached about 30 feet in height at its center. About 100 feet from them sat a semicircle of men and women in loose-fitting gray clothing, moving their arms in a coordinated fashion. They appeared to be out in front of the structure at its midpoint. Every 50 feet along the walkways was another man who also seemed to be part of the ritual, making the same movements. It was Isaiah who looked around and noticed what was happening. Holy light, we're moving. Look at the clouds. They looked out and saw that the cloud deck below them was shifting. The entire island was moving southward. Doing it, whispered Maya. Caspar climbed up over a column. Kill people and break things. Keelan placed a hand on Caspar's shoulders before he could charge forward. They might all be charmed. They might not know what they're doing. The fighter nodded slightly and turned his attention to the structure. Right. Then, break things. He moved his head to side, cracking his neck, then jumped up and started running towards the nearest ramp, leading to a walkway. 2 bounds took him up to the nearest pole, with a fist-sized sky shard tied to the top. It was even with his head, and he grabbed it and ripped it out of its fitting. He looked back at the others coming up the ramp. Easy so far, he said, tossing the shard over his shoulder. Kaelin caught it and handed it back to Maya. Caspar moved a few feet down the walkway and had to reach up for the second shard. He tossed the one to Isaiah. Isaiah caught it while pointing down the walkway. Caspar turned to see the closest adept running at him, waving his hands. The man started shouting something about how he should stop. Caspar stepped in and punched him in the face. The adept flew off the walkway and went sprawling onto the grass unconscious. Caspar barely watched him fall before heading to the next post. From the center of the group, a bearded man looked over and saw what they were doing. He shouted something and started running across the field towards them. Isaiah slid the sky shard into his pouch at the small of his back, waved for Maya to come with him. Caspar and Kaelin called out, "Keep going, we'll handle the diplomacy." He turned with his sword in hand and stalked after the approaching adept. Maya took a position slightly behind him to his left. Isaiah assumed the man rushing at him was a spellcaster and watched closely for any magical attack, but none came. The group of people he left back still appeared to be working on the ritual. The distance closed between them, and the adept called out, "What are you doing? You have to stop. You can't do that." Isaiah still couldn't tell if the man was evil or stupid, so he kept his sword lowered. "I'm pretty sure we can, my friend. We sort of need this island to not crash into a city." He glanced over at Maya. She gave a quick shrug, which meant he didn't know if the man was inherently evil or not. The man practically shrieked, "No, they have to stop!" Isaiah looked back to see Caspar and Kaelin hacking and smashing the posts and the supports. Maya stepped closer. "You don't understand. You're ripping this island apart. If you don't stop, we're all dead." "No, you don't understand. The ritual placed the natural balance of the sky shards within the island with our harmony. We're the only thing keeping this island afloat now." "What?" asked Isaiah. To Maya, he said, "Is that possible?" She shrugged. How would I know? I suppose so. Sky shards can be affected by other sky shards. The three of them watched as Caspar and Kaylin pushed over a 15-foot tall pole with multiple sky shards attached to it. It fell away from the structure and tumbled over the edge of the island. They all felt the ground tilt to the left. Part 7. Isaiah staggered a bit as he watched the horizon tilt, his eyes and brain not agreeing on what he was seeing. Caspar and Kaylin slipped off a walkway and tumbled onto the grass. He looked back at Maya. She was holding her stomach and looking down. The bearded adept was on one knee and looked terrified. The wind had picked up. Maya reached over and grabbed the adept. Can you fix this? I don't know. Try, she said, and shoved him back towards his group. I'll help them, she said to Isaiah. Be careful, he answered. And he started running back towards the structure. It was now like running along a hillside. He waved his arms to Caspar and Kaylin. He waved his arms as Caspar and Kaylin got up and clambered back onto the walkway near the next post. One of the adepts there tried to stop them as Kaylin flattened him with a jab and a right hook. Caspar started hacking with his longsword. Kaylin put a hand on his shoulder to stop him as she saw Isaiah crossing back over the field. As soon as he was close enough, Isaiah shouted, "Stop! Change of plans!" Caspar lowered his longsword and used his other hand in an exasperated, "What are you talking about?" motion. "What is it?" asked Kaylin. "The ritual they are casting cancels the effect of the sky shards. Sky shards already in the island. If we don't let them continue, the whole thing is going to drop." Caspar rolled his eyes. "Well, that's just fantastic. Who the hell came up with this stupid plan?" Kaylin raised a hand. "Isaiah, we can't let them fly this thing into the city." I know. The rogue brought his free hand to his forehead. "I'm working on that. Look, we're still in a long way from Pillar's Reach, and Maya's still trying to help stabilize the island. That's our first order of business. So for now, we can't let anything else happen to this." He stopped mid-sentence as his eyes went wide and focused on something behind him. Kaylin turned to see the Dread Goblin pirate ship coming up from below the island. Oh, bloody hell. Captain Woshan, Bloodslinger. Pashuk, Deathblade, Cloud Killer, and other titles he'd long forgotten, turned the wheel and tried to keep his ship from getting crushed by the impossibly moving island. He understood enough of what the Baron and his magicers had talked about when they were receiving their crates of raw sky shard, and in his dozen or so years as a pirate within the Shrouded Sea, he knew when a deal was going bad. Getting back to his sky ship and finding his crew mostly slaughtered drove him into a rage, and he set his sights on getting back as many sky shards as possible and selling them to respectable buyers. Now he and his 4 guardsmen stripped down to the sailor's breeches and 2 wounded scullery shanks to his sailor's ships. It wasn't easy, but the difficulty would lead to glory and riches. He backed off on the turn when he felt the stern start to skirl. Skirl? He looked like he'd missed the sky shard structure on his first pass. The ship was 70 feet along, the 15 abeam. 2-masted lateen sails and stern cabins with a quarter deck atop them. The ship had a lowered profile, which was perfect for pirating. Woshan stood on the rear deck, hands on the wheel. A mounted ballista sat high on a swiveling platform behind him. The forecastle had a similar platform with another ballista, but had no one to man either of them. Affixed to the stern of the ship was a rudder fan, a huge vertical sail like the tail of a shark. I'm just dumb and can't pronounce made-up words, Atari, not even my own. Alright. His sails were rigged tight and low. He lacked maneuverability, but freed up 2 of his guardsmen to use halberds and billhooks to bring aboard as many sky shards as they could. Scanning across the field, Woshan noted that the Baron was missing, and that was a good thing. You could see the magicers out in the grass doing whatever they said they'd be doing. Passing by the west end of the wooden structure, he could see a few other people standing by some destroyed posts. They matched the description given by his wounded crewmen. It was perfect. He could get rich and get revenge, all in the same action. However, the island was tilting further to the west. In all his years in the Shrouded Sea, he had never seen an island move like that. It didn't look like he had much time. The ship passed close to the east of the structure. close to the east end of the structure. Woshan shouted for the sails to be raised to 3 points. His crew responded quickly as they felt the wind grab canvas and start killing over the ship over towards the island. Woshan held the wheel and watched the end of the ship's structure dip out of view. He spun... What's the end? Oh. He spun hard, and the rudder fan kicked at the stern out. The ship went into a sideways slip and pivoted on its bow. It swung all the way around and pointed back to the west. His small crew knew their business and unhooked the yardarms, letting them swing to port side so he could catch the wind from the other direction. Woshan now had a clear path down to the field, to the other side of the structure, and his scampering targets would soon be dead. Part 9. Dude, my eyes are roasted. This is so good. Fuck. This is so good. I'm actually enthralled. I'm actually enthralled. Okay. All right. Hold on to my eyes. Maya, I should have done this at the beginning of the day. My eyes were fresh, as opposed to you know, at the end of a day when I'd been streaming for 8 hours. Tim, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. That really means a lot. Thanks, dude. Welcome to Dragon's Claim. All right, part 9. Maya could feel the entire island wrapped in the resonance of sky shards. She sat in the grass on the end of the semicircle of adepts and felt the ritual connect their minds with the shards. Just as the power of one shard faded, she could sense the next and the next, even though they ringed the island at ever-increasing distance. It was exquisite. Eyes closed and concentrating, she didn't see the sky ship rise up and coast along the edge of the island. Didn't see her brother and the others running along the walkway towards it. Didn't see its prow smash through the end of the sky shard structure and destroy several posts while dragging itself across the brush. She did feel a pain in her mind as the island began to tilt back. Down below her, she could feel cracks spreading out through the rock and clay and dirt like a spider web of subtle destruction. When she opened her eyes and couldn't make sense of the scene, a sky ship was slowly advancing across the field, grinding its way through the grass and dirt like a giant plow. Caspar had his 2 swords in one hand and a sky shard in the other hand. He leapt from the walkway, trying to use up the sky shards to rise them up through the air. Kaelin and Isaiah instead chose to run across the grass towards the near side of the ship. That was when a sharp pain burst in her head. The ground bounced her up a foot in the air, and she felt the island break in half. Maya tore herself out of the ritual and looked back over her shoulder in terror. The entire back half of the island was rising up like it was on hinges. She suddenly started feeling lighter and realized they were all moving downwards. Oh shit. Maya grabbed her quarterstaff and jumped into a run. The sky ship with its dread goblins was likely the only thing that would remain floating in the next few minutes. For the sky ship, Caspar landed hard on the deck. His short sword spun out of his grasp and rolled to standing with only his longsword. The whole ship was tilting forward, rumbling and shaking as it carved a trench in the dirt. A dread goblin with a pike rushed at him. He dodged around the blade and struck with 2 quick slashes, both of them hitting. The dread goblin dropped and started rolling towards the bow. Caspar looked up and saw the captain leaving the wheel and grabbed his greatsword. The fighter simply grunted and started running towards him. Kaelin and Isaiah climbed up the netting along the side of the ship and gained the deck. 2 dread goblins charged them with vicious-looking billhooks. Kaelin bashed in one's head. The body tumbled sideways and took Isaiah's leg out from underneath him. He tried to clamber over the body and took a slash in the arm from the other dread goblin. Kaelin leapt up and brought her mace down in an overhead strike. The dread goblin took the hilt, hit full in the chest, and coughed up a spray of blood before staggering towards Isaiah. The thief tried to dodge again, but was one dread goblin body too many. He sprawled and tumbled towards the bow platform. Caspar made it amidship when the Woshan leapt from the stairs and flew 20 feet across the downward tilted deck. His greatsword high overhead in both hands, the captain soared through the air and came down with a mighty swing. Caspar brought up his longsword to block the weight of the momentum, and the momentum pushed him back. The captain's greatsword came down on the flat of the fighter's longsword and snapped it in half. The edge of the blade scored a long mark through Caspar's chainmail. The Dread Goblin slammed his body into Caspar and forced both of them into an uncontrolled roll. Kaylin wanted to rush to Caspar's side, but staggered to a halt, not believing what she saw. The southern half of the island was rising up into perpendicular to the horizon. It was about to fold itself over on the northern half. Caspar tried to stand up, but slipped as the deck buckled upwards. He pointed towards the stern and shouted at Kaylin, "Get to the wheel! Get us out of here!" Then he stepped in and slashed his broken sword across the captain's chest. Isaiah stood on the stairs as to the Foskel when they were the flattest surface around everything else. As everything else continued to pitch forward, he could just see over the bow railing. Maya was running towards the ship. Stones like rain were falling from the half of the island, now heaving or hanging vertically above them. He didn't know how to get to her. The island was breaking apart, and he could feel they were dropping faster. He jumped up beside the ballista and saw it was rigged with a pointed grappling hook the size of his head and attached a rope. Back amidship, Caspar ducked into the captain's greatsword and slashed him in the upper thigh. The Dread Goblin roared in pain and staggered back against the forward mast. Kaylin ran up the deck and climbed the rear stairs that were now practically vertical. Woshan swung his greatsword, but Caspar blocked it. The two of them kept slipping on the blood-soaked deck and both grabbed ropes down the mast to steady themselves. Zaya grabbed the ballista and began to swing it around towards Maya. He looked down and saw the rope was sliding down towards the bow and hoped it still worked as he thought it should. Then multiple things happened all at once. Kaylin grabbed the wheel and turned it so the rudder fan caught the wind and brought the stern end around, pointed the ships towards the clear sky. Caspar swung a perfect blow and severed the captain's head while also cutting the ropes that held the forward sail down. The sail billowed up until a block stopped the rope against its hawser. Isaiah fired the ballista and the bolt shot straight through the ground just 10 feet in front of Maya. The sky ship started to buck upwards as Kaylin kept turning the wheel until the rudder fan was hard over. She looked up and saw the southern half of the island was now overhead. Dirt, rock, wood, and debris of all kinds were thudding into the deck and ground everywhere. Massive fissures were opening as the southern half of this started breaking into smaller pieces. Maya dodged a falling tree trunk and leapt onto the rope as the gnarled wrenched free as the grapple wrenched free of the ground. The ground disappeared as the crevice split down the northern half of the island into two pieces. With a groaning crunch and the splintering of rock, the field she just run across collapsed in on itself. The adepts were nowhere to be seen. The wind gusted up through the new openings and filled the skyship's twin sails, dragging the whole ship sideways back towards Josenfeld's sky shard structure. It punched through the middle of the remaining posts and out to the clear skies as the island halves slammed together in like a blast of the forged god's hammer. The entire thing broke apart and went into a free fall. Maya hung up from the end of the rope with her feet resting on the grapple while Isaiah started winching her back up. She watched as the Eldari portal broke free from the rock that had encased it for ages and dropped away into the clouds. "No," she whispered in seconds, and the whole island vanished like it had never existed. Looking up at her shouting brother, he signaled that she was fine. Maya suddenly realized how tired she was and leaned her head against the taut rope in her left hand. She took a deep breath, let the wind run across her face, and looked out across the beauty of the shattered sea in the bright midday sun. EP. Damn, bro. Damn, I'm into this. Inception Sky Shard Edition? Yeah, for real. Yo, take care, Tim. Thanks for the sub again. I appreciate it, dude. All right. I gotta get cozy. I gotta adjust. Maya sat in a comfortable wing-backed chair and ignored the book in her hand. She found herself even turning pages every few minutes despite not reading anything at all. The sitting room was expansive, a central feature of the library of Loreholm. Now it was deserted in the late afternoon, and most members were out seeking dinner, drink, or both. One of the serving girls came up, quietly paused until Maya looked up. Miss Larnfeld, will you require anything else this evening? The girl was young and slightly hesitant, with dark brown eyes and black hair tied up neatly under her beaded headdress. She wore a veil over the lower half of her face and had several long, colorful scars draped around her. Maya smiled and shook her head. No, thank you. The maid nodded perfunctorily? I'm not smart enough for that word either. And then gathered her skirts and sat in the adjoining chair with a soft creak of an upholstery and wood. I've heard the story of your adventures on the destroyed island. I'm terribly sorry that so many find it unbelievable. Maya had not wanted any casual conversation and smiled politely while raising her book to actually read. We're still trying to understand what that happened ourselves. Thank you, though. You're most kind. It's not very difficult to understand. Maya, sounds like a very real threat, and new threats are never seen by old institutions. Maya blinked and tried to stop the annoyance from flushing her cheeks rosy. What? But I'm guessing that you're really most upset about the potential for great knowledge and discovery was lost. The maid's eyes started slowly shifting color to golden yellow. A chilling touch of concern tinged Maya's spine. Who are you? The maid reached up and unhooked her veil. She lowered it away, revealing a horrific scarring around the left side of her mouth that reached all the way down her throat. I'm a friend. A touch of concern became a surge of fear. How can you be here? There should be wards stopping you from even stepping foot in here. She nodded in her head. There are. But none of the old magics work when someone is invited in. And I just happened to find a young clerk who happily opened the gate in exchange for a promise of passion. Maya glanced around the empty room. What do you want? The maid leaned back in the chair. When we first met, I simply ignored you. A team of insignificant wanderers. The second time, I tested you. Promising, but you especially caught my eye. You seek knowledge beyond this world. You want to walk the astral aura itself. Have you thought more about my offer? Not one bit. The maid smiled with a self-satisfied look. Of course you haven't. Proud debutante of a storied family. You don't have it in you to commit to a life of complete knowledge. You'll just spend the rest of your life doing what you're told. Maya stifled a yawn. You're beginning to bore me. The maid nodded to herself. That's your brother talking. Maya leaned forward. Make a point and be gone, or you'll find I'm more powerful now than I was last month when I beat you at your own game. Yes, congratulations on your advancements. All of you. Keep working on that. Keep growing in strength. However, you'll find you're only allowed to rise so far. Very soon your families will put an end to all the silly adventuring. And when that time comes, you'll find that that's when you'll need me. Joe, you're a delusional, infernal liar. I have no interest in working with you or learning anything from you. The maid stood. Her last tone smile didn't change, but maybe that's how you pronounce it, I don't know. Her last tone smile didn't change, but the tone of her words did. In the infernal tongue, she said, Then why have you learned my language? Why do you seek what is forbidden? Maya wasn't quite her brother. Maya wasn't quiet. Her brother couldn't stop the color from draining from her face, or the slight quivering from her lower lip. Fuming, she stood up and looked down on the beautiful maid. Stay away from me, or I'll give you another scar to bear. The maid's eyes widened. That's my girl. Then she turned and walked calmly out of the room. Shattered Sea, Alma and Arastiket, Realms of Adar, Eldari Portal, Astral Aura, Loreholm. Copyright Evan Blair, Twitch TV. Who cares about this shit, man? By Atari 2600, Jeff Draper, the absolute legend. Holy shit, man. And there it is. And that is the story. Stones Like Rain. Excellent, dude. That was fucking sick. Holy shit, man. I'm sorry I butchered it so much. Names and everything else. Pronunciations, reading. I could never read out loud. I'd be in class and my teacher would be like, Evan, you read the next chapter. And I'd be like, I'm gonna try and throw up blood instead, you know? So I'm not good at this. This is hard for me. So I'm sorry I butchered so much of it, but that was amazing, dude. Seriously. I hope you guys all enjoyed that. That is, dude, I've been waiting to do this for months. I was waiting for like a marathon stream or a subathon or sometime we could sit down where I didn't have to worry about like a 4-hour stream, you know, and we could actually sit down for like an hour or two or whatever and read the story out in full, and we finally did it. That's like, dude, that was awesome. I loved it. That was so cool. All the lore about the sky shards, the astral portals, you know, that I honestly, it's so funny because it's like, this is such a realistic story that could happen in Eldara, because honestly, there's like a lot of part of the themes that I'm trying to like pitch with my players right now is the ideas of like there's something out there, a mystery beyond the Eldari runes right now, and the players are kind of slowly uncovering this mystery, this like strange gathering of information that shows that there might be something else out there. So although you know, we know that Realms of Eldar are an expanded world with lots of different worlds in it, right now narratively in the story in Teleria, people don't know. Only a few like elder races of the world remember the time when Teleria was within the Realms of Eldar, and all the younger, you know, the younger mortals have basically forgotten, or it has been intentionally erased from their history, which is very strange and a mystery that people who are playing in my games are trying to solve right now. But that was awesome, dude. Thank you so much. I'm so deeply honored that you chose Eldara to write a piece of wonderful art in. That was incredible. That's like one of the greatest things that I've ever experienced as an artist, which is having an amazing story written in Eldara. So thank you, dude. That was fucking sick. That was sick, guys. Lord of Episode 7 will deal with the hidden runes and their effects. Oh shit, I'm excited. We gotta wait till the next marathon, man. Ella Blackwood sponsor segment. You want me to go to Ella Blackwood sponsor segment right after that? Right after a grand epic plot? You want me to play this music and talk about Blackwood Dice, the official dice of Evan Blair Art? You want me to talk about how Ella has a dice Patreon where she is sending monthly sets at a pretty decent discount to those who are into seeing, you know, I don't know, whatever she's making that month. It's cool. So if you need Blackwood Dice and you want to see what amazing creations she has, you can sign up for her monthly Patreon. And if you want to support and get behind the scenes stuff, she's going to start doing that in the next week or so, I think, uploading a pretty regular cadence of like cool, I don't know, craft tips for the secrets of her trade. And or if you want something a little more legitimate, you know, a little more in your hands, you could sign up at one of the higher tiers. Patreon.com/BlackwoodDice. Is that what you wanted, Steel? All right. All right, chill. Yeah, relax. Ugh. 2 hours left, man. 2 hours left in the stream, in the subathon. I knew it was going to end. I thought it was going to end today or tomorrow. It depends on how long I could stream for, but I think we're going to try and end it off tomorrow then. My Lord only rolls natural 20s with Blackwood Dice. See? Exactly. There you go. Easy clap. And we were worried. All right. I need to get my eyes rest. I need to chill. I'm going to think some more about the Astral Sage. And tomorrow we might actually build the Astral Sage out a little bit more. And maybe we have a cool project or two in mind. Tomorrow will not be requests. I'm not doing requests, but I will probably do the second character sketch giveaway. Maybe two. Fridays are different. So, I think that's about where we're going to end today. I think that's about where we're going to call it. That was a fantastic end, a cozy little finale for the night. So thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for everything today. Thanks for chilling with me today. 8 hours is a long stream, bro. I'm happy to have done it, and I really am honored that, you know, any of y'all stuck with me for basically the whole day. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you again, Atari, for the amazing story. Holy shit, dude, that was fucking amazing. I'm stoked. I hope maybe we'll make that into a video or something and post it in the guild for the very first works of Eldara done by the Dragon's Claim. So either way, I'll be live tomorrow at the same-ish time, same-ish place, and when the subathon's over, it's gonna say it's over right there, and stream ends. So I guess we'll have a short stream tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. What's gonna happen, bro? Until next time, my friends. Take care of yourselves. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Until next time. Farewell.